A&M guard.
Layden Robinson goes to the Patriots. You know, we like to welcome y'all to this third day of this draft. You dig what I'm saying? It's the final day, man. This is where the juice gets loose at. And, you know, and this is where the gems come at. This is where we got Alpha Morris out of this. We got Tom Brady out of this. You know what I'm saying? Alpha Morris for the Washington fans, but Tom Brady, you know what I'm saying? I believe
Brock
Cameron
Purdy.
Curl
Most
was late
recently, Brock
round.
Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, you know what I'm saying? So this is where the magic happens, ladies and gentlemen.
One of
The
my
final
favorites,
day.
Crosby's from the 4th and 5th round. Like, who's a dog in this league. You got to
Yeah.
appreciate it. There's definitely gems throughout the NFL found in these later rounds. It's a lot of guys who got a lot of hustle, a lot of guys with chips on their shoulders, a lot of guys that could have been in the first or second round but had attitude grades, or maybe a college coach didn't necessarily get along with the kid enough. But, this is the day when the real GMs really find their magic. This is how they keep their jobs for 10, 15 years.
Yes, indeed, man. Yes, indeed. So just to get y'all caught up, any what you feel about today, about what's going on today? What's the outlook? What you think for today? What would you like the Skins and even whatever other teams, whatever it is that you would like to see, you know what I'm saying? Let us know what you got for today.
I told you, I'm only concerned with us. I will look at everyone else's board after it's all said and done. I do like what a couple of other teams have done, but again, I really feel what I said yesterday to be what I think right now. Doesn't mean it has to play out that way. No, I'm trying to, hold on to what can happen and not lock in on can happen, and more so see what will happen. With that said, I mean that more so in the what I said yesterday with I don't think teams picked players that they wanted. I think that they got players that were the best on the board. And I think that some of the teams that I saw last year had needs that they didn't address immediately. I feel like some of these players could have been on different teams because of the needs of those teams. And they just picked the best player available. Again, me and Ro, in different variables, think that this draft is not the greatest draft. I do think that there are great players in this draft, but it's not the deepest draft that we've had before. It is as far as seniors, juniors, and a lot of older players. And I think that that's where you get some experience or some guys that will be able to start right away. But for us, for the Commanders, so far, so good. There's one questionable pick to me, which would be the defensive tackle, which I think everybody has. But from watching interviews and a few posts and stuff like that last night, it's based on this regime moving forward from last regime and just trying to protect itself just in case some things happen. I because we do have immediate needs, and I do feel like wide receiver was way big of a need to address than defensive tackle, and because next year the defenses are going to be stacked in that draft. I feel like if you were looking for someone to replace an Allen or Payne, you probably could find it there. But if you aren't going to have a high draft pick, I do like planning ahead. And I can't really say too much about a GM that plans ahead because it's been a long time since we've been able to see one to really run that type of system here where we can draft and count on the guy drafting ahead of time rather than drafting what we need in that season. So it'll be interesting enough to see what happens. I think you can always shore up the offensive line. I would really like to add another receiver just to give the room competition and to allow your quarterback to have as many possibilities to succeed as possible. If they run the ball a lot more than they did last year, which is almost guaranteed that they do. I think that may have been the lowest rushing output we've had in franchise history. So as long as they run the ball more, I feel like you can make use of the weapons you have and try to add some more weapons later. I don't think that this is going to be the year where we push for a Super Bowl, and I don't know if the team is trying to do that more than they are just trying to change the culture, which is just trying to get some positive wins on the side of being above 500. I'm not sure if I like that more than trying to go for a Super Bowl because I guess, in my opinion, Peters, the last team you were with, was in the Super Bowl. Quinn, you made it to the second round of the playoffs, and I think you guys' goals need to remain that high, regardless of where you've moved as a team, whether the culture was whatever it was the year before. All of those free agents and stuff you brought in have playoff experience. except for Luvu and Shin. But they had all pro quality or they had all pro quality seasons before, and you're expecting, at least I believe, a high turnout from your team. At least a 8 to 9 to 10 win season is what you have to be expecting.
Yeah, I agree. What you got, point, if you're up with us, what you got on as far as today goes, what you want to see, what the outlook is, as far as what today's draft will bring.
Um, Big Son, how y'all doing?
Oh,
Tuning in,
big son.
man.
I said point. My bad. Big son. Big son.
Thanks a
My
lot for
bad.
y'all tuning in last night, man. That was a great one. Um, I did a little research on that D tackle. Since 2022, Shorty has had 122 pressures on the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to say you on nobody level, but people like that in the game, you mention them guys like Hargrave and Aaron Donald and Bosa. I mean, he ain't on a Bosa level. Bosa's the end, but I'm just saying the amount of pressures that he's getting on the quarterback.
He averages
At first,
eight tackles for loss again a season, every season he's played. And yes, that's what they said last night about him and Matt. They said that they brought him in because Mathis is more of a nose guard. Him and John
mm,
Ridgeway are nose guards that will stop the run, but they're not quarterback pressure defensive tackles. And they said that Deron Payne can get pressure on the quarterback, but this guy lives for that particular thing. So again, like I said, it's more of a motor thing.
yeah, and speaking of a motor, I was watching some film. That boy got a motor, and he changed direction good to
Mm-hmm.
be that big. He light on his feet, and I like that. Like, that's what we used to see out of Deron Payne a lot, to be honest. But I mean, hopefully we'll see more of it. But that guy right there, I did that little bit of research, and I did a little research on old Luke too. Just a little bit, not a lot. Just watch some highlights early on Luke. I like Luke, but seeing that Franklin is gone, I think Franklin's size is better. I think his upside is better because of his size. They're saying that
They
Luke won't be
Luke is
good.
bigger than him.
I'm not saying that,
Luke
huh?
bigger than Franklin.
No, I'm saying height.
He's bigger than Franklin.
Franklin like six.
Franklin is 6'1" in 3/8. Luke is 6'1" and 7/8.
Mm,
Luke closer to
I thought
six
both
feet
of
than
them guys
Franklin
was.
is, and Luke is 200 pounds. Franklin only 176.
Mm,
Franklin got him
I
beat by
mean,
point 0.5 seconds in the 40. 446, 441.
hey, I
And they
mean, but
said
I
that
just
Franklin dropped because of his route running in the combine. They said that his draft stock dropped
mm,
because of his route combine. But they said that they feel like they will be able to fix that since he's playing with Bo Nix and Sean Payton and them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that they feel like they can work on at the next
yeah,
level, seeing it though he'll be playing with his college quarterback. But that was what the NFL draft said on NFL Network when they picked him, when they drafted him, was that his stock had dropped because of his combine performance.
yeah. So, you know, I mean, like I said, taking that one away from Luke, I just prefer Franklin. Me personally, but also the guy, the guy that come across the line, Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
I like the move. I like the move. You know, so looking forward to what we do today. Today is the gumbo pat for me. You got a good old gumbo pat sitting in front of y'all, so I hope y'all can pull out some good scoops of goodness out of that gumbo pot and don't get left with the scraps. So that's
We
all I
only
got to
got
say.
two picks left. What do you think that we look for in those two picks?
Mm. I think we definitely need an edge rusher. Um, I'll also say maybe another. Because I don't know what we have at backup. Maybe another linebacker, edge rushing another linebacker, or another lineman if you can get a steal.
Yeah, just my opinion. I would go with offensive lineman and wide out. I think that next year's draft is so deep in defenders that even if you have a good season and you pick middle of the pack or late 20s, you still can get one of the top end defenders next year if you don't trade out of that spot to move up earlier. Because I I really feel like the wide receiver room. Okay, so now knowing that we brought in Zacchaeus, I forgot that we had brought in Zacchaeus. So you have an extra body. He's not the replacement for Samuels, but you have an extra body that has production in the league. And then picking Luke doesn't doesn't feel like you're underwhelmed at that position. I do think that maybe one more receiver gives you some level of not comfort but just some level of competition in that room. There's clearly no one better than Terry McLaurin right now in that room, and to me, that's a problem only because, and I promise to all Commander fans, I am not against Terry McLaurin. I feel like Terry is undervalued and I feel like without him getting help or with everyone looking at him as the number one, they're afraid to get him the type of help that would make him an even better number one receiver. I say number two because he's just at 6 feet, and it's hard to be the guy when there's so many bigger guys that add to the way that the league is played today. But Terry's your number one, leadership wise, veteran wise, giving it his all every week in and week out. You got to give him that. But if you give him something else to put alongside of him, you will take away those double teams that he gets every week. And it's a shame that nobody else in our division gets played like that. Nobody covers Brown like that because AJ Brown wouldn't be able to do what he does if everybody double teamed him every week. CD Lamb had 136 catches or 133 catches, and he was in the slot. Whether he was in the slot or not, it was not rolled over top to have double coverage on him most of the game because somebody else should be catching passes other than that. And that's crazy that we get covered like that and we still don't do anything to go out and get the man help like that. I just really feel like that has to be addressed. And if it's not, he's going to just have to have one of those breakout years that you double team me or not, I'm going to have my way. And I don't see that when you're getting older. Not that you don't get better as you get older or get wiser or get sharper, but you kind of get tired. And I don't want him to get tired where he doesn't want to be here and wants to go play for somebody else because we can't get him some help. Like I just think he's that good of a player that he deserves a chance to be at his best. Like Terry deserves a 1,500-yard season. He's that good of a receiver. And to not have a quarterback ever be able to stay here long enough to do that, I just feel like that's bad for him. Is messing with his Hall of Fame possible numbers. And I'd like to see him get those seasons.
And that was kind of my argument last night about the quality of quarterback we have here. We can't expect the quality that we've had here to produce that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about Jahan Dotson last night, and he should have 1,000-yard season um this year. I'm like, okay, is he what have we established what he is now? Is he now the number two receiver
Yes,
or
he's
what?
number two. Luke is going to be the number three.
Okay, so we can expect that from him.
We can. I say you have to expect at least 800 and at least 8 touchdowns. You got
Oh
to
my
be
God,
at 800
Vito,
touchdowns. Yes.
Vito. I was
Yes.
saying the same thing last night to them, bro. They were like, no, no. I'm like, bro, come on now. It's only five. I said, at first I said, there's no tandem in the league giving you 1,002 receivers. It's only five. They found five. It's only 5 out of 32 teams doing that. So 800 yards is good to me. 8 touchdowns. Why is that
Yes.
not productive?
That's the same thing that what you let go. You got that from Curtis Samuels. How could you ask for more from somebody when your offense doesn't really do that? We don't have a 5,000-yard quarterback. When is the last time a quarterback threw for 5,000 yards with the Redskins? You know what I'm saying? Kirk Cousins got the highest amount of yards as a Redskin thrown, and he didn't throw for 2,000 yards to two receivers. He almost did. As a matter of fact, I think maybe Garcon and Deshaun Jackson might have had it that season. But look at who we had. We had Garcon
And Reed.
and
And
Deshaun
Reed.
Jackson and Jordan Reed, right? And again, that's
Yeah,
three
Reed
really
had
good
like 800.
receivers.
Yeah.
That's
Mm-hmm.
three really good receivers, bro. You know what I'm saying? We haven't had that combination of receivers and a quarterback at the same time in a long time. I don't know how we can ignore that. And I'm not saying that we're doing it intentionally. Yes, we've had some good seasons where some of those quarterbacks could compete, but we haven't had the roster that we've always had. It's some years when we got really good rosters, and then there's some years where it's like, y'all know that this roster is not better than half of the league that we got going on out here.
Yeah, I agree.
Lions just picked another
Yep.
tight end, Theo Johnson from Penn State.
Oh, here beast. I like him.
He's not really that fast, but he's a pretty good
Blocker.
blocker. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and he does make some
Yep.
red zone plays. That's not a bad pick. They got Darren Wallace, so I think he's going to be their backup in case unless Darren gets hurt. That's not a bad pick in the fourth round, though. I don't think. Another good pick by the Giants, in my opinion. God rest in souls. I mean, God rest in peace to my brother, who's a heck of a Giants fan. I know he's smiling down. They've been doing pretty good in this draft and free agency this year.
Yeah, no question. Especially that
Their
neighbors.
defense, their defense is going to be in the top 10 in my opinion again this year because they've been improving over the last couple. Like I said, they've been bad. Sorry, at the bottom of the list, but I think that's honestly because of Daniel Jones. So if he after this year, I don't know if he gets another shot, but he's got neighbors. So again, you finally giving him an actual weapon, and this is what I don't want to happen to Washington. I don't want them to wait 5 years or year six before they get Daniel some help. Like it need that wide receiver, if not throughout the year, or if they don't do some type of trade throughout the year, if that seems to be an issue, gonna have to make the biggest splash next year at that first pick with a wide receiver. There's got to be somebody who's a really, really quality guy that you feel like can change your franchise. Because again, like I said, if you don't get the numbers that you want to get out of Terry this year, you're gonna threaten to possibly lose him, in my opinion. And I know fans don't want that. I don't want that because again, you got to figure out who you're gonna replace him with. And I don't want Brandon Ayuk if you don't get him this year. If you don't get him this year, I don't want a trade for Ayuk next year. I don't feel like that's the way you go. You either get the quarterback some help right away, or you get him players that he played with later, like the Derek Carr and Devontae Adams trade. It worked when it got there, but I feel like y'all waited so long to get that together that's why it got broken up right away. You know what I'm saying? Both guys are already at max money. It's hard to bring in one guy and still get the team help here and there. Da, 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 da. So while these guys are young, I want y'all to try to make these moves while y'all can do it now. In 5 or 6 years, Daniels, lo and behold, will probably be at his second contract. If he has any good seasons before then, you're talking about having to pay a quarterback $100+ million. So you need to get the guys that he's going to be throwing to and the talent in here now while they can grow together. Or like I said, next year, year after next, you get you a top receiver. That receiver will be on rookie contract. Your quarterback will have his big contract, will be close to his contract. Maybe you can wait. We still got $70 million, so it's not like we can't pick up a high price wide receiver from somebody else that they just have to let go. You know what I'm saying? So we got some options. They just don't fall in our lap right away.
Yeah, we definitely now looking at it. An edge, wide receiver, or another tackle or linebacker for me. That's the way I'm seeing it right now. And all together right now is pretty decent. It's not a aha moment, but it's a I see. So like I said, I'm happy right now, but we got to see. We only got two picks. We don't have a fourth round or six, I think.
No,
So
we got a
fifth and
six.
the
We got fifth and sixth.
no.
We don't have a seventh. We don't got a fourth or seventh.
Oh, okay. So y'all got to dig deep on these last two here, because these last four y'all have potential starters. So dig deep and see what you can get.
Want it all. I won't leave a breadcrumb. Oh, oh, please. Oh, 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 please. Want it all. I won't leave a breadcrumb.
So I mean, again, I feel like um I did like what y'all did. I mean, I did like what you said about Big Son, what you said about, as far as wanting the linebacker. I do want a linebacker. I think that you have to replace at least on the edge. I mean, of course they went and brought in the two guys from Dallas and brought in some help on the edge. But I think getting somebody, a rookie or a young guy won't hurt you there. And I think getting another receiver doesn't hurt you.
We got two. Y'all know we bought in what? We bought in Wagner, bought in Luvu, bought in Chin, and didn't we bought in another linebacker as well? We bought in like 4 or 5 linebackers.
Yeah.
To sign a linebacker this far down in a draft that isn't linebacker crazy or edge rusher crazy, I promise I'd wait till next. You could skip out the first round next year, and your second and third pick could be defensive players, and they're still going to be good. Next year is going to have so many defenders out, and offense can't be ignored. It's just a part of the game. Like I said, just like Rose said, all of these guys are not going to pan out for the teams that they're with right now right away. So teams are going to panic. Teams are going to pick other guys offensively next year because players are going to have good years against some of the players that they picked or just some of the veterans that they already have on the roster. So they're going to have to pick offense. So defense is still going to be heavy next year. I don't think you have to go get all of your defenders next year because you still got to see Jamin Davis not coming back. Well, not signing his 5th-year option means that this is a test year. You don't go pick a linebacker because that almost tells your linebacker that you didn't sign the contract that we're just not going to work with you, period. And you should have just let him go or traded him before going out to sign somebody before giving them an opportunity. You already have other guys you bought out, and let those guys either work with him to teach him what y'all need him to do, or you put him on the field and see what you get from him, whether you move on from it or not. Picking another linebacker right now in a draft that's not linebacker heavy, I feel like it's a waste of pick. You need a wide receiver group. This wide receiver group needs some size. Even if you go out and get another guy like a Chris Sams, where you just get height and he's not going to play a lot, but he does specific things that helps your team in whatever your scheme is. Again, I feel like they did great in free agency on defense. Everything should have been, well, not everything. That cornerback, I definitely feel like you need it, but I think you should focus a lot on the offensive side because that's, even though we ranked on that side of the ball last year, I really don't think we were that good on that side of the ball, and we just don't know what we would get from a lot of our offense with that being a tanking season. So,
yeah, I think with Quinn, I would like to see Quinn. I mean, with Quinn, I think you got to really, I mean, make sure that the defense is on point. I mean, the offense is on point. Sorry, because you do have a defensive head coach. I think he'll know how it'll be easier for him to fix that
the
side of the
defense.
ball.
Yeah.
than it
Now,
will be.
with even though he's not the offensive coach in Atlanta, he had some pretty good years at offense, and I think that was the years you were saying that
Yeah.
Kyle was there.
Right.
So if he has success with his coordinator with Kingsbury, like he did with Kyle, and Kingsbury and Kyle are two totally different people. I can't say that Kingsbury is Kyle. Kyle is a different breed. I will say that Kingsbury not having the responsibility of being the head coach makes his job more focal to just what you have to do. You don't have to worry about everybody else. You just worry about the quarterback and what you want to develop with that. And I think that that's a good thing, but we got to see it work. I'm saying we've been so disappointed with some of the things that this organization has done that it can't fail. It's gonna disappoint us so badly that we're gonna call it. We're just gonna call it a waste if it doesn't work
Right.
right away. And
Right.
and I'm more patient than that as a person, but with the history
Yeah. The trajectory. If the trajectory is not good, it's normally not good. If it's headed south, it normally goes south here. That's just normally how it works. If it's mid, it normally stay mid. If it's good, it normally goes down too, to be honest. Um, However, the trajectory normally kind of tells you what you're looking at. And I think Redskin fans are, and we've had enough, we have had so many regimes over the years. It's not hard for us to spot if it's going in the right direction or if it's not. A lot of times we do get overhyped. That is what we do in Washington. We do get overhyped. And so we will we would just go off the hinge and ask for extra and do extra when we'll do extra sometimes, but a lot of times it's easier for us to spot something that will work as opposed to something that won't, as it would be than the other fan base, because we've had so many different regimes over the past 20 years. It's like it's not hard for Redskin fans to say, "Oh, nah, that's not working. That ain't gonna work over here."
Yeah. I think all Reds. I will give all Redskin fans that. There are some that's just a little unreasonable, but most of us can see when something's not going to work. We all know it's not going to work because we've seen in 23 years, we've almost seen every scenario the NFL has run anywhere else. We've been through the Brown. 32 quarterbacks in 23 years is crazy.
Right.
Crazy. Right. Since 1991, we've had 32 starting quarterbacks. The only team that beats us out, I believe, is the Bears. Is the Browns.
Yeah.
That's crazy. For imagine we've won every Super Bowl with a different quarterback. So it's not like we needed a quarterback to stay 10 years each time. But it's crazy to be such a popular organization and such a loved fan base and not have something for longevity at that position.
Yeah, no stability.
Yeah, that's just crazy. And like I said, us holding and not holding on, but us looking at and remembering the memories of RG3 and how so many people are putting that on this kid, which is just unfair. But again, like I said, we've been hurt so much, but we've seen so many things before. Like, and I told y'all before, like this looks like the Andrew Luck RG3 draft to me.
Does it?
Yeah, yes. The only difference is that once those two quarterbacks got picked, nobody else waited to do the Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson. They just said, nope, we're gonna get them right now. We're not gonna wait to the second or third round. We're gonna boost all of them up right now and get that right now. And that's what I'm saying. Like JJ McCarthy was picked too early, in my opinion. Bo Nix picked too early, in my opinion. Michael Penix Jr., especially if you do not start him in the first 8 games, you picked him too early. Not that you couldn't get him, but I don't understand because here's the thing. If I'm Atlanta, you got to be settled on what your decisions are. You do not spend $180 million if you think that you're going to get a quarterback in this year's draft.
Yeah, that's
it's so much more you can do for your team than throw away $100 million, bro.
Yeah, but that's why I was so perturbed about us getting a defensive tackle because we've spent $200 million at the position.
Well, no, but see that's that. Remember, I was telling you the same thing with Sweat and Young. All it is, and maybe because I'm a person first before a businessman first, I kind of think about emotions and think about like what people will feel. Well, guess what? I know this to be a fact. In business, as men, feelings are not supposed to exist. They will tell you that. You are not supposed to put your feelings in business. You will get hurt every time. So business-wise, this is a business move to say, hey, Payne, you're a captain. If you don't have a captain-like season this year, Allen, you're a captain. If you don't have a captain-like season this offseason, if your motor isn't on high, Deron Payne, if your motor isn't on high, hey, instead of Mathis, who can't do what either one of you guys can do, I'm going to bring in a guy that can do the same thing that you guys can do. Maybe not at y'all level right now. You guys got 8 years experience on him. But because he's younger and he's going to be hungry, at least we expect, his motor is going to be there. And if we can get production from him more than we can from one of the guys we're paying 40 to 60 to 80 to $90 million to, I don't say get rid of him because, again, he's been here so long. I'm used to hearing the name or seeing the player. But if you get production out of that guy and you can save money right there to add to your team somewhere else, I understand the move. Now, again, I'm only saying that I understand it because it's a new coaching staff. You know what I'm saying? We're used to the players because, again, since Gruden and Rivera, which both seem like two coaches that were just sent here to run us in the ground. We've
Right.
had players that we fell in love, fell in love with or just gotten used to, and we don't want to see them let go. I apologize to the fan base for maybe not seeming like as if I was such a Chase Young fan. It is not that. The talent of the kid, if y'all go back to our shows, and I'm sure we'll play it back because we probably do a draft special where we just go through the drafts or something like that from the last few 10 years and play y'all's excerpts. I was high on him coming out. My man Rowe was not high on him coming out because he thought that we should have gotten Justin Jefferson. Completely understood. I was high on Chase because of his motor. But when I watched the film, even in college, sometimes he let his talent get the best of him and he started to be lazy. And I saw that with us. I'm not calling out something that I wanted to see. I'm calling out what I do see. And anybody that's extremely talented does not give up on themselves. They're technically sound. Aaron Donald, technically sound. Max Crosby, technically sound. Nick Bosa, technically sound. Khalil Mack, technically sound. If they're tired, they raise their hand up, they get out the game. They play through certain things, and Chase was not doing that to me. Yes, the injury did make a big deal. But even in the first year, I was saying the same stuff. Why is he standing up at a defensive end? That is what linebackers do. That's not what defensive ends do. You have no push like that. You have no content. Your strength is in your hips. Standing up, this means you got to now bend after you've already been running straight up to get the power. And I don't like that. I saw that from the beginning. I don't want players that are going to be like LeVar Arrington. LeVar Arrington was one of the guys that I love. I got two LeVar Arrington jerseys, the black one and the white one. Okay. And that kid disappointed the crap out of me his last season with the Redskins because he was just giving up. Now, to learn the backstory and know his money was being played with and stuff like that, because he did change a lot of that when he went to the Giants. But I don't want players like that on my team. If you got issues and you can't handle them before you get on the field, y'all can go. I don't have time for that. I have time for us being winners. Winning organizations don't have these continued problems season in and season out. You know what I'm saying? So I want the players that want to play with us. I want a coaching staff that understands what players are going through, can handle those things. If they can't, hey, let's move on from the player, wish them the best of luck, bring somebody in who's willing to work, and let's go. The goal is supposed to be the Super Bowl, the playoffs first, the Super Bowl next. And if we focus on anything other than that, I don't know what we're doing.
I agree. My exact sentiments around here. I hate to see somebody go, but if letting them go is going to leap us to another level and get to where we want to go, hey, they got to go. And that's what I was speaking about last night about everybody around here. I don't care who it is. You got to be held accountable. You know what I'm saying? Now that we got new regime, new people at the head, and they doing new things, they got to move in that direction and move like that if we want to make something of this regime y'all got going on here. Because if you don't, it's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be uglier, in my opinion, if y'all don't start doing some of the moves that you were just speaking about. Because, like you say, I mean, shit, I mean, excuse my French, but the last 20 something years, like this been going on. This dysfunction, you know what I'm saying? Letting people linger around and giving people captain uh positions, and they not doing what captains do. You know, captains that have captain, you got that C on you. You playing a certain level of ball out there, and it hasn't been no accountability in that department around here for a long time. So if they gotta go, I agree with it.
Right.
If they ain't producing, that's too much money on the line for you not to be producing.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Like I said, I will totally agree with our fan base. I personally did not like the defensive tackle pick at that spot. Once Leo pointed out that teams were picking best player available, and that's how the draft was kind of going at that moment for maybe about 10, 15 picks. I don't agree with it. I have to see it on field to give it a real grade. To give it a grade when I don't understand it is unfair to our fan base because I'm going to be biased and like it in some way, even when I'm giving myself a reason to understand it. But as a football coach and as a football fan, just that by itself, I have no idea why you wasted the pick on a defensive tackle. I'm sorry. If we were going to be honest, I can give it a good grade because I can try to understand it. But until I see it, I can't shape it for something that it might not be. Because if they don't play it the way that we all talking about it, then this is going to be a pick that I don't understand at all. I would have rather you, and I said that. I think I said that yesterday. You were better off just trading out of the spot and getting more value.
Yep. Getting us value for today. You know, if
Because
that's
you let up
you
so
know,
many tackles. You let up so many tackles right there. Like you could have used that on the tackle. You could have got the same tight end. You had the second best tight end in the draft, so you didn't need the tight end because you got that with the next pick after that. That defensive tackle didn't need to be picked. It wasn't an immediate need. It was not an immediate need in comparison. You could have picked one of the cornerbacks. You could have got Quinyon Mitchell right there. That runs a faster 40 that's a little bit taller. And I figured out that Cooper DeJean pick. He's going to be a safety with the Eagles, and Quinyon will be a cornerback. So that's why they picked two corners back to back. But outside, I like I said, I don't know. With the need of wide receiver, even if you're going to put Dotson at the 2, you're forcing yourself to put Dotson at the 2 because you didn't pick a wide receiver with the second round pick. You had a Donnie Mitchell before your second, third round pick. Before that, I think you might have had Malachi Corley was available before the last third pick. And then you traded out of your pick to get another second round pick with the Eagles. So, I mean, like I said, in hindsight, I can shape it so that I understand it, but immediately without seeing it on the field, I don't understand that.
yeah, it's
Bro, what you got?
I think
I think with honestly, what y'all saying is true. I mean, it's getting to the point to now where with Payne and Allen, and this is my thing with it. With more than anything, it's I don't want to waste their good years. I think you have with two good talent, with two good tackles like that. That is the makings of teams that go deep in the playoffs. That's what we had with our Redskin team. We had Butts and we had Charles Mann. You know what I'm saying? So you know that whenever you have two good tackles like that, to me, you should be deep in the playoffs because you can at least control one side of the line of scrimmage. You should be able to control them. You
Right.
know, so I don't want to waste their years. And if you could somehow get better in another area by not having them, whatever. But I do think that you at this juncture, it's either sink or swim with them. You know what I'm saying? If they're gonna be the anchors of your team, you got to make them that. So that means regardless of whether we have Chase Young or whoever we might have, Martez, whoever we have on the edges, it shouldn't negate what production you get out of them.
Right.
You know, and so I think that was way too big of a drop off when Sweat and Young left. For my liking, it was way too big of a drop off. I don't know if that would have been the drop off if, let's say, Payne left and Sweat was still there. You see what I'm saying? Or I even think even if Chase Young was still there, whoever else left, I don't know if it would have been that same drop off. So I'm definitely highly interested to see if that level, if that level of play raises. You know what I'm saying? Because it didn't look good when they left, and so yeah. If you bring in this guy that you say is it can play up to their level. The guy was ranked really high though. The guy was ranked as the second tackle in the draft. Defensive tackle. The guy that we got was ranked super high on every single board. So and Illinois did have a good defense, to be honest with you.
Clemson,
It wasn't dominant.
Clemson.
I mean Clemson. Sorry, not Clemson, not Illinois, Clemson. Is he from Clemson?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the defensive tackle.
Yeah.
No, he's from Illinois. He's from Illinois.
Talking about Newton?
Newton, yeah. Newton is ranked high on everybody's board. Newton is ranked super high on everybody's board. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Super high.
Back Illinois.
Yeah,
It's
he's right.
I thought it was Clemson.
Yeah, he's ranked super high on everybody's board. So I mean, he
Yeah,
might
that's
be
what
a
I'm saying.
gem.
Remember I told you he a first round grade. He was the 30th play. He was the 30th ranked player in the whole draft. Like athlete. That's what I'm saying.
So,
Not even ranked defensive tackle. He's the 30th ranked athlete in the entire draft.
yeah.
As I said, we got a first round player in the second round with an extra pick, basically because we had traded with the Eagles. It was just the fact that I don't think that defensive tackle is the immediate need right now. And now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, that may be Adam Peters playing the game ahead of the like playing the chess game ahead of the game. You know what I'm saying? He may be saying, okay, Quinn likes aggressive tackles. You can see that with signing Grady Jarrett when he was with Atlanta. With Dallas, they picked up two defensive tackles 2 years in a row because the first one that they got didn't work out, and then they got one last year. You know what I'm saying? Because he wanted somebody on that aggressive side. Right. Understood. Again, as when we got Dan Quinn, I said that some of these guys are going to be moved or he's going to draft certain things because he has a certain philosophy. I don't see where Payne and Allen aren't a jewel for you. That's something you don't even have to worry about. You don't have to try to draft Grady Jarrett when you already got these guys who are at that level right now. Now, Payne and Allen have both had seasons where they've had a decent amount of sacks from that position.
Yeah.
So I don't understand picking another player who can do the same thing unless you're just adding to your depth to say that the Ridgeways and the Mathises are for like third and short, fourth and short. I'm not going to put my pass rushers in those situations in that case.
Well, and not only that, let's think about it like this too, which I said yesterday. If I slide Allen, for instance, over
to the end
to end, and I bring this guy in with Payne, you virtually still have three really good pass rushers.
Yes.
That are that are on the field at one time.
And that's what I was saying last night because of those rotating guys, the Fowlers, the Armstrongs, the Farrells, like. You have versatility now where now you can put players in for certain stuff. Mind you, Fowler is a pass rusher. He's nothing but he's not stopping the run. He's a pass rusher. Yeah. So on third down, you're likely to get him in the game. You're likely to maybe get an Armstrong in the game or say, hey, we're going to move Allen out because Allen's our captain. We still want to have him there on the outside to keep that edge clean and use Payne and use this other guy, Newton, as pass rushers in the middle. It's a lot of running quarterbacks now. Most of the time is about, remember we were saying last year wasn't even about getting the sack more than it was keeping quarterbacks in the freaking pocket.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So this guy, by being a pass rusher, he's not only keeping you in the pocket, but he's chasing the quarterback. Payne can hold this spot. Allen can hold this spot. You know what I'm saying? So you need those guys that can kind of create that box where the quarterback can't get outside of that and is forced to throw from that spot.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I do think it gives us a lot of versatility up front. And again, the guy ranked as one of the higher players. I think he's the highest ranked player that we got outside of Jaden Daniels. So
that tight end too, though. Bro, that tight end.
Yeah.
That tight end is a fence and that is a crazy, bro.
Hey, bro, I watched a little bit of film on him last night while I went to sleep. Man, Slim, man, that's what I wanted. I don't know about everybody else, but I've been crying for a tight end for the last
Seattle with Tyrese Knight, FBS leading tackler last year, leading solo tackler, gone to Mike McDonald with the Seahawks.
Okay. So what you got, Point? What do you want to see out of moving forward in this draft? What do you got?
It's like the 15th pick of the fourth round. 16th pick of the fourth round.
So, I mean, because we don't have a fourth round pick,
we don't got no.
Because we don't got a fourth round pick.
Nah,
no, we don't have
a fifth and a sixth.
No, we don't have a fourth and a sixth.
So we got a fifth and a seventh.
We got 2 fifths and a seventh.
Okay. So we got 3 picks today. I thought it was 2. Good look.
We got 3.
Good look.
The fifth round pick, our fourth round pick, we swapped with Seattle for Sam Howell for that fifth round pick.
All right.
Yeah, that was a part of the Sam Howell trade.
Yeah.
So But like I said, I think we addressed all of the major issues, right? And now I am looking for them to go get a splash player, somebody that maybe just for the system type of thing. Is that making any sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
On either side of the ball. That makes sense.
Yeah. So just go get that player that can be the Wes Welker. Not saying that it'll be Wes Welker, but go get a player that can be that can be just like a Dante Fowler on the Cowboys last year. Somebody that came in, played a couple,
Yeah, I still want to see them get a. I still want to see them get a tackle, man. I think you still need a tackle, in my opinion. That's one thing I will say.
Jeremiah Trotter is a person if he has, I don't think he gone off the board yet.
Linebacker.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about. I think you need a tackle, a offensive tackle. No, I would like to see them get another one.
Bro, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying that Jeremiah Trotter, in my opinion, is somebody that you might want to consider right now in this spot, in a fifth pick if he doesn't get drafted before that, because they had a fourth.
That's round grade on. When you start, I was like, don't let no.
Right.
I ain't asking that nigga no more, bro. Y'all can't do it. I'll wait till the next day.
Again, I mean, this is the meat. This is where the meat comes in at. Center was taken, I think, by Pittsburgh, if I ain't mistaken.
A guard, Mason McCormick.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, man. So I think you gotta everybody's adding those extra nuances. You know what I'm saying? Everybody act like it was a tight end that just went off the board. So I mean, everybody's adding those extra juice. I mean, sorry, a center that just went off the board. So everybody's asking, trying to find those extra pieces. You know what I'm saying?
But this is what I was talking about, where I felt like the teams should have been addressing these positions earlier, but they were picking the best player on the board instead of picking the team need right away. And that's why I said that I think teams are gonna mess up. There are a few teams that I think needed those players, like what we was talking about last night with the tackle. When I was like, the Bengals picked the tackle that they did. They picked the guy Mims, but Mims is a run blocking type tackle. Georgia didn't have a lot of pass blockings. Even had 156 pass blocks all of last year. That's not a lot for somebody you're asking to protect the quarterback who's been hurt 2 of the 3 seasons that he played. When you had a more versatile tackle, to me, in the guy that was from Washington.
But you got to also see how well he does pass block. Maybe he wasn't asked to do it a lot, but that's one of his skill sets, and especially if it can go.
It can't be a skill, Leo, at 156 attempts when when alt attempts were in the 600s or 700s, and they don't pass the ball, bro. Michigan and McCarthy don't pass the ball like that. So for him to have 600, I'm saying that for your top tackle in the draft to have 600 snaps at pass blocking, and the next tackle to get picked as high, or not next tackle, but one of the next tackles to get picked high has 50 to 60 to 70% less snaps at that. I don't know how well he does that in comparison to what he does do well. When there's a Washington tackle that went right after that they literally said was one of the most versatile tackles in the draft.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that maybe Mims wasn't asked to pass block a lot, but maybe on his pass block reps, though, that he could hold up to. And I understand it's not as consistent as somebody like a Joe Alt, but if he got that skill set in his arsenal, is what I'm saying. Like, that might be something in his arsenal that he just didn't have to display very much.
I think the Bengals, without Joe Mixon especially, are going to be a passing team. I don't think they're going to turn into a 400 carry a season running team. So now you pick the tackle that you're now going to go away from his skill set and make him pass block. He's a beast at run blocking. Nobody's messing with this dude in run blocking. We're going to say, let's do what Bieniemy did last year and not run the ball. That's a bad pick, in my opinion. Again, we could be wrong. And like you said, they could say that he has a better skill set at this and they just didn't use it that much. I have to see it. And until I see it, to see that, okay, maybe some of these guys didn't make good picks, or maybe the picks were were coached up right. But I don't. I think I think some of the teams just reached a little bit on just trying to grab the best player on the board and not the best player for them.
I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I do agree with that. I'm just saying that when I scouted Mims specifically, and it's only because we talking about Mims right here. It's not like every other play, because I do agree with you about versus best player on the board. You gotta get people to fit what you want to do, and I think that this may be an indictment on what some of these teams will be doing in the future as well, though. So maybe they do feel like they can get better at run blocking. Maybe they feel like he's a decent pass blocker and not a liability, but a good pass blocker as well. But we need to run the ball a little more, so we need somebody that can help do that.
Yeah, I give you another one like Rome with the Bears. I looked at that. Rome is not a route runner. Like he doesn't run. He just walks up to the receiver, boxes him out, turn around, and jump for the ball. And that's not bad. That's a situational receiver. But I wouldn't have picked Keenan Allen as a free agent and then go and get Rome Aduzier because I feel like they're the same exact wide receiver.
But I think that might work out to his benefit because DJ Moore can be that guy that runs the routes.
No, what I'm saying is that you now have a one receiver and then two 2A receivers. Where one of these guys are going to have to be the slot, and Allen being the slot can't teach Aduzier how to be a number 2 and play slot at the same time.
But how long do you? This is the thing. How long do you have Keenan Allen realistically?
For 3 years.
I'm saying like he's old. He's older. Not saying he's old because I don't feel like he's old. He's older. He's in the latter stages of his career. Getting a Rome Aduzier right now to help and let Keenan Allen coach him up because they are kind of the same player. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if you still had Maury, I would have understood that. You're forcing one of those guys to play a position that's different than he got to teach. Keenan Allen can't be a coach and on the field at the same time. That's what I'm saying. He's going to be on the field as the slot guy. How do you teach the number 2 rookie how to be a number 2 when you got a job to do as the slot? If he was just on the roster and he was coaching Rome up from the same position, makes all the sense. I'm saying that you have 3 other wide receivers that were on the board that you could have gotten that were different complement receivers to what Caleb Williams could have done. You could have picked a slot receiver. You could have picked the Malachi Corley in that situation or traded out, got something else, or got your Jared Verse to help with your linebacker situation because they needed linebacker help in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm not mad at the pick. I'm just saying that better suited rather than best player on the board.
I mean, like, I'm gonna be real. When Mike Evans and Vincent Jackson was together for those 2 years, I think they worked out pretty well.
Those are the only 2 guys on their squad, bro. They didn't have no slot like that.
That's what I'm saying. Godwin was there, right? I thought Godwin, that was his first year.
Yeah, but Godwin's not a slot receiver. He's an outside receiver, so he didn't get a lot of work on the inside. That's what I'm saying. Like Keenan Allen is a veteran. He can play all 3 spots.
Yeah.
Cool. But because they got rid of Daryl Morey, they don't have a slot receiver, which means that the guy that can teach you has to play slot.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think I personally called last night and said that the Bears should have a pretty good season. So I think that it can work out. I just feel like that was one of those picks that just goes with what I was saying as far as picking a player based on best player on the board rather than the player that we could, you know what I'm saying, benefit from the most. Caleb Williams had Jordan Addison. After Jordan Addison, you got Brendan Rice. Brendan Rice runs route. Oduzier doesn't run routes like that. Like you can go look at his film. He's not really a heavy, like hard runner to running his routes and all of that because he feels like he can win on the jump ball, which is still a skill. That's a specific skill that they could use though. I'm not saying that it's not something that they could use. Caleb can make all of the throws. So if you're specifically running certain stuff for him, I think that it can work. But if you pick the receiver, like a Brian Thomas, like that's just a different receiver from DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, rather than having one that's similar to one that you already have on the roster. It was just more about the type of picks that the guys were making, not whether that one was going to work out or not.
I mean, I agree. Like I said, I do agree with picking what you need. But like I said, maybe schematically, because you got to think about it. Now, they're, with the exception of DJ Moore, all of their receivers are pretty big. Maybe they want to be a big physical team. And so they say we need...
Jalen Wright, running back Tennessee, just went to the Dolphins. Go ahead. My bad.
Damn. The Dolphins job be picking them. Because when you got him and... And Ache,
that guy. Yeah, this guy right got some speed.
They still got Mostert too.
Yeah, and they got Mostert. Yeah, don't forget about Mostert. They
this guy
beefing
can
up.
run. This guy can
trying
run.
to beat they trying to beat the Chiefs, but they got to go play in the cold to do that.
Yep. Them 3 running backs, man. That's a really good running back one right
He
there.
had a 53 against Kentucky, 83 against Cincinnati, a 90-yarder.
Shorty a beast. Shorty's the truth.
They say if he get a crack, he out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, Shorty the truth, man. I ain't got no hate for that one.
Yeah. So they got A-Chain.
He might not.
They got A-Chain.
They got 3 running backs already.
And right.
They got Gaston too. A Gaston or something that started with a G. He was hurt. He got hurt his first year. But they got 3 running backs in Miami. It's gonna be hard for Shawty to make the team unless they drop somebody. They're gonna have to drop somebody or put somebody on the practice squad.
They probably will drop the Gaston, the last person.
Yeah.
A-Chain was A-Chain, how do you say his name? He was one of the starters basically.
Yeah. No, he ended up starting.
Yeah. And Moses has been a basically running back by committee running back for a long time now.
Because he keep getting hurt. He was a starter, but he kept getting hurt.
I mean, even with him starting, in the NFL, don't get me wrong. In my opinion, this is just my opinion.
AJ Barner, tight end, Michigan, goes to the Seattle Seahawks.
You need just like a backup quarterback. You need
the Bears picked the punter, Torrey Taylor from Iowa. A punter. He Ray Guy Award winner. Nation's top punter.
It's part of the game, man.
Almost 5,000 yards punting last year.
I mean, hopefully we get Tress Way back on the
No. Tress Way needs to be the worst player on the team.
No, say we can get him back on the up and up the way he's playing well. I don't care if he's the worst or the best as long as he's playing well.
No. What I'm saying is that if he's playing well, we're not playing well as a team. I want him to be I want him to be the worst player on the team. That means that we had a pretty good season. What you talking about?
Yeah.
Anytime he has a great year, nigga, we are picking in the first 10 picks.
We're going to need him though. With the weather, the way the weather is in DC, especially in the winter times, you're gonna need a good punter.
Nah, last year was his only bad year to me. Like last year was a bad year for him. But I mean, again, I even asked, how many years do you want your punter to be the best player, bro? Like he should be tired. His legs should be tired right now, bro.
Right. I agree.
Give him a break, bro. Let him come in and be a specialist, like Coffin Corner it.
Jersey number or not?
Huh?
Did they say if Tress Way was gonna give up his jersey number or not?
He don't have a choice, bro. What are you talking about?
Tress Way?
Yes.
Tress Way is number 5.
He don't have a choice. He don't make enough money to. He's gonna sell it. He's gonna $500,000. You can have it. What are you talking about? He don't make $2 million. He's gonna sell that for a little bit of the rookie money. What are you talking about?
Hey, no, that's what I'm saying. But it wasn't confirmed that that's what he was going to do.
Yeah, because ain't nobody asking no punter about giving your number up. You gonna trade your number?
Twitter.
Yeah, he gonna take the 5.
Yeah, you gonna lose that, buddy. Don't even worry about that. That's not even. He got picked with the number 2 pick. I don't even drafted, Tress.
Yeah.
Cade Stover, Ohio State to the Texans.
Oh my God!
Gets his tight end.
Oh my God!
His actual tight end from school.
That's crazy. You go get Cade Stover, and you got all them weapons already. And Cade Stover could block and receive, so that's a really good pick. I had Cade Stover as one of my top tight ends. Him, Sanders, the guy we got, I can't say his name yet, but
Jared Wiley. Jared Wiley out of TCU.
Name Benson.
Yeah.
Jaheim Bell.
Yeah. I mean, this is it's getting thick. It's getting thick. It's getting thick.
The Texans is in win now mode.
I can't hate him for that though.
Nah, not at all. route and the success of that is like amazing.
You know why I like day 4 too? Because they let some of the wild people come in and do the presenting on the last days. You know what I'm saying? Whoever they can get.
So I got a question. What do you think is the biggest team need right
now?
I think
it's a tackle, and I want to see another receiver too. I like the receiver we did get. You know, I can't talk with so much trash on it, but I still think we need another tackle. That's in my opinion.
We picked the tackle.
I don't like him at tackle. I like him at guard. So I would say tackle if you asked me.
That's your opinion.
We picked up Allegretti and we picked up Coleman, and we still have Lucas and Brayden Daniels.
Yeah,
I still have 12 linemen right now.
All right, what? Anybody else?
I wouldn't mind another another tight end, but who we got coming back? Not Bates. No, I think Bates is coming back. Yeah, Ertz, Sanat, and Bates. You add Zacchaeus, that's a body. You add McCaffrey, that's another body. On top of Brown, Dotson, and Wichicombe. I think you still got Tinsley. And then the rest of the people going to be undrafted free agents coming in. Edge rushers, if you pick one, I really don't like. Where's KJ Henry play if you pick another edge rusher? Where's Khalif Hudson go at if you pick another edge rusher? Like that's what I'm saying. You still got KJ Henry, and I don't recall Khalif Hudson leaving. I mean, I double check real quick, but he's on the Saints now.
Oh, Khalif Hudson, yeah, he did go to the Saints. Which that's somebody else I felt like we should have gave. I mean, I don't know.
He wasn't doing that much, bro.
I mean, depends on who you end up with. Because we said that about Holcomb until we saw Barton.
Michael Walker, Keandre Jones, Jamin Davis, Anthony Pittman, Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, that's why I said Jeremiah Trotter would be somebody I would look into adding. Me personally, I'm not saying that that's the biggest need, but somebody I would look into adding.
Where y'all playing these guys? So I guess they would be backups.
Yeah, they would. That would be a depth pick. It wouldn't be, I mean, realistically, Bobby Wagner got about 3 years left or something like that.
You tripping. Bobby Wagner. So you are tripping. You don't got that though, brother.
It depends on how successful we are.
He is 34 years old.
What, 3 years? You think that's too much?
No, this year and next year. That is it. If we do bad, I don't got him coming back the year after that.
Yeah. If we do bad, I don't got him coming back even next year. But I'm saying if we're successful over the next 2 years, I got him playing one more year.
He's 2 years. I don't got him doing no more than this year and next year.
So if we get to the playoffs this year, and then we go deeper into the playoffs next year, you don't think he's going to go one more year?
Nah, because to be honest, linebacker is a position that the Mike linebacker especially is a position you can play and teach at the same time, because you make all the calls and you communicate throughout the whole thing. So whatever linebacker you pick up between this year, or like if Luvu's supposed to learn that position, if James is supposed to learn it, or if you plan on getting someone next year, you're gonna have 2 seasons, one with film on how you're supposed to play this position under Dan Quinn, and then 2, if we don't get somebody this year, we'll have somebody next year that's a quality fucking defensive player that will be able to learn that Mike spot. I think that Luvu should be able to take that spot over after Wagner, only because that's the best linebacker right up next. And I think he can be versatile to play both spots. But if you can find a Mike and you can leave Louvu where he is and have Wagner teach up on his last year. Use the film from the first year, and then his second year you can have him start, and then still bring in the rookie at some point in time. If we winning games by a certain amount of points, you can have the other middle linebacker sub in and stuff like that. I feel like you can teach it like that. And like I said, the film is the biggest part. The film and having somebody play the right way is what you can show the rookie. You know what I'm saying? The following all season or that following season, or when you have interest in bringing them in, I think you have what you want to say, hey, this is the player that we want. This is what we want him to do. And you can look at other teams' films and see if this player is running a similar defense the way that Wagner is from college, where you can see whether to translate or not. Bucky Irvin from Oregon, which he is fast as a mug, just went to Tampa Bay. They say he only run a 4.5, but Bucky is faster than that, bro, with equipment on, bro. At least it looks like it, because Bucky be balling. Yep.
Well, that's again, everybody's kind of maneuvering.
They be saying 4.5, bro. He be scooting though, bro. Oh, he about to juke the best out of this dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that that I think that's one of the things that we all are unanimous on. Is just that this is going to be a process nonetheless. I don't think it should be a process. I believe that when Dan Quinn, for instance, with Washington, I'll just take them for prime example. When Dan Quinn said we are recalibrating, that's what people expect. They don't expect you to blow it all up, even with a rookie quarterback. I don't think any team is going to be afforded the excuse of having a rookie quarterback with their respective teams to just come in. I think last year with Bryce Young kind of showed you that, especially with the Carolina fans, when they just stopped showing up and stopped coming all together towards the end of the season. So I think that the excuse of you have a rookie quarterback is not going to be the one. It's just not, you're not going to be afforded that opportunity to have that excuse. You're not. Because they're going to say why you couldn't do what CJ Stroud did. That's what it's going to be.
That's unfair. That's unfair as I don't know what.
I don't know if it's unfair.
No, it's unfair, but that's the truth. That's just what it's going to be.
Yeah.
Even though Bryce Young existed last year and his play existed last year, everybody, and I said that, bro, everybody's going to focus on how those guys played, and it's going to be all about what those young guys can do, because that's what the GMs are looking at. They're looking at what these veteran quarterbacks cost them, and they're looking at trying to win with young quarterbacks. That's the way to go for a GM, because you get to save the money and make all of that Super Bowl revenue. If you do it with $100 million plus quarterback, you got to do it more than one time.
Yeah,
I.e. like the Chiefs. Like, you gonna have to do it more than once. You gotta get there.
Bucky Irvin to the Tampa Bay Bucks, man. I like Bucky Irvin. He only fumbled one time in the last 4 years. So, I mean, that's my type of back right there. You know what I'm saying? So, Tampa Bay has gotten Barton Barswell, Tyke Smith, Jalen McMillan, and then Bucky from Oregon, the running back. So, I mean, Bucky Barton. So, I mean, Tampa Bay looks like they've really boasted up. Tampa Bay is one of my top picks. I mean, going into next year, I think that team is going to be really good. I mean, but they did lose Shaq Barrett, and that goes to show if they can replace him or not. I don't know if that's such an easy person to replace.
They lost a lot on their linebacker core.
Yeah, they lost Devin White as well. So, I mean,
Levante David retired?
Levante, did he retire? I don't think he retired.
I think, let me double check.
No, I thought he
he's returning to Tampa Bay for 1 year. On a 1 year, $7 million deal. I don't know if, man, we should have thought about that with him and Wagner. Ooh, I don't know. $7 million. I would have paid $7 million for Levante David, especially if I had Bobby Wagner already. Or was thinking about Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, but
that would have been nasty.
You don't wait. I just to me, you got to see what you're gonna get with Jamming. You get that $7 million up, Jamming not playing like that.
I like Jamming on the outside though.
Where you gonna
I
put
wouldn't
Louisville
mind
at?
him on the. That's what I'm saying. This before Louisville. I would swap Louisville for
Hell no.
I would. I don't know.
Louisville's gonna shore up your future at a spot that you haven't had a linebacker to count on in a minute. You was only gonna get 1 year from.
So you think he's better than? You think Louisville is better than David?
Right now, not total career wise, but right now, yes.
I don't know. Devontae David last year had 123 tackles.
Louisville
had 4.5
sacks.
134 tackles and 4.5 sacks. So let's see what Louisville had. All right. Let's see what he had last year. Let's see. Frank Louisville. All right, Louisville had 125 tackles with 5.5 sacks and no interceptions last year.
Yeah, forced fumbles. And I think you gotta go look at this.
He had no forced fumbles last year. No fumble recoveries.
TFLs.
Sorry, no, he did. He had 2 forced fumbles. He had one in the first game of the season, then one in the third game.
Yeah, look at his tackles for loss.
All right, let's see. Let's get somebody else in here. I just saw somebody click on. Who's that? That's Big Son. Yep. Let's see. Did we get a tackle for a loss? I ain't got that on here. I don't got that stat line up. Now I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, they ain't too far off from each other. Let me just say that. And again, it depends on what you're building. They wanted to my younger. Louisville is younger. He doesn't have any career interceptions though. That is alarming to me. I would like for him to be a better cover guy. So I would like to see him get some turnovers on the interception thing too. So I don't know how good he is in coverage.
It's only his second year starting.
Detroit is flexing up there. They ain't faking. They say that this NFL draft 2024 has broken the all-time attendance record. 700,000 fans and counting has attended the draft.
My man said that's because people was breaking in to the draft. Nah, that's for real. That's what they reported. That people was breaking into the gym.
That's crazy. They wasn't playing up there. They really wanted to be there out in Detroit. Shout out to Detroit, man. Being football, happy football. Again, this is the only time they actually, not only time. This is one of the few times in recent years
picked the running back
that they have been able to.
Saquon Barkley and all the Eagles picked the running back.
I mean,
you still need more than one running back, bro.
They have. Never mind, guys. Okay, y'all don't know who their backup running back is. Do y'all know who their backup running back is? Who started last year?
Who, Swift?
No, never mind. Nope. Go look it up, bro. That wasn't who started week 1 with the Eagles.
Oh, you talking about Miles? No, Miles Sanders left last year.
No. Keep going.
I don't know. I don't remember. I ain't gonna hold you. It's a good question.
I think his first name's Kenneth. I'll go back and let you guys research that real quick.
About Gainwell?
Yes, sir. 100 yards in the first
Um,
game. The next game that Swift got hurt, he had 90-something yards. Again, he started the season with them, but he has them already. Again, you have Saquon Barkley. You already got Gainwell. I don't know why you go get another running back unless you're leery on the injury
they got
prone.
Nicholas Lou. They got Barkley, Gainwell, and Nicholas Lou. But this guy, I mean,
Ray
I
Davis
don't
gone to
know.
the Bills. I like Ray Davis. Ray Davis played with Kentucky. Ray Davis went to the Bills. Ooh, yeah, that might be all right there.
How many picks do we
So
pick?
the Lions have gotten 2 defensive backs, and they just got an offensive tackle.
We 11 picks away.
Okay. So, do you use this pick? Listen, now this is where it gets thick at. Do you use this pick to try to trade for Brandon Ayuk?
San Francisco traded to move up.
I wouldn't.
They just traded, and they're picking right now. 49ers select. Who did they just trade with?
Yeah, I
Damn, and they
wouldn't.
got another pick coming up in 4 picks. I don't
Yeah, I
know who
wouldn't personally.
but they just traded up and got into this round, and then they got another pick coming up right after that.
Will Shipley went to the Eagles.
Yeah.
Ray Davis, the running back, went from Kentucky, then went to the Bills. So it's been 2 running backs off the board over the last 2 picks. So it seems to have gone running back crazy. You have Baltimore coming up with a pick. Kansas City is coming up. We'll see what they're going to do. I think with their 3rd or 4th pick. Then the Eagles have a bunch of picks coming up. I think we've already just selected 2. They got, I think, 2 or 3 more. Then the Chiefs again. Chiefs has another pick in the 4th round coming after that. And then the Jets coming up after that. So a lot of these teams have really stockpiled. Their picks. 49ers will be after the Jets. So, a lot of these teams have really stockpiled, their picks in this 4th round. This is where a lot of the gems come on in that. You know what I mean? You can get some real gems in this 4th round.
The 4th and 5th round to me is how good you are, how good you scout. If your team scouts well, the 4th and 5th round will be very valuable rounds. If your team does not scout well, the 4th and 5th won't even make the team.
Yeah.
Nah.
I can see that. I can
can see that. Not saying that every pick, but I'm just saying like there's a chance that they, you know what I mean, that's choppy about them making the team.
Nah, I honestly think that 4th and 5th round has got the most out of most safe picks, even if they don't pan out because they don't cost you that much money.
Yeah, but
4th and 5th round picks stay on the team. 4th and 5th round picks stay on the team until like teams will go through starters and all of that, and then they'll 4th or 5th round guys will end up starting because they don't cost that much. They can be on second contracts and still make less than what a 1st, 2nd, or 3rd round player got.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That depends on how well you scout because that's an indication that those are good football players. You get what I mean? Not necessarily high
Nah,
talent.
you're a good scout if your 4th or 5th round guy. If your 5th round guy starts, you're a really good scout if you can.
I mean, hell yeah.
Somebody that just
JJ McCarthy is the only player drafted in the top 10 by the Vikings at quarterback. The first quarterback to ever be drafted in the top 10 for the Vikings, JJ McCarthy.
And I feel kind of bad about that because that was more about necessity.
And why you feel bad for it though? He's a national champion, bro.
Nah. The reason I said I feel because that's a lot of pressure for somebody just in general.
Nah,
You know what I mean?
Minnesota don't feel like they got to win right away. They literally said that. They said that if they're winning and losses are not going to have to do with McCarthy.
Okay. Well, I mean that's a lot of pressure taken off of them, but
Yeah, they know what they lost in Kirk Cousins, bro. They already said that. But you ain't hear what he said. He the one that got snazzy. He said Kirk Cousins got diamond chains. I got championship rings.
hey, because you know
So
why? Though? That's
he
that.
put the pressure on itself.
No, you know what that is though. That's that Michigan State rivalry. Like Michigan State nigga carried y'all. Now y'all got a Michigan guy. It's a huge rivalry, like very big. Like,
I don't think Kirk matters in that regard. That Kirk wasn't even close to winning none of them.
No. What I'm saying is it matters to where like the Michigan State guy like backdoor job. You know what I'm saying? And that's a really big, huge. That is a Ohio State, type of rivalry with them. That's a real rivalry. That state rivalry, like a Colorado State now. You know what I mean?
Cousins, I don't know. I don't know if Cousins is how do y'all feel about it? Is Cousins handling this well? Is he not?
His agent went off.
I saw that. I definitely saw that.
But why would his agent listen? This is the thing. Why would his agent go off realistically, right? Kirk Cousins is in his 30s. He just coming off of Achilles tear, and they don't have a backup quarterback.
I would feel some type of way because if you get hurt, they drafted this guy in the top 10. If he comes in to have 2 or 3 good games, your career in that place is probably over.
But Ritter,
and you could have went to a team that wasn't going to do that. So that's why I would have felt some type of way.
My thing is that since they don't have Ritter, it's different if they had Ritter, and then you say, okay, why did they do that? Because we all didn't even know Ritter went to the Saints. So, I mean, you know what I mean? So it's like if they didn't have Ritter,
but you still, if you draft the quarterback, cool, draft a quarterback, but you ain't got to draft him top 10. I need a receiver. No, I need a receiver. You supposed to be getting me a receiver. You supposed to be getting me an offensive lineman. You supposed to be getting me something, not drafting my backup.
Y'all argue me down, saying that what was it yesterday? That damn, I can't remember what y'all said, but y'all argue me down. I was like, man, basically, forget Kirk. Damn, I can't think of what I was saying yesterday. Man.
I'm saying forget Kirk too. I'm saying if I'm Kirk Cousins, though, I still feel some type of way.
For what?
I just said why.
You a Pro Bowler, bro. If you
doesn't matter. You need to give me some help. You supposed to draft me something. A receiver, a lineman, a tight end, a running back. I can't hear you, Vito. I can't hear you.
He got a running back.
Hey, give me another receiver. He got Michael. We could have used a Duze.
They got Drake.
We could have used a Duze.
They got Drake London. As far as one of their wide.
I can't hear you, Vito. I can't hear you if you were saying something. We could have used a Duze.
Bruh. No, I mean
we could have used a Duze.
Oh yeah, that's what y'all argue me down about. That's what I was trying to say. Y'all argue me, and I think it was more V than other people about there not being any quarterbacks left.
Again, we could have used a Duze.
They weren't in line to get a Duze. A Duze was already gone to the Bears.
Okay, right. Okay, he's already gone. I'm saying we could have used one of these other receivers.
They were all second rounders after that.
We could have used the running.
Actually, Ricky Purcell with the 49ers, and then I think the Bills came in.
We could have used the defensive back. We could have used the defensive back. We could have used the safety.
They don't need defensive backs. They don't need defensive backs. They have pretty good defensive backs.
They did.
Atlanta do need some defensive backs. They need some defensive backs.
Their corners are not bad. I think they need a safety. For sure.
Use something else other than a backup quarterback is my thing.
I mean, Kurt is a 37-year-old, a 40-year-old guy.
If I'm Kurt, I'm feeling some type of way.
I mean, why are you feeling any kind of way when you got $100 million?
Type of way if I'm Kurt.
You have
I'm
guess
feeling
what?
some type of way.
Guess what? This is the first time somebody's actually held you to the fire to play what your contract's worth. So I actually applaud Atlanta. This is the
I'm not
first time
sold
that
up.
somebody's.
I said if I was Kurt, not if I'm Atlanta.
I don't care if you. That's what I'm saying. For the first time, Kurt, if you're listening to this, someone actually is challenging you to be what your contract is.
I like this
Washington
tight end
didn't.
Shipley got that they got Shipley.
Minnesota didn't, and now Atlanta is holding you to what your contract is worth. This 40 million. If you want to continue to get more than 180 million, you play like it. You play like you played with Minnesota and Washington. We will move on to Michael Penix Jr. and give you a little 25 million next year and hope you the best.
I like that guy Shipley though. That running back that the Eagles got, that guy's gonna compete. He ain't just about to go and get in there.
He's
and get
not
cut.
about to get a job.
He's going to
over
compete.
Saquon
No, that
Barkley.
look
He's
at that.
not
Now
about
I
to
ain't say
get a
over
job
Saquon.
over
We never
Saquon.
said over Saquon Barkley. But is
Compete
it a
for
spot
what?
on that roster? Yes, he could compete for a backup. He could compete.
Yeah,
He
did you
play
know who you
tight
named
end.
the third back was? The third back was nobody.
He's a lot like Debo Samuel. That guy.
Gainwell.
That guy's a lot like Debo Samuel. Shipley.
He's not better than Gainwell, bro.
I don't know. He might be.
No, bro.
He might be. He might be.
No,
Shipley
listen what I'm saying.
good.
I think he's going to compete with Gainwell for that second spot. Maybe.
Yeah. Why can't he compete?
Gotcha. I didn't say he was going to take it.
I ain't say he wasn't though.
He's going to compete for the third spot. Kenneth Gainwell would have been their starter if they did not get Saquon Barkley.
Whether he was going to be their starter or not, it don't mean this guy can't come in there and play well and get a job.
I didn't say that. I said he was going to be the third back.
He might be the second.
Hey, B, I don't think they would have let Swift go.
That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you. That's why I said that Gainwell is a beast, bro. They use Swift because Swift got he got shiftiness. Gainwell is just fast and was going to get you to your yards and stuff like that. Shipley has some shiftiness and stuff like that too, but most teams don't pick the same back and have them be their 1 and 2. Him and Saquon are similar of backs. Gainwell gives you a different changeup.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I think you're gonna make the roster. That's fine, but again, I would still feel some kind of way if I was Saquon Barkley. Y'all still haven't picked a center. They still have not picked a center. You have Travis.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. But don't get me wrong. The center position may be already. They might already have their replacement for Kelsey. Kelsey been in that spot for a long time. I don't who's on their depth chart behind Kelsey. And maybe that's I don't have as a plug and play. Not saying that they're gonna be as successful as Kelsey, but like we know who the guy next is, type of thing. Kelsey was a lot older too, not like he was a young guy. Yo. Yo.
Oh man, hold on.
Braylon Allen, running back, Wisconsin, to the New York Jets. That kid, Sion Vaki, that played running back and D-back, that Big Son showed us the clips on a while ago, he went to the Lions.
Okay.
Chiefs picked up his safety, Jaden Hicks.
Okay. So the Jets brought in Tyron Smith. The tackle from Dallas.
Yeah.
He went to the Jets.
Yeah, I'm aware. That's why I said they lost. That's why I was saying Dallas lost a lot. In this off season, when you add Biotis, you add Tyron Smith. I think they lost.
Scott Smith was injury prone though.
No, he played good with them though when he played last year.
No. It's not that he wasn't. He's really good, but he was injury prone with them.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
A lot of those guys that Dallas had picked up start getting injured and shit a lot, like often.
Yeah, over the last
running backs coming off the board sickly. Braylon Allen just from Wisconsin, the running back. He just came off the board, went to the Jets.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Dallas then lost Leo Collins, Tyron Smith, Tyler Biotis, and Zach Martin, if I'm not mistaken.
Nah. I'm a double check with that one.
What, Zach Martin?
Yeah.
I thought he retired.
Nah, he with the Cowboys.
Okay.
He's only 33.
Nah, my bad. Maybe that was just a rumor junk, but they say he was going to retire.
Nah, he's right now.
Huh?
I say he's still right. He's still there.
I mean, yeah, nah. If he's still there, he's still there. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Travis Frederick, Nick Martin, Zach Martin. They a little light after that.
Some of these guys are still young though. This guy, like the guy that the running back from Wisconsin that the Jets got, Braylon Allen, he's only 20 years old. So some of these guys are young, even though some of them are older. There are some guys who are younger too.
Yeah, but that's what I said. Those guys was gonna go later in the rounds because the teams are picking the older guys first, not because of their age, but they're picking them because those are guys that you expect they could play right now because of their experience.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to get the most out of whatever their contract is. Imagine a 24-year-old only being good until he's 27. It's hard to want to give him that much money when he's that old. It's hard to invest in someone when you don't got that many years left.
The Jets have went all offense. They got Fasanu,
Jacob
got
Cowing,
Braylon Allen
to the 49ers.
Okay. Who was that? You say it again?
Jacob Cowing, Arizona.
Okay, Jacob Cowing. Okay. The Jets went all offense. The Jets have gone all offense. They went Fasanu, they went Allen, and they went Malachi Corley. So they went all offense, all to bolster Aaron Rodgers on that other side of the football. I think they feel like their defense is pretty solid.
I mean, but even with that, you look at that as team building for the future. For real, if you continue to build this team around Aaron Rodgers, let's say Aaron Rodgers don't work out, right? You still got the opportunity to now go and just plug and play with a good quarterback. A Shador Sanders, like an Arch Manning maybe in a couple years. You know what I mean? True. So if you continue to build this team the way that they're building it now, let's say Rodgers come and have a 9-8 season, right? You put somebody in there, a young guy that's able to do more than what Rodgers is able to do in his older age. Not saying like period, but now you working with something, you know.
Jacob Cowling had 244 catches over the last 2 years.
That's crazy.
He's the second wide receiver picked by San Francisco. So they're trying to bolster that receiver room. I guess they are anticipating, like right now, they got Parcells was their first pick. Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, the offensive tackle, Malik Mustrup, the safety, Isaac Garindo, the running back, and then another receiver for San Francisco. So they went heavy offense as well, which is crazy to me.
That Brandon Ayuk trade, man. That trade talk.
Yeah, it's crazy to me they've gone so heavy offense. I mean, they did get a defensive back. But they lost their defensive coordinator. So I don't suspect, which is, crazy after the Super Bowl run, that you part ways with your defensive coordinator. Hey, but that's what San Francisco wants to do. That's fine. But I think he was really good for them, and I just wouldn't have done that.
It depends on what happened in that game and how toxic it probably got after that.
I still wouldn't have parted ways with my defensive coordinator after the Super Bowl run. I'm not doing that.
I agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that
swallow whatever little issues I got.
He might have been the guy. Look, he might have been the guy. Just give it Chase Young, and I'm going to win the Super Bowl.
I don't care if he said that. I don't care if that's what he said. He didn't lose. They didn't lose because of him.
What are you talking about? They had the lead, and they didn't score no more points, and they got beat by all defense. They lost with getting scored on by the same player.
No, their defense is not the reason they lost. They lost because their coach did not go over the overtime rules and he kicked the ball.
What happened to the score in the first half? They had the Super Bowl chance at 7 points at halftime, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 10.
What did they end up with? What?
They didn't score no more in the second half. They didn't stop them either. They didn't stop the Chiefs at all in the second half.
You
remember the third quarter?
They did stop them. They didn't have the Chiefs didn't go down and score on every possession in the third in the second half. They didn't do that. That's not what happened. Defense played well in the Super Bowl. They lost because they received the ball instead of kicking it. That's why they lost the Super Bowl.
Was 10-0. They went into halftime at 10-3. You have the Super Bowl champs at 3 points. They scored 16 points in 2 quarters because your defense could not stop them. The San Francisco scored 9 in the fourth quarter. You went to overtime and you gave up another touchdown. From no touchdowns in the first half to 3 touchdowns and a field goal in the second half. San Francisco offense scored 12 points in the second half totally. They gave up 24 points.
12 points in the second half is bad.
They gave up 22 points in the second half, their defense.
I don't know. We got to know about what field position they got the ball at. It could be turnover on downs. You could have an interception somewhere. Their defense is not the reason they lost that game. It was because
22 points in the second half. The Chiefs ain't give up 22 points in the second half. Chiefs defense
22 points in the second half.
They didn't give up. They gave up 6 in the overtime.
That's 22 points. That's 12 and 6 in overtime, 6 in the fourth. 6. That's the second half, bro. Stop arguing with me.
That's overtime.
That's the second half. It's the second half. You can't go to overtime in the first half of football.
Okay. Okay. So in the second half, let's see what the drives look like in the Super Bowl. Let's see what the drives look like in the second half. Let's see. Third quarter drives. Kansas City started off with an interception. Then it was a punt. Then they got a field goal. Then another punt. Then they got a touchdown. And then a field goal and a field goal. So they did stop them several times. They got a pick in the first drive of the second half. Then they had forced into a punt afterwards. 3 and out. Then they forced another punt. So they stopped them 3 times, and then San Francisco got 2 field goals and 2 touchdowns.
Kansas City stopped them too. So those both offenses X'd each other out. They did not stop them from scoring.
This is what you said. They didn't stop them from scoring. They didn't. They stopped them 4 times in the second half.
Kansas City, so it canceled them out. They still did not stop. Why didn't they stop them the other 4 times they scored?
When you look at the touchdown drives, one touchdown drive was 1 play, 16 yards.
They scored.
That was one of the drives for Kansas City. 1 play, 16 yards.
In the second half. 7 times in the second half. You stopped them 4 times.
7 times. You said they scored 7 times in the second half.
1 touchdown and 4 field goals. There's a touchdown, a field goal, 2 more field goals, 2 more field goals. So they 6 times. Excuse me, 6 times. 6 times in the second half to stopping them 3 times. Or stopping them 4 times.
They had a 1 play, 16-yard drive, right?
Bro.
It's a 1 play, 16-yard drive, right? They had a 47-yard 9-play drive which they got a field goal out of. They had a 69-yard play drive, which they got a field goal. And then they had a 64-yard drive, which they got a field goal. The only drive they had in which they scored was the 1 play, 16-yard drive in the second half. That's the only drive they scored on. Sorry, and then the touchdown, the 12-play, 13-play touchdown drive for 75 yards in overtime. So that's all I'm saying. Is the only touchdown they have outside of the overtime touchdown was the 1 play, 16-yard drive. San Francisco virtually held them to 3 field goals. Yard 1 play drive. That I don't consider that you playing bad defense. That's all I'm saying. I don't consider that bad defense. That's just me. That's just me. So, I mean, again.
So what's time day, fellas? What's time day for the community out there?
We haven't picked yet in the fourth round. Washington hasn't picked yet, but these teams are doing well, man. I see a lot of good picks going up on the board. I see a lot of good things happening for them teams. I think that.
We traded up?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't picked yet. Washington hasn't picked yet.
Yeah. Okay. So we gotta wait to the 5th round. Okay.
I believe so.
All right.
I do believe so. And we will go over some draft grades. We'll just go over some draft grades from some of the bigger, from some of the bigger, from some of the other sports networks around the country. You know, ESPN, CBS. You know what I'm saying? You know, just to see what people thought, how people, USA Today, just to see what other networks felt in other, you know, spaces of journalism, how they felt about what every team did in the draft. And we'll just start with USA Today. In fact, since we mentioned them first, so let's just see what they got on some of the draft grades around the country, not just with Washington, but with other teams around the country. So we'll start with day 2. We'll start with day 2. And we'll go all the way to the top of the board. Let's see. Let's go all the way to the top of the board on day 2. Let's get in there. Get us on in there. Somebody just clicked in this video. Yeah.
My bad. My phone died.
Yeah. So yeah, just try to get some of the analyzations from around the you know, about draft grades to see what teams are doing with draft grades that everybody got. And again, I'm gonna try to start day 1 though. That's starting day 2. I'm gonna try to we try to get it to start day 1 and see what you know, what they thought, what they felt. I think some teams have done really good though. With the pick, Arizona Cardinals pick Marvin Harrison. Sorry, they went to Marvin Harrison Jr. Let me go back. Oh yeah, they got the Cardinals. Their first 2 picks, they got them at an A. NFL Network has them at an A. Their first pick was Marvin Harrison Jr. And their second pick was defensive tackle Darius Robinson, number 27th overall. So they had that as an A so far for the Cardinals. The Falcons will go, I guess they're going in alphabetical order. So the Falcons have a C grade thus far. When this was done, their only pick.
They could have got Oduze for that pick.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so that
2 picks after them.
Yeah, so that's why I was just saying, you know, if I'm Kirk Cousins, I want them to draft something to help me. You know, not somebody that ain't gonna be on the field. You know, it's your first
Jordan McGee from Temple, linebacker.
Okay.
I don't like
the Ravens. They had them. This is the day 1. These are the day 1, the early picks, day 1 picks basically. So the Ravens.
Jordan McGee led the team in tackles each of the last 2 seasons for Temple. 4 tackles for loss in 2023, which they...
Okay.
8 sacks and 31 tackles for loss in his career at Temple.
And he's going to where?
Washington.
Okay, he's going to us. That's what we got.
Yeah.
Jordan McGee, and he's what was his what was
Temple
linebacker. All right.
80 tackles in each of the last 2 seasons, 80 plus tackles in each of the last 2 seasons, and 9 tackles for loss in the last 2 seasons each.
80 plus tackles and 9 tackles for loss.
Hey,
that's big.
I like it. Yeah. For a 5th rounder.
He's a middle linebacker or outside.
I'm not sure. 4.5 sacks in 2022.
Okay. Not bad at all.
You say he's out of where? Vito, out of Temple. Okay. I think I ran across him. I didn't do much scouting on him, but I think I ran across him a couple of times in my drafts.
Let me see. Jordan McGee, 6'1", 228. Position rank 12. Overall rank 163. He has burst to shoot in the backfield. He had 14 tackles for loss. He's rangy, run defender with a good motor. But he's also an instinctive pass rusher who times his blitzes and closes well. McGee gets depths and reads the quarterback and underneath the zone, and he can turn and run with backs. It's kind of small.
I mean, I like it.
He probably on the outside. You're not a Mike at 228.
Yeah, I like it.
I mean, I like it. I said I wanted another linebacker, so I got to go and see what the guy. I mean, from the sound of his stats, it sounds like he's a pretty good player. But I got to go see him and see what his film look like.
Yeah. See what we got. Jordan McGee was the 5th round, 139 for Washington. I do see Washington's war room. Doug Williams in there looking crazy. Martin Mayhew.
Why you think my man Doug was in there looking crazy, man?
He always is. Looking like a fluggy.
God damn. You talking about that man back, man.
Looking like a flunky. Looking like a flunky. I'm just saying. I'm gonna call it like I see it, baby. Ain't nobody say I'm lying. Can't nobody say I'm lying.
Doug all right, man. Doug ain't bad. All right.
Him, they the worst. I'm gonna keep it real. He the worst. The other guy, what's the other guy name that be smooching up in the owner's box? What's his name? He the worst too. Flunkies. He only come out to tell the Redskins we ain't changing the name back. What's his name?
You talking about
that's the only time you see him.
No more though, is he?
Yeah, he's still
Jason
with us.
Wright, and yes,
Smith,
he is
Jason
still
Wright.
with us.
Yeah.
The sellout.
Yeah.
The sellout is still in the building.
Yeah.
Oh, the sellout.
Commanders. I like to introduce to you the Commanders.
They sent him out there to do that flunky stuff.
Basically,
I'd have told him no. I'd have told him no. You got to go out there and introduce that mess.
Hey, bro, no, you wouldn't have if you got hired to do only that job.
I wouldn't have never. Hey, I'd have told him off the break. Don't look. I'm not doing your dirty work now. Yeah, I'm gonna let him know. You got to find somebody else for that. I'm not the man for the job.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro.
Now, if you want me to get some positive messages to the fans that I know they would support, cool. But you're not gonna send me only out there to get them bad news. I'm not gonna be the one doing it.
Man, hey, man, that's your job. That's what we hired you for.
Hey, you don't got to accept every job that they give you.
I mean, hey,
that's why we call Jason Wright a sellout. He sold the farm for the job.
But what if he's not think about it like this? What if he's not a Redskins fan? He don't care.
I don't care what he is. I wouldn't even do that for Cowboys as much as I don't like them. You're not sending me out there as a flunky. I'm not gonna be a professional flunky. And Jason Wright, to me, is a professional flunky.
I mean, yeah.
Dirty work. Dirty work.
None of us deny that he was flunked out. But what I'm saying is that like you said, professional flunky. Professional flunky.
I get it. He wanted to keep himself with a job. But he's a professional flunky.
Yeah.
And so, and to me, Doug Williams has become that too. And so has Martin Mayhew. They got a GM. You talking about you the GM? They got a GM. You still there? You ain't go, man. You about to go find you another job. What do you do, Martin Mayhew? What is your title, brother? You went from a GM to a scout.
Do what
You
the
a scout
bosses
now?
say.
Flunky.
He is paid to do what the bosses say.
I believe that's why he got rid of Del Rio, because he refused to be flunked.
No, Del Rio was a flunky.
He wasn't going
Del
to
Rio.
I'm not going to, I disagree. I totally disagree.
I don't. I feel like
I totally disagree.
Del Rio was the first one to talk about we should change the name and all this and all. I mean, not Del Rio, my bad. I'm talking about Rivera. You're right.
Yeah, I'm
Del
talking
Rio.
about, I'm talking about Del Rio.
Yeah, Del Rio is a little different. You're right.
Yeah. With the 10th pick in the 5th round, Stephon Diggs was drafted. 10th pick in the 5th round. The Vikings picked Stephon Diggs. That's good value.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good scouting right there.
And y'all and Big Son talking about some daggone Johan Dotson that can't get 1,000 yards and all of this and all of that. And you got Diggs in the 5th round, a 5th round talent. A 5th round talent.
Bro.
Nah, bro.
We just had this conversation last night, and y'all gonna take it there again, bro. Y'all gonna take it there again, bro. We just had this conversation last night about the quarterback play around here, bro. We just had this conversation last night.
They had
what quarterback? Did we have Josh Allen here? Any of them years y'all talking about? Was Josh Allen here? No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. So you're not getting that out of Johan Dotson. You're not getting that.
You think Case Keenum better? Case Keenum better? Case Keenum.
Case Keenum had one good game.
What you talking about? He had 1,000 yards with Thielen, 1,000 yards with Diggs.
No,
what
Case
y'all talking about?
Huh? Ooh, not no Case Keenum. Stop it.
Yeah,
stop what you're doing, bro. Stop what you're doing.
Not
no Case Keenum. Stop what you're doing. Stop what you're doing.
What you talking about?
He played the whole season?
Yeah.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No.
Case Keenum.
No.
I believe he did. I believe he
did. If Case Keenum can do it.
Bruh, like I said, we did not draft that man to be a number 1 or 2 receiver when he came here. That was not his job. So stop what y'all doing. Stop what y'all doing, bro.
Case Keenum did not start that season. He did play 14 games though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And he was 11-3 that season.
Yeah, Case Keenum.
That was his best year in his life of any sport or any level of sports in his life. That's the lights out year of his career.
If they could take a 5th round Dotson and a 6th round Thielen, and those guys can give you 1,000 and 1,000.
You said a 5th round Dotson?
No, I said Thielen and a 5th round Diggs. 5th round Diggs. Diggs was drafted in the 5th round. So if
he wasn't drafted in Minnesota, was he?
Yeah,
he was.
Yeah. You take a 5th round Diggs, and a 6th round Thielen.
He didn't get drafted in the 5th round, bro.
Yes, he did.
He's a 2nd round pick. He's a 2nd round pick. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who, Diggs?
Yes, bro. What are you talking about?
Hold on.
I know that for a fact. Diggs was one of the best wide receivers in college.
Yes, please.
No. Diggs was drafted 146th overall.
What Diggs are you talking about, bro?
Stephon, 5th round. 5th round. Diggs was selected 5th round, 146 overall by the Minnesota Vikings in the 2015 draft.
Oh, yeah. Yep. You're right.
So that's all I'm saying. They can take a 5th round Diggs and Thielen. I think he was a 6th round.
I got a question for you, right?
Damn.
as Jahan Dotson. What should
Indianapolis just
he?
picked up like a rack of wide receivers, bro. Damn.
Who the
Hey,
Colts?
hey,
Yeah.
Z,
They about to.
Big
I
Hey,
got
O and Adonai.
a question for
Huh?
you, right? We had this discussion last night, but here's a very good question for you. Okay, now that Jahan Dotson is in his third year, right?
Hmm.
What is an acceptable number for him receiving this year? What kind of numbers would you expect
The
from a
same
first
numbers
round
as
pick?
Curtis Samuels.
Huh?
The same as Curtis Samuels.
that ain't enough for me. That ain't enough
You
for me.
think what was Curtis Samuel numbers? 500?
Nah, Curtis had hold on. 1 second. Man, what is up with my phone, bro? Last year Curtis had 613, but he had 62 catches. Still almost 10 yards of average on that jump. And this is a tanking season. I personally would like to see about 850 from your number two. But we also have to remember that the reason why Samuel's numbers was like that with us is because our tight end for 2 years in a row was our second leading receiver in yards or in catches. So you got McLaurin, you got a tight end heavy offensive coordinator in Scott and in Bieniemy, and then your second receiver comes third, and your third receiver becomes your fourth guy, or even the running back or the tight end was the second option. We have to have an offense where the wide receivers are the options first, the tight ends are secondary options or a third option or something like that. Or you have to get, which I said in the last 4 years, the two coaches that have tight end based offenses never went out and got a tight end that would be able to run their stuff. Logan Thomas was never the guy to be able to run nothing for Rivera or for Bieniemy, who needed a Jason Kelsey or a Travis Kelsey type of, a Travis Kelsey type of tight end. That didn't make sense to me. But at the same token, your tight end can't be your second receiver and expect 800 or 1,000 yards from a wide receiver. I.e., Case Keenum in Minnesota didn't have a 800 or 700 yard tight end at the time because you got 2,000 yard receivers. You only got so many footballs and so many yards to go on.
All right. Question. So, in the event that Jahan Dotson is, because right now he looks like the number two option.
Yeah, he is. Right now, he's the number two.
Yeah. Yeah. So right now, as the number two option, what type of numbers do you expect him to get?
800. I said that 8 to 850 is fine. I still want. I believe that if McLaurin does have double team situations or just isn't getting the ball in the red zone, you should get at least 8 touchdowns, 6 to 8 touchdowns, and at least 850 yards. 1,000 is your quarterback playing exceptionally well with your number one getting 1,000. It's not that many teams with 2,000 yard receivers.
Right. But what I'm saying is, all right. So that's my thing. If Terry so happens to have 1,500 yards, that means your quarterback more than likely is playing pretty well, right?
Yes. And the
Yeah.
chances is you're gonna get about 30 between 36 and 4,000 yards plus is your total
Yeah.
yardage.
Yeah. So should Jahan Dotson have near 1,000? Should he have 900, 950 in that situation if he's the second option?
No. You can look at that and say yes, but I'm saying maybe not because in Kingsbury's offense, the tight end is used a lot. So if Ertz does let's say Ertz only gets 20 catches, Sanat's probably going to see the same amount of catches. If not Sanat, then Ben is probably going to see the same amount of catches. Eckler is going to see passes out the backfield. We got to see how. Like the question would be, how many completions do you see our quarterback getting this season? If you get the completions down, then you can kind of round out how many catches each guy gets. If Terry hasn't had over 100 catches in how long? Imagine he only had 4 years, the last 4 years in 1,000. So one of those years in between
His
that he
highest
didn't
his
get a
highest
thousand
catches
yards.
he had was 87.
So he's never
87
had a
catches was the
so he's never
highest
had 100
output.
yards season. He never had 100 catch season. So if he haven't had 100 catch season, let's say 85 catches. Let's say your quarter Howell threw for 383 last year. And like 383 in completions out of 688 passes. So let's say you just complete 380. You want to complete 380 passes. You give 80 to McLaurin. There's 300 more passes to go around. If your tight ends, if all three of your tight ends equal to 50 catches, you got 250 passes left. Your number two receiver gets 80 targets. You know what I'm saying? So let's say he gets 50. Let's say he gets 50 to 100 catches. That's 100 catches left. You got your slot receiver, you got the running back, and you still got your fourth and your fifth receiver. There's four other guys that you got to spread out 100 passes to, and that's very doable. I likely wouldn't see Dotson getting more catches than McLaurin unless there's double teams and stuff like that. And I don't know if you're able to double team McLaurin and still have a safety pay attention to the running quarterback that we got in Daniels. That's what I'm saying. Like somebody's got to stay on the men. If they don't stay on the men, Shawty can throw the ball. Somebody's going to have to watch out for him being able to run the ball too, which would probably take the catches down to me. I think he would get less pass attempts. I mean, less completions because these guys should be in scoring position a lot better than they were in previous years.
So, for a first-round talent wide receiver, what do you expect for him to get if you drafted him in the first round? If you drafted a wide receiver to your team in the first round, what would you expect him to produce?
Was Dotson in the first or second? Because wasn't Mathis first that year? If Mathis was first that year, Dotson the second round pick.
No, Dotson was in the first round. He was at pick 16.
So he was before Mathis.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even saying Dotson. I'm saying any first round pick that you pick on your team as a wide receiver.
Again, I say
in his third season.
It also depends what you drafted him to be. What is his journeyman? Well, you know what I'm saying? What is this guy gonna be doing? You know what I'm saying? Is he gonna be my first? Is he gonna be my second? Is he gonna be my slot? That's where I put that value at. You know what I'm saying? I'm not so much. Huh?
If you drafted him in the first round as a wide receiver, you are looking at him to probably be your number two guy within three before his rookie contract runs out.
I'm looking for him to start, and he started.
Start doesn't mean produce.
He's been producing. What has he? In his first 2 years, he's got the same. He may not have the same yards, output, and catches as McLaurin. In his first 2 years, he scored the same amount of touchdowns as McLaurin did. So how is he not producing?
Bro, if he only has 1,000 yards and 11 touchdowns, that's one good year for a top receiver.
But bro, that's what I'm saying. You're saying he's not producing. He is producing. He had the same output of touchdowns that McLaurin did in his two first seasons.
Bruh, what I'm saying.
How is he not outputting? And he's the third receiver at that. Not the number one. He's the third.
Bruh, 1,000. It's not like he had 200 or 300. He had 1,000 more yards than Dotson. And Terry Terry's not a first round pick.
And bro, he's
right. That's my thing too.
And Terry is number one receiver. It don't matter about the pick. He's the number one receiver.
But what I'm saying is if you draft a guy in the first round, you expect him to produce high numbers. You don't expect him to produce average numbers. John Dotson has average numbers. No offense to him. I like him. I'm just saying that this year is his make or break because guess what?
All I'm saying is, guys, he might have average numbers, but who is it? Who has he had to produce? Give him that producing point at the third receiver. Y'all talking about number one? He's not even a number one receiver. You give that type of accolade to a number one receiver. It is. You get that type of accolade and expectation to a number one receiver. Y'all didn't draft him for that. Y'all drafted him for slot. That's on y'all. Y'all didn't draft him for that.
Was he?
Who?
Terry McLaurin. Was he drafted to be the number one spot? No, I don't think so.
But he ended up being the number one. That's what I'm saying, bro. He ended up being the number one. There's plenty of number ones out here that got drafted in the first rounds that don't start. There's plenty of people out here. They got drafted at that position.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? They're not starting. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying though, bro, who is he going to show up with? Who? He's at the third point of contact. And like
First of
Leo
all,
was, Vito was
I
saying,
will
like I said last night,
be fair.
sometimes the tight end gets more receptions than the second receiver. So how can you expect? And that's what we've been going, having done around here. The tight end been getting a
You
lot of
gotta
touches.
show
So
it.
how can you expect him to get that output? And all I'm saying is the man had 11 touchdowns. That is production. I don't care who you are. That is production.
I don't know.
11 touchdowns in your first 2
2
seasons.
years.
Not to mention that.
What?
I don't
All
know.
right.
Not
Okay.
to mention
Okay.
that
I'm gonna just stop talking.
the wide receiver position with us, you have to remember that Curtis Samuels was here when we drafted him. So you can't just jump him over Curtis Samuels when Curtis Samuels has a resume of being a wide receiver in the NFL and a number 2 and was a former number 1 with the Panthers. You don't just demote him to the number 3.
Thank you, Vito.
Dotson's best year is with the worst quarterback we had, which is Carson Wentz. Does anybody recognize that? That Carson Wentz was hitting him on those targets.
That's what his touchdown. 15 more receptions.
I can't hear you, bro.
I said he has 15 more receptions. 15 more receptions.
I can't say it again.
15 more receptions. 15 more. 15
your
more
mic,
receptions.
Bro. He said 15 more receptions. I can hear Ro. I can hear you too, V. I don't know if y'all can hear each other though.
I can hear V.
I'm gonna leave out and come back. But 15 more receptions. Regardless of such, Carson Wentz was where his most production came from. Touchdowns, yard, it's just where his production came from. I'm sorry that that's the case. And he was a bum to everybody. I said that season that he couldn't hit the ocean standing in front of the water, but he could hit Dotson for whatever reason. Dotson got hurt. It threw off the timing of whatever he could have did after that. No excuse. The same thing I said with Chase. No excuse if you're not on the field. I can't play injuries. We got to watch our team on Sunday, whether they injured or not. When he came back, he was still doing well when he came back during Wentz's year. The switching of quarterbacks, everybody knows when you do that, quarterbacks time and be off of their wide receiver. No excuse, but everybody knows that to be the case. The following year, you got Heineke, who was going through the motions a little bit, but was focused on McLaurin. Did he hit Dotson as much as he could have? I am begging to differ, and I'm saying that he didn't. He did, but he didn't. The last year, you have who at quarterback last year? Sam Howell. Everybody thought was fine and did good, or was leading the league at one point in time. He would not throw the ball to Dotson until the second half of games. Whether Dotson is dropping or catching, I blame Dotson for not being focused and not catching the ball. But we all see and all watch him not be involved in an offense that, if they were doing it on purpose, just wasn't giving guys the ball. You have a quarterback that all of us are holding to a certain standard today that you can't say Heineke was, that you can't say Kyle Allen was, that you can't even say Alex Smith was, because Alex Smith does not have the same abilities that Jaden Daniels does. Let's just say that since, I don't know how long, since RG3, you don't have a quarterback pick with the number 2 pick. So you don't have this much expectation from a quarterback coming in as you do those 2 guys. If he has similar success to RG3 in his first year, just that year by itself, this guy's going to be able to hit your number 1 receiver. He's going to be able to hit some of those guys that weren't getting passes on previous years before that. When we had the Rex Grossmans and the Shane Matthews and all of that, they couldn't hit nobody neither. And it was a difference once you saw a quarterback that could make the passes that they couldn't. Even passes that RG3 couldn't make. When Kirk Cousins got in and was able to make passes that he couldn't, you saw a difference in the results and the numbers from the receivers. I think that Dotson getting 800 yards this year, if you took away and said that our tight end is our 3rd or our 4th option in total catches and yards for the year, then Dotson's going to have 800 easy, because that's the only thing that would be expected from him as a number 2 would be to get the numbers that Curtis Samuels was asked to get, but in a different offense. I don't think it's going to be a bunch of screens here and a bunch of screens there. Cliff Kingsbury has a bunch of receivers out and on different progressive levels as far as his routes. That was Jaden Daniels' best attribute from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, was that he was able to read his progressions fast. So if the coaching staff gives him plays that he can be successful at, I don't see where the receivers aren't going to be able to get the numbers unless they just play bad. Now, if they play bad, guess what? That's the reason for replacing them and putting somebody else in there. But Dotson, on tape, me and Big Son said it the year that he got drafted, can play on the outside and on the inside. He was a number 1 receiver for Penn State that season. He did everything. He showed up in all of the big games at that spot. He was never given the opportunity to be a number 2, even when Curtis got hurt or even when McLaurin got hurt. He never lined up on the outside. He lined up as I slot because of whatever Bieniemy was doing, whatever Scott Turner was doing. This opportunity is, again, a contract year. You go on the outside. Let's see what you can do. If the 6'2" McCaffrey can find a way to work his way in and maybe he's the taller target, maybe they swap it in the middle of the year. I don't know because I haven't seen this offense with us run yet. So I have to wait till I see it first. But I think the numbers aren't supposed to be 1,000 yards. If you can name me 10 teams in the league that got 2,000-yard receivers, then yes, I should expect that from Dotson. But if you can't name that, I'm not going to expect that from Dotson. The Kansas City Chiefs
I will say this, but B, now you got to take into account how many of those guys got a number 1 pick as their number 2 option. I mean, a first round pick as their number 2 option.
What did Jordan Addison get picked
at? Jordan Addison had close to 1,000 last year.
Yeah, that's because Justin Jefferson was hurt. And that's with Kirk Cousins. Your main receiver hurt, so your number 2 got 1,000 because of injury.
But what I'm saying is,
what was the next? What was the next
was drafted at? Right?
What was Jordan Addison was drafted high?
That's what I'm saying. All of these people were drafted, but they still first round picks. So we can't put them on the standard of a second round pick if he's a first round pick. Bro,
where you get drafted at is based on your team need. I don't even think that Dotson was the best receiver in the draft that year. I think you picked again based on what you needed at the time. Again, if you pick a slot receiver with your first pick, shouldn't your slot receiver be a slot receiver? You're supposed to put him at the number 1 because you picked him in the first round. If you pick him in the first round as a slot, you got to play him as that. Mind you, we're talking about another coordinator. We're not talking about Kingsbury and a new coaching staff. We're talking about what he picked him for. Rivera and them picked him to play the slot. They never gave him another opportunity to play another position.
Right. That's why I'm saying this year is his make or break year. This is what also what I was saying last night, because that's saying, okay, we had the new regime has no loyalty to him. They are giving him a chance. They could have traded him from quote unquote lack of production if they wanted to get rid of him.
You don't get no value out of that. Huh? I don't think you get no value out of that.
I mean, what top players been getting traded for 4th, 5th picks and all that.
Right, you would have got a 7th round pick for him. There's no value there when he hasn't had a great season outside of you only get potential of what he could do. The quarterback traded for a little bit more because he played every game. I think Sam Howell got picked more for healthy or being healthy and playing in a whole system than
I get what you're saying. All I'm saying is that at this point, if he's your second option, he's a first round pick. And let's say we have decent passing numbers. We might be a running team. I said this last night. We might be a running team, and there might not be that many balls to catch. It might not be that many yards to get. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But if in the event we are a passing team, and he is the second option, and we throw the ball a lot, he should get 900 to 1,000 yards as a first round pick.
You're tripping. You are tripping. Your main receiver barely gets 1,000. Why is he supposed to get that many yards?
I'm saying because and this is me. I'm assuming, like you said, this is the best quarterback we've had in a long time.
But you don't have the talent around him yet to screen for those numbers. Remember, this quarterback only did well with a superstar team. I mean, he only played out of his body with a superstar lineup. In Arizona State, he played well. You got 1 year where it was a little rough, that 10-10 year. The next year, 17 touchdowns, 3 picks. That's a really good year to me without having a whole bunch of weapons. So that's the year that I'm looking at him possibly having, with having maybe 800 to 1,000 yards rushing, depending on how he's used. I say 700 to keep him on the safe side, but maybe 8. And again, because he's so fast to get to the next level, those numbers can pile up quick. I don't see 4,000 yards this year without having a core of receivers that makes you feel like that's accomplishable. I'm not forcing Dotson into a role when you don't have that many weapons. Like De'Ami Brown is the one that should shape up to be more used than Dotson to me. He's a jump ball dude. He can win game. He can win in space out in the open. Dotson is going to beat people with speed. De'Ami Brown is going to have to win catches. And for us to leave him off and give him more of an excuse, because when you don't use him, that's an excuse to have him just be on the roster. He has to too.
But I'm saying, in my opinion, for both of these receivers, this is a make or break year, in my opinion.
No, I feel like it's not a make it or break it year. It's a if you want to be on the team year. Make it or break is. I think they're going to get jobs if they go somewhere else in the league. Like I don't think they're going to get jobs. So make it or break it is just we didn't let you go because out of the people that's left on the roster, you guys have an opportunity to stay with this new regime. But we're not going to give you any extra money. We're not going to sign you to nothing or nothing like that until you show and prove. You were with the last regime, and out of what they had with the last regime, you guys did pretty good. But we're not sure if you guys are what we're looking for.
Exactly.
And that's fine. So, to me, I don't think you give Dotson the responsibility of being the number 2 if you don't think that he can do it. You know what I'm saying? Like you go out and get somebody else, or you go out and draft or something like that before you give him that opportunity.
Exactly.
You don't think he can do it. I think you think he can do it, and I think also quarterback for the first time in many years could help these wide receivers to their potential. We haven't really had nobody to get them to their max potential.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, in this case, in my opinion, at least, if Dotson don't, and I'm not saying he has to have 1,000 yards, I'm saying that's kind of what you would expect out of a first round pick after 2 seasons. And this is his 3rd season. You know, I'm not saying that he should have got that as a rookie. I'm not even saying he should have got that in the old regime. I'm saying that after he's been a pro for a couple years, he should step up. And now I get why people saying 800. 800 would be okay. You know what I'm saying? That's not. I'm gonna sign him for sure. Getting numbers.
I think he needs. I think
I
he needs 1,000
I don't know
yards.
that it's not. Though.
I want to see him at McLaurin.
Like, if first of all, it's the touchdowns. I think it's always going to be about can you get in the end zone. The kid has gotten in the end zone since he's been drafted. Maybe not a double-digit amount of times, but let's be honest. Outside of injury the first year, the kid was on pace to double-digit touchdowns. And again, Wentz played like absolute trash. Only person that he was hitting on a regular basis that made sense. By the time you play Howe, and let's go with what Rose said yesterday, because the conversation now context fits what he's saying as far as the COVID season. You took Heineke out during a hot run. The kid was playing good. He wasn't one of the guys that was hurt during the COVID zone. You ended up playing no. The COVID season, Dotson came after that. Yeah, because we had DeAndre Carter and all them that year. So COVID season, he came after that. So since he's been on the team, you had Wentz at quarterback trying to play him. No, he was there. He was there that year. I think he was hurt.
Yeah.
But again, Wentz was the guy that hit him the most, and Wentz was a bum that year. Like we all, I until this season started, thought that Wentz would help us because of what he was able to do in Indianapolis in the first like 8 or 9 games. He was good on first down. He was good in scoring. None of that existed with us. He played horrible. So we can almost say that we had 2 of the last 3 seasons be almost tank seasons. Right. We didn't have a quarterback that had consistency that we expected to be good. Heineke, I expected to be good. Even on plays that he didn't do as well, when he did do bad, I gave him his stuff. But Heineke played his heart out. And again, for McLaurin, a guy that we all have respect for, I think that Heineke overly passed the ball to McLaurin because what are you other guys doing? What is the Kyler Allens? What is the Haskins? Like, what are any of you guys doing besides throwing this guy the ball? You come to the next year where you now have Sam Howell. How is it that Sam Howell is leading the league at some point in time in passing yards and has not hit your main receiver for 8 catches? When this is routine for every other team is doing it to us. Every other team last year, main receiver got off on us at least the first 9-10 games. And they did it on purpose, and we couldn't find a way to scheme open our best receiver. That does not look normal. I don't think that you can go this year without mandatorily making sure that you have a scheme for these receivers to make plays. That's what the coordinators are for. I'm not going to put that on the quarterback. The quarterback job is to get the ball into their hands. The coordinator's job, which we've watched for 5 years straight, forward Rivera and that bum-ass situation with Bieniemy, we've watched the coordinators call horrible games, horrible plays, and all of that. Brian Johnson is going to be held to responsibility to me because you're the passing game coordinator. Cliff Kingsbury is going to be held responsible because you're the offensive, and you guys have to design something to put the players in position because you didn't go out and get exceptional players or guys. Or that you was going to pick a quarterback with the first pick.
Spencer Rattler just went to the Saints.
I feel like you set him up by getting rid of Curtis Samuels without letting Curtis Samuels run here with you. You got $70 million of the $94 million that you had available, which means that however you worked it was only $25 million, maybe $20 million. Get yourself in this position. So it's not about the money. You have the money to have gone out and gotten at least like the Chicago, and that's what I give the Chicago Bears. That's why I said I feel like they're going to be a team. They not give themselves any excuse to be bad. Williams is bad. It's an absolute show because you got the first time.
Yeah. Spencer Rattler just goes to the Saints. I don't know if y'all heard me.
Yeah. I mean, I like Spencer Rattler. He all right. Especially for where he went right now. Like, where he went. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised Joe Milton's still on the board, right?
Yes.
Well, he's not from, I mean, they like him down in South Carolina, you know what I'm saying? So they high on him. So I always look at where you've been and see how the team that you just came from feel about you. They like Rattler, you know, they really high on Rattler. So I think he's a good fit for Carr. If Carr ever goes down, you got somebody in there who can run some same stuff that Carr can run. He can run whatever Carr can run. The interesting thing, it was 138 picks between Bo Nix and Spencer Rattler. I think that was more interesting than that.
I mean, because like I said, everybody went out and snatched their quarterback. The first three quarterbacks going off the board, we kind of expected, but we did not expect the other three coming off that fast.
No, it was a quarterback frenzy, unlike the likes we've seen in a long time. I will say that. You know, I will say that.
You know.
So it gave you, I guess it forced you with the other quarterbacks being off the board. You like, okay, if we want to get a halfway decent quarterback in this draft, we really don't have a choice but to get it now.
Yeah. I can agree with that.
Now, to me, I feel like we got caught in the rapture because, and you know, whether how it the truth or not, or at least just a better fit where else than what we. But that's why I wouldn't have gotten rid of Sam Howell, because I just feel like as a coach, you give yourself the draft process. But franchise, we've lost so much, bro. And I said that before. I'll continue to say it. We've been so bad when we shouldn't have. We've had so many situations happen when we just shouldn't have been put in those situations that we're forced now to win. We're forced now to make every decision be right. And I think that that's wrong too. I think that that's wrong to ask of your coaching staff and all that to be perfect because everybody was so bad before. But you don't have an excuse but to try to fix it because it's been bad for so long. You know what I'm saying? So somebody's got to take the blame. Like this also makes, and I think nobody's going to believe me, but this may also be the Marty Schottenheimer season for Dan. Like he has to do, like if he goes 4-13, he's not going to keep this job next year.
No.
Even with the that he picked up, even with an injury, even if anybody got hurt, you cannot win only 4 games with the team and the money that y'all spent in free agency. You can't. Not with what the team has already gone through, because everybody's going to literally say that this is the same thing all over again. You're not going to be able to say, well, we need to just one more year and see what is fans are going to give up.
I agree with that.
Of the fans to the games at all. And literally because Daniel Snyder, for 18 of the 23 years, sized up the fan base on players and what he did in free agency and all of this so much that you cannot repeat that with this new regime. It won't work. It won't last. It won't last the season. You can't start out 0-5. Like, it's just stuff that
you can't. You can't.
Before that, we've all tried to, go in our brains. It's going to work. It's okay. None of that's going to work anymore. None of that's going to work, bro.
No, I'm with you on that. I think especially with you getting Jaden Daniels and people knowing what his potential is, just what he has and what he can do. Nobody's going to ask him to do anything that we know he can't, but we know what he can do and we know what a competent offense looks like. And so at least minimum, you're going to have to be competent. Now, if you got injury problems, if you got stuff like that going on, that stuff you can't really control, but you can control if your players are catching passes, if they are having a lot of penalties, if they are fumbling, stuff like that.
To add to what you're saying, you can't even use the injury excuse because you got rid of Sam Howell. You can't use the injury excuse.
Yeah, that's true.
He put himself in a position where you cannot fail. I promise. It's no scenario that we can give right now that the fans are going to buy it.
And if they competitive, I'm gonna say this: if they competitive, losing a lot of close games, stuff like that, and especially if the ends of the season it looks up and not down, you might can get away with one.
Okay.
You might can get away with one,
Maybe.
But that's the only thing you're gonna get is one.
Yeah. And you're still gonna have to change something the next year. You gonna have to let go of one of these coordinators.
Yeah.
Something's gonna happen. You can't just sit still and be like, yeah, we're gonna bring the same guys back. We'll be able to do it next year. It's not. That's not gonna work. Harris is gonna flip. He's gonna let somebody go, bro.
Yeah. I do think that's I do think that your leash is very short. You don't have a large leash with this. You really don't.
Judged on this defensive tackle pick with that second round, John.
Yeah, you don't have a large leash here.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
And Peters, it just depends. Like, depends on how the offense looks. How much of this is Peters' fault? And not his fault, but how much is it that you let go a few guys and didn't bring certain guys back? The Kendall Fuller jump, even though you replaced him back. The Curtis Samuels situation, even though you got a quarterback, a wide receiver.
We're not even beyond Montez Sweat and Chase Young yet, to be honest. Because you decided against it.
That wasn't Peters, though.
No. Peters would never get the blame for that, but Harris will. Harris will.
But that's what I was saying to you, that it's somebody's responsible for something, and we've covered that. Like, so now again, it's up to us, and I know that the fans are going to hold those people, to a certain level of scrutiny, if they don't, follow through with what they've said.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that they have really forced the fan base to look at this in a positive way because they wanted to sell tickets. So, your thirst for ticket sales and hype and organizational hype, it's a two-way street now. You want the team to be excited about you, and you want the teams and everybody to do what they got to do and buy tickets and buy merchandise. And even though it's bad, the Commander's name is horrible. That's why I don't use it. The colors are whack. The stadium is whack. It's just a whole bunch of whack going on that you're trying to sell us. We don't like that. We don't like. We've expressed to a large degree that we hate the stadium, we hate the name, we hate the colors, we hate pretty much everything you got going on outside of the team and the tradition of the team. We don't like any of it. You're forcing it on us. So the least you can do is win.
Right. The least is win. Bruh, our mascot is a pig, bruh.
Dog, it's so bad, bruh.
It's bad, bruh. Like,
they have no idea what they're doing when it comes in regards to the name.
Yes,
they have no idea what they're doing. Yes,
I believe Muriel Bowser behind it all. I promise you, bruh.
But even if that's the case, she said once the name was changed, we could start to talk about bringing them back to DC. Yes. And that hasn't taken place.
Yes. They've talked about it. They've talked about it.
Yeah, talked about it and actually made steps and an offer and really gotten out of the gotten out of the starting blocks with that. Hasn't happened. We are not out of the starting blocks yet, And I think that should happen too, because as far as we know, the last money y'all spent was on FedEx Field, a place we really don't want to be in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and I can speak with all Redskin fans or for all Redskin fans when I say I would like to be out of that building and have a solid plan for that.
Yeah, don't nobody want to be there. But I told you, 6 years. We got one. The DC already cleared it that Pox and Rex own that junk, so we're not even getting taxed for the city's not getting taxed for it. It's a whole separate entity dealing with that junk right now. But we got I think 3 years left on the FedEx building, and we can't get RFK until either year 5 or 6. But Josh has a plan going into that. So again, that's why I said that we gotta win on the field. Same way I was saying with the Bears. Like the Bears jump is just like more of a setup though. I read their plan. Their plan is crazy. They're trying to spend $5 billion. I don't even think you need that with no city backing, which is just the craziest thing I've ever heard.
They've had a lot of sellouts though for years. They've been sold out.
Nah, completely
years.
understood.
Yeah.
But
so they
what their GM
money.
is trying to sell it on, because the GM and the owner bought these jumps together. And I've never heard of a GM being a part of the stadium rebuild. But the GM and the owner went at this jump because they're banking it based on the performance of this draft and this team right here. Like that's what I'm saying. They're riding everything on the success of what they're building with this team.
Yeah,
to the state.
I wouldn't
Not just
say
the
that was
sellouts
smart.
itself.
I don't think that's
And
smart.
that's what I said. I would have based it on the sellouts itself, not based on the team that we building right now after we just got rid of a franchise quarterback to try again with a rookie. Again, not my team, so I don't know. But that was the basis of that so far. And again, that's just on the rumor mill. I don't have a definite with that, but that was with under ESPN.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. That's not the approach I would have personally taken. In regards to building a stadium, I don't think you spend outside of what your pockets can afford on that one, especially when it comes to city funds and the public and fans and all of that. So I would opt out of that. But again, if they feel like it's going to work, more power to them. I hope it does, but I'm not sure how well that actually is going to work.
I mean, if this team can win, not Super Bowl, but if the team can have a good record for the next 2-3 years, I can see it getting built. Now,
yeah, well,
whether they do better after that is a lot to ask.
I don't know if they have that division is going to be tough, man. Minnesota's quietly having a really good draft. I don't believe in JJ McCarthy as the starter. I think he is this year's. I think Drake May is this year's Zach Wilson. But I that's just me.
Well, yeah, no.
Yeah, that's where I put him at.
Well, Jalen Polk to me is a crazy amount of help in comparison to what New England has done in the past with their wide receivers. I have not believed in their wide receiver drafting in the last probably 4 or 5 years. They just haven't put the effort there, in my opinion, on really trying to get somebody to shape that team as a wide receiver. It just is a number one option. And I know that Tom Brady's the worst example to use because of how he makes everybody good, but they really did a good job while Tom was there on having like just main receivers or just somebody that you could count on. And I just don't think they've had somebody in a while that you can really count on out there.
If it was
Jalen
me,
Polk, I like.
And I just absolutely had to pick a quarterback this year, and I'm like, I just got to pick a quarterback this year. It wouldn't have been, and it had to go that high. I probably wouldn't have picked Drake May. I would have went and picked somebody who people didn't have. I would have picked Michael Penix, who you didn't have ranked that high. But I know he has some success. He has some ways of reaching that success. I just never saw that success out of Drake May. So it's no reason for me to believe that it would just all of a sudden fall out of the sky now. That's just me when it comes to Drake May. Sorry, New England fans. I know y'all might be out there listening, whatever. You're like, I did not like Drake May at all. I'm so ecstatic on that front that we got Jaden Daniels, that we did not fall for the Kool-Aid that is Drake May, because that is drinking the Kool-Aid to me.
I just don't. Since Ken Dorsey, bro. Since Chris Winkie. I'm a Florida State fan. I've been told all of y'all there, like, love Florida State, bro. But loving them since the program. And I know that's not the team that was on the program, but that's what led me to the Florida State Seminoles. I absolutely love their team. Dion being there, the Warwick Duns, the Peter Warwicks. Like, man, we had some ballers throughout the history of our squad. It's Chris Winkie was a really good prospect. Michael Vick may be the best ACC quarterback to ever live. Nah, I can go back a little further than that. It's a few more, but the ACC for the most part, the Eagles got Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Knew that.
I told you to do that. Remember I said Joey Porter Jr. went to the Steelers.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Trotter was only gonna come here, go there.
Yeah. Yeah, we called
I knew that. I knew that.
We called that.
Why?
Yep, they sure did. They got Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Said, did we want to drag, get another linebacker? I'm not really too mad about that, but it seems like we're getting all the things I think we need.
Yeah.
I like the fact that teams are somehow like the players got enough pull to be able to say, hey, pick my son. You know what I'm saying? My son out there, I used to play for y'all. That seems that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I ain't gonna lie, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So
just to me, I'm sorry. If I'm the Commanders and Dan, I just want you to hear me out on this. I'm not saying the kid from Temple's not, you know what I'm saying, good. Again, he obviously had to be graded a little higher than Trotter. At least I'm assuming. But I'm just a strong believer that you don't give up. You don't skip over players that have lineage. You just don't. It's just things that their parents can teach them about the game that coaches just aren't. By the time the coaches try to tell them, they're gonna be like, this kid already knows that. You know what I'm saying? Like your father's a great. You've seen every aspect. You watch the game a certain way. You watch it and know how to look at it. You know how to look at film. It's just things that you're going to be able to do to get better, even if you don't have the skill set that some of these guys may have, because you have somebody that's already been through most of these scenarios. And I don't like how we keep skipping over not picking these guys. Like Luke McCaffrey, I think will help you out a lot. One, because him and Peters and Ed McCaffrey are friends. Like them and the McCaffrey family are really close. So that helps in the sense of understanding that you're going to be able to get his father to come in and just be around, not maybe necessarily coach, but just to be around.
The McCaffrey pick was a homer pick too. It just was through Peters, like you just said, through that San Francisco organization. Because people forget Ed McCaffrey played for the 49ers first. He has a ring with the 49ers as well on that 95 team. He played there before he went to Denver. That's how he got to Denver. Mike Shanahan was the offensive coordinator in San Francisco for that 49er team under George Seifert. And so that's how he went when he left San Francisco, he went to Denver. He took Ed McCaffrey with him. And of course, Mike Shanahan is Kyle Shanahan's son. And Peters worked with Kyle Shanahan. It is the Ed McCaffrey, whatever. The McCaffrey brother is that is a homer pick for sure through bloodline. It's a bloodline pick, the same way the Jeremiah Trotter pick for the Eagles is a blood pick. So far, the Eagles have Quinyon Mitchell, a cornerback, Cooper Dion, a cornerback, an edge rusher in Hunt, Shipley at running back, Arneas at wide receiver, Arneas Smith, and then Trotter Jr. at linebacker. That's what the Eagles have done thus far in this draft. I think they're having a really good draft. I think they're getting everything that they want and keeping the Philly tradition alive.
Hey, Leo, you heard what I said about Philly, about Cooper?
Point that up. Big Son, that's Big Son.
Big Son, Cooper's going to play safety with them. They feel like
with the Eagles. Yeah. So, that was that movie that they made yesterday with the two corners.
He said that they feel like they can play both. He could play both spots. But I'm looking at their roster. They got they brought Gardner Johnson back. They got Bradbury back, even though he had a bad like a down year in a sense. They brought Bradbury back. They got Darius Slay still. Quinyon Mitchell definitely fits as a slot possible, you know what I'm saying, Bradbury pick, movement pick even later on in the season. I don't got him starting over Bradbury right away. But Cooper wouldn't have nowhere to play. He'd have to play the fourth receiver, and that don't make sense more than him being over top of Blankenship, because Blankenship was horrible last year to me. So I definitely feel like he fits in at that free or strong safety spot immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, they trying to reassure that defense up because they wasn't ready when they got to the playoffs. They wasn't ready.
The Browns.
Yeah.
You say who?
Jamari Thrash. I thought this was James Thrash's son, but it's Jamari Thrash. He played with Louisville. He just got selected by the Browns.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's a decent pickup. That's the wide receiver, right?
Yeah, that's the guys we mentioned. I don't know. Is it James Thrash?
Yeah.
Nah, it's not.
Nah. Like I thought. What about y'all remember the guy Spates we used to have?
Yeah.
Is that his son, Omar Spates?
I don't think so.
We pick in 3 picks, fellas. 4 picks.
Thrash actually had 63 receptions last year, 1,100 yards.
Man, let's go, Brendan Rice, please. Let's go, man. I be straight.
Oh, BR still on the board? Oh, if BR still on the board, I'm going to get that bankroll. That's money right there.
Who?
Brendan Rice. I call him BR. Bankroll.
Okay.
Yeah.
He not even on the best available players list right now.
DJ
Auburn cornerback, Ulafoshoyo. I forgot where he played at. Jatavion Sanders with Texas went to the Panthers.
Oh, the tight end?
Yeah.
He just went?
Nah, he went last round.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say
101. What 101? He was the 101st pick.
So the Browns have gotten a defensive tackle, a center, and a wide receiver in this draft.
I think they drafted fine. I think they drafted on need.
Yeah. They didn't have a lot of picks so far. So
top defense. Deshaun Watson didn't finish the year out. They just picked up Jerry Jeudy from the Broncos. So the rookie wide receiver.
They traded 6 picks, including 3 first rounders for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Which was crazy. But it worked out this year. It worked out. And if he wasn't injured,
he's played 12 out of 34 games due to injury or suspension. He played in 12 out of 34.
Giving up that many first rounders for him. But the Texans wasn't going to let him go. And to think that the Browns could have ended up with CJ Stroud if they didn't do that.
Then, not to mention the 5 years, $230 million they gave him.
Ooh, I didn't know that. To have Joe Flacco running the playoff last year.
Yo. You can't, when you come off of a year-long suspension or 8 games or whatever, you cannot have any injuries after that. If you were my player, I'm going to be highly disturbed with that.
And to be honest, Joe Flacco had to be lights out for them to go to the playoffs.
And he had to be, exactly. I think that's a high disappointment for Cleveland. Now, right now, they're getting ripped as far as that trade goes. They have not gotten any of the value in which they've given out.
But no. They've gone to the playoffs. They weren't going to the playoffs.
They weren't going. No, they wasn't going with him at quarterback. I believe they gone because he wasn't no longer. They were not in the playoff run when he was in there.
Talking about Texas?
No, Cleveland.
No. They had beat the Ravens with him. They beat Cincinnati when he was playing. I just think that he got hurt at the wrong time. They just needed Flacco to kind of like keep it going. If Flacco wasn't Flacco was lights out for 2 games. 2 games Flacco was lights out, and then the rest of the games he kind of managed to make sure that they won the game. But I'm with you though. That you need more than a first round exit for me to give up 3 first round picks.
3 first rounders.
And you set out a year on suspension, not injury.
That's what I'm saying. So when you get back, you cannot get hurt. That has to be discussed. Whatever you need to do when you come back in here, you cannot get hurt because you've already given away a season. We only got you for 5, so that means 2
are gone.
You see what I'm saying?
I like the Panthers draft so far. Xavier Legette. They got Jonathan Brooks from Texas is the running back. Got a linebacker from Georgia. Just got Charles Smith Wade from Washington State, a pretty decent cornerback.
Right.
They gave the smallest kid in the NFL one of the biggest receivers in the draft and one of the biggest running backs in the draft. That's all right there.
Yeah.
You give him some line help.
Yeah, I like their draft though. They went wide receiver, running back, linebacker, tight end, and corner.
Mm-hmm. Give him some help, man.
They gave him some help. I don't like Bryce Young.
I want to see how he plays with help, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like if he's not good, then let him be good because he can't pass and he can't read defenses or something like that. Don't be beating up on no little kid like that, bro. I don't like that shit, bro. I don't like bullies, bro. And nobody's bullying him on purpose. His size is his size, but God gave him a gift to make it to this level. I want to at least give him a chance to play. Doug Flutie got a chance to play.
Right.
Doug Flutie was a beast, but he had his years. You know what I'm saying? But again, if you are a franchise in this NFL, because it's been definitely votes for that owner in Carolina to be fired. They made the Super Bowl, the second year they was in the league, and they haven't been back. Well, no, they've been back with Cam. But again, like it's twice in at the place. Nah, that was yesterday. I had Tiffany said they still got some food left. They might still be doing a fish fry today. Buffalo, Kansas City pick is in. Buffalo's up, then the Commanders on the board. Hold on, y'all.
So did Kansas City grab their player yet? Because I know they've been rolling off the board pretty fast here lately with the picks.
I ain't put them in the all right.
I don't know what Pastor said.
Yep. So did Kansas City get their pick in yet?
Yeah, we up. Tula Fashio went to the Bills. We on the board.
My phone broke up. I couldn't hear what y'all was saying. My bad.
We on the board now. Schefter talking good about us right now.
We haven't heard Shepard talk good about us in a while. He talk about us a lot, but not good.
Uh, the word is that they like what we're doing right now in the off season. They're talking very well about our coordinators and being able to believe because they're basically saying that Daniels is going to get on the field. He's probably going to start. If he doesn't start, then because basically Adam Schefter on live TV during the draft said there's no excuse for you to have all these guys in the building and not have them play. So Daniels is likely going to start, and they said watch out for Denver. They mentioned a assistant or a scout with them or a coach. Dominique Hampton from Washington, the safety, is on the Washington Redskins. 6'2", almost 6'3", 215 pounds, ran a 4.5. Honorable mention all Pac-12.
Okay.
Another pick I don't
That
like.
sound
It's
that sound like
You have an accident or
they
something
just
up
trying
here.
to
What's going
beef up
on?
on
he had
D
109 tackles
backs, but
last.
I don't know.
He led Washington's team with 109 tackles last year, 2 interceptions, 7 pass breakups. I like it. I ain't gonna say I don't like it. I want to understand it. So, Jaquan Martin, you have Derek Forrest, Jaquan Martin at your free safeties. Jaquan Martin is versatile. He can play the slot. He can play your safety spot. You pick Seastrill, who can play the slot as well. He's more of a slot corner than an outside corner. He can play both, but he's more of a slot corner. So you got a depth there. You have at your strong safety, Jeremy Chin, and now you have Hampton. But you also have Jeremy Reeves and another safety. I can't remember his name. But you have, I don't know. I mean, again, you adding beef, and that is a part that we did have difficulty with last year. I do think that I went on the guy, what was his name? White something, or he was sorry. He was sorry.
White
He was sorry.
side.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Whiteside. It was something else. But whenever you say his name, I'm remember.
Wild Goose. Wild
Yes.
Goose.
Oh my God, he was horrible.
Wild Goose.
Him, and somebody else. We just had bad safeties when we had injuries and stuff like that. So I do like the depth in that. And again, these
Him and
these are Dan
Burgess.
Quinn.
Burgess was the
Burgess, yes,
other.
Burgess is the other guy. Yes. Burgess wasn't that bad. Burgess wasn't that bad. The Wild Goose guy was horrible. He was horrible. There was no excuse for that. That was terrible. And our fourth or fifth corner, our fifth corner was bad. All right, so later days we go defense. Early days we went offense. We got one more pick left in the seventh. What y'all think for the seventh? What y'all think on the last pick, Mr. Irrelevant?
I think that you gotta go. I think that you gotta go wide receiver.
You talking, bro?
Yeah. Hold on.
Hold on. I'm gonna come back.
Well, for the last round, I would like to see Washington for the last round. I would like to see Washington get a tight end.
With the 7th
Not
pick,
a
you want
tight
to see
end.
him?
A tackle or a tight end. Tackle or tight end.
Y'all in? Yo.
That's where I'm at with it. Either a tackle or tight end. That's where I'm at with it. I think that yeah, I think that those are imperative. I mean, I would like to see, maybe a wide receiver too. I wouldn't mind seeing another wide receiver come off the board. But I'm mainly with the tackle or tight end.
Okay. Tackle, tight end. I don't mind the tackle. Tight end. Let me think. Let's go over the depth chart.
Or another edge rusher.
That's I'm about to say. I'm about to look up depth chart real quick. Okay, so right now at starting quarterback would be Jaden Daniels, Marcus Mariota, Jeff Driscoll, and Jake Fromm.
I don't know why we got Jeff Driscoll in here anyway.
Maybe it's based on one of the coaches just bringing somebody that was in their system formerly. I'm and this is
he was in Kingsbury. I believe he was with Kingsbury at one time.
He came from Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know where he was previously. I could click on him real quick. Hold on 1 second. Driscoll has played for San Francisco, Cincinnati, Detroit, Denver, Houston, Arizona, Cleveland, and now Washington.
Arizona.
Yeah. So, and he's been in the league since 2016.
Yeah.
He was on Arizona practice squad in 2023. Was with San Francisco in 2016. Was also on Denver in 2020. He was activated. Was I guess during COVID. Yeah, during COVID, he was on Denver team. Go back to this now. At running back, there's Austin Eckler, Brian Robinson Jr., Chris Rodriguez, and Jeremy McNichols. He was on San Francisco's team last year. Wide receiver, you have Terry McLaurin, Johan Dotson, slot receiver Luke McCaffrey. Secondary receiver to Terry McLaurin would be Dax Milne. Your secondary receiver to Johan Dotson would be De'Ami Brown. Your secondary slot guy would be Olamide Zacchaeus. And behind Dax Milne will be Mitchell Tinsley, Davion Davis from San Francisco, Casimir Allen, and Jamison Crowder will be your third slot guy. So I guess he'll be teaching the Zacchaeuses and the McCaffreys and probably doing return work. At left tackle, you have starting right now Brandon Coleman, rookie from TCU. Braden Daniels behind him. Alex Akingbula from San Francisco. At left guard, Nick Allegretti, Kansas City. Ricky Stromberg and Mason Brooks. Center, Tyler Biadasz, Michael Dieter, that was with Houston last year, and Julian Good-Jones from Philadelphia. At right guard, you have Sam Cosmi, Chris Paul. At right tackle, you have Andrew Wiley, Cornelius Lucas, and Trent Scott. At tight end, you have starting Ben Sinnott, Zach Ertz, and John Bates. That is your starting offense right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
At defense, we have left defensive end Dorrance Armstrong starting. Behind him, we have Dante Fowler, Ife Obata after that, and Joshua Pryor. Left defensive tackle Deron Payne, Fedarian Mathis, John Ridgeway. Right defensive tackle Jonathan Allen, Jazon Newton, rookie, and Benning Pateau or Potato. I call him Potato, but his name is Patoa. Benning Patoa. Right
Nah,
defensive
you
end.
had it right, bro. Mateo, you got it
Potato.
right.
Right defensive end. Clellan Farrell, KJ Henry, Andre Jones Jr. Weak outside linebacker Jamin Davis, rookie Jordan McGee, and Brandon Bouyer Randall, that was with San Francisco last year. Middle linebacker Bobby Wagner, Anthony Pittman from Detroit. Strong side linebacker Frankie Louvu from Carolina, Michael Walker from Pittsburgh, and Keandre Jones from San Francisco. Left cornerback Benjamin St. Juice. Behind him, James Pierre. We got to look him up. I didn't know he was a free agent that we picked up, but he was with Pittsburgh last year. And Christian Holmes is behind him. Your right cornerback is Michael Davis from the Chargers. Emmanuel Forbes behind him, and Noah Ibagini, or whatever his name is, that was with Dallas, and Tariq Castro Fields with San Francisco is behind him. Your let me see real quick. They don't have the rookie up here that we picked, but y'all know we got Seastrill as well, so wherever he fits in. Oh, they Nickelback. Mike Sandstrill is at Nickelback. Quan Martin is behind him, and Kai Blue Kelly is behind that. D'Angelo Mandel from San Francisco is behind that at the Nickelback. At free safety, you have Percy Butler, Dominic Hampton, Jeremy Reeves. At strong safety, you have Derek Forrest and Jeremy Chin. So Dominic Hampton may be playing for starting safety on the free side, and maybe they're going to leave Quan Martin at the nickel and not use him as a free safety. I'm not sure, but that's what the depth chart is at the moment. Punter Tressway, kicker Brandon McManus, Tyler Ott at long snapper, Jameson Crowder is the punt returner, and the kick returner will be Chris Rodriguez.
I think I think we need another offensive lineman for sure because we only got one offensive lineman this whole draft. I would like another offensive lineman just based on what I'm hearing at that tackle.
I would say let's not forget about the undrafted part of this business here. You can't get you somebody certifiable there. It has been done before in history. It's not like it's a hard task to get done, you know. So if we can get one, we can get one, but let's not lose focus that you still got the undrafted part of this ordeal as well.
Yeah.
Because if we remember correctly, that's where Mitchell Tenza came from. He was an undrafted rookie. We didn't draft him on draft day. He was undrafted rookie.
True. What do you see for the last pick, Big Son? What would you like? Rose said tackle.
I could see me. Um, I wouldn't go edge rusher again only because last year we did that, and we still trying to figure out what he is right now. So we end up getting the linebacker that I said I want. So I have to go with Rowe. I want to even though I said just made my comment, I will have to go with Rowe on the offensive lineman tackle at that. You know. So I have to go with Rowe on that last one. I would say we need to tackle two, but Then again, if the tackle is not there, where else could we stand to get better at wide receiver? I think so. Yeah, either offensive tackle or wide receiver.
Okay. For me, I would probably, looking at the roster, I'm probably going to throw out a surprise here. Um, Even though I don't think that he's a starter this season, unless of an emergency, I'd like the guys to go out and get Milton, Joe Milton. I know
What?
I know I'm surprised the guys a little bit, and I'm not trying to do this as a shocker. I think with Mariota as the backup and Jake Fromm, who I don't mind, but Jeff Driscoll doesn't give me someone you're growing behind. It's just somebody that, emergency case knows the offense, blah, blah, blah. I'd like these guys to feel more secure that what they have in place is going to prepare the guys to be healthy. Having a Joe Milton gives you that this quarterback's not going to get hurt. That's what that's what that gives you. Number two, it gives me a young prospect to stay ahead of the curve for next year, because at least I'll have someone that I can already have in camp that I'm giving tutelage to. I don't ever want to have him actually play, but if he has to, then I want to be able to have somebody that's like Rose said before, earlier yesterday and today, that just has a clear physical advantage over the competition. Derrick Henry is a physical advantage over the competition because he's bigger than your linebacker. The linebacker we drafted today is 6'1", 218 pounds. Derrick Henry is almost 40 pounds heavier than him and almost 2 inches taller. That's a physical advantage for the offense than it is for the defense. Joe Milton is 230 something pounds and like 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". That's just and even if he does not ever get to play, he challenges your starting quarterback on his arm strength. You know what I'm saying? Their workouts on how big Joe Milton is, and he needs to maybe cut down some weight to get faster. Our starting quarterback, who got up to a surprising 215. So people were worried that he didn't want to do his way outs and stuff like that on the on the combine, when they were saying he was 170 something, 180. To get 215 before the draft day is crazy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he's gained weight. You know what I'm saying? We want to make sure that he's able to keep that same speed. And if he keep that same speed and maybe put on another 10 pounds over his career, not right away, I think that would be a dangerous combination. You know what I'm saying? Just like I said, just to test our starting quarterback with the fact that Joe Milton can probably throw 80 to 90 yards, which is like unheard of today. You know what I'm saying? Right now, we don't have the receiver to stretch the field in that way, or do we? Because we don't have somebody that can throw that far to assume that, you know what I'm saying, that ability. And again, you can lose the ball running forward while it's in the air that long. And the offensive player knowing where it's going to go and the defender trying to track it is two different things. Like I said, that's a leap, but that's where I would go, because I don't think, and it's not to make Daniels feel like he's not the guy or anything like that. This is also an insurance policy for us, just in case you get injured. And like what Rose said, that maybe Mariota doesn't have the arm strength. I wanted to point out something with Luke McCaffrey that was a surprise. No, let me say my second part first. And the second player, I may do what you guys suggested and go with offensive line. So I probably say quarterback, offensive line. I would love another wide receiver, but the only one I would want is Brendan Rice. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because anybody else that has fallen down this far shouldn't be considered over him, in my opinion.
Right. Right. I don't know. Milton, though, that'll shake that'll you don't think that'll be a little Kirk Cousinish?
No, because I don't feel like
That's why I wouldn't do it, because it will really reek what we've had here before.
Well, again, like I said, I'm not going to disagree that that's what people may feel. Again, I would clearly come out and speak of this as a developmental thing.
Yeah.
I don't. Again, it's a business. I don't even think that they are in the outside of being in the same quarterback room. They don't even take the same reps. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like Mariota is there to make sure that it's not a 1-2. It's always the conversation of a 1-3. Even if you see something special in Milton throughout the season, this is just something that you have as a benefit as an organization. You have a future trading piece, or you have a just in case insurance policy, and you never have to put him in the position that once, if let's say, if Lord willing, that's not the case, but if Daniels gets hurt, you're putting in Mariota. You're not even thinking about saying, well, should Joe go in? That's too early for you. You know what I'm saying? It's too early to put that pressure on them or to even cause that media, you know what I'm saying, hoopla. Like you still let it go through the whole first, because whatever you have in Joe, like I said, that the interior passing, the intermediate passing, the lower passing, like that all needs work. I will tell you that now. Like I say, he's that much of a raw prospect that I wouldn't say him and Daniel should even be competing in any way this year. He would need a year to sit, maybe 2, like a Trey Lance, just to get the intangibles and things like that right. And like I said, by the time he does, let's say that Daniels is spanking shit and and we looking good and he has an offense that he's thriving in. You got a probably possible first or second round draft pick that you can trade as your backup, you know what I'm saying, and still get a formidable backup later that's not threatening your starting quarterback.
The Baltimore Ravens have picked up running back Rasheen Ali. They got TJ Tampa, who's really good. I like TJ Tampa in the last round. I think they got 2 running backs, 2 defensive backs. The Ravens have had a really good draft today, man.
What I wanted to add a second ago is that Luke McCaffrey started as a quarterback in Nebraska. So if Kingsbury is a innovator or a designer of plays, him or Brian Johnson, and because of how fast that Jaden Daniels is, there's a possibility to having Luke getting a passing play in some point of time in his career with us.
I can see that. Trick plays for sure. Because, I mean, he was a quarterback, so why not?
Christian's done it.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't hate on that. It's been a lot of running backs going in this second and third day, though. I will say that. Another running back off the board for the Jaguars. So, I mean, it's been running backs just left and right coming off the board. And this guy's good, too. Tracy Jr. He's from
he went to the Giants.
Yeah, he went to the Giants. Yep. This guy's good. So, from Purdue, 5th round, 166 pick. You know, this stretching on, man. We are in the 5th round. We still have 2 more rounds to go. I believe Washington does have a pick coming up soon. I'm not sure. Do we have anything in the 6th?
That was the second pick in the 5th, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we don't got one in the 6th. We got one in the 7th.
The 7th. So this is stretching on, man. I think the Giants have had a good draft.
No. We got 2 picks. We didn't have none in the 4th. That was our first in the 5th. We should have one more in the 5th and then one in the 7th.
Okay. All right.
So that because remember I asked what was the last 2 players that I thought we would get.
Okay.
So you said tackle, tight end. Big Son said tackle, and what else you say, Big Son? Wide receiver, maybe?
Wide receiver.
Yeah, I think quarterback, wide receiver. If not quarterback, wide receiver, I would say quarterback, lineman. Like I say, and honestly, if they got Devin Leary, I wouldn't be that mad either. But that just looks too much like Kirk Cousins, RG3, even if it is the 6th or 5th or something pick. So I'm with you, bro. I probably would go undrafted free agent quarterback rather than drafting one, because that drafting one looks a certain kind of way. It looks like you unsure, like somebody on the staff unsure.
Right. To spend a draft pick on it.
Yeah. Nah. I take that back. So let me go back. I just say lineman and wide receiver. I go with Big Son. With the pick of nobody's wrong though. I really do agree with you too though, bro. Like with the tight end part, because John Bates is okay, but if Ben Sinnott is what you really want, where you can put him at fullback and tight end, if you can get a actual tight end, that's not bad. Like that again, one of them. If you can get Hawker, remember I was telling
Is
you about
Jared
Hawker.
Wiley still out there from TCU, 6'7", about 240, no, 268, I think, or 258 pounds, something like that.
I like Hawker, the one that was able to catch the had caught caught one football, thought the drill was over, and caught the other football with the other hand and kept running the drill. Like Hawker's tape is really good. He's a natural tight end. He's a pretty good blocker, not great as Sinnott is. I think Sinnott's great at blocking, probably even better than Bowers at blocking. But Bowers is probably a better pass receiver because he's faster. But Sinnott runs a 4.5, which is definitely good for me at a tight end. Also being 6'4" gives that's one of our bigger targets. You know what I'm saying, for the quarterback for JN. I think Ertz is like 6'4", 6'5" as well. And if he's your second tight end, imagine how much he knows how to get open against the weak side linebacker. You know what I'm saying? So again, if you're able to use a rookie to start and the veteran to do the secondary routes, the veteran's probably going to get open so many more times than the rookie. You know what I'm saying? Just because Ertz just knows some tricks of the trade that I'm sure that all of the guys don't. And even if he starts, he can teach the new guy, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? They can learn from each other, but I know that Ertz can teach him a lot. Another tight end would not be bad though. I do feel you on that though, Big Son, on them undrafted free agents, because I definitely feel like camp is going to have maybe another 20 to 30 players. Like that depth chart that we saw is going to be, unfortunately, everybody's team's going to go through injuries, some little Timpson, Tantrum Jones, some little baby stuff, not nothing hopefully hard. Preseason will be here before you know it. It's a lot of camps coming up and stuff like that. I know we got like three of them in May. The guy first one starts the 11th, like right around Mother's Day or something like that. What else? I think they may bring in another running back on some undrafted free agent stuff. Just, you know what I'm saying, just to see what could be found, because it was with a lot of running backs taken in the draft, but I know it's a ton of them that probably tried out that didn't get picked up right now. I looked Brendan Rice up. He's still on the board. I'm not really sure how he's even dropped this far, but if you got the pick skins and y'all listening, please do it. Like it would make me so happy. Like, I'm not gonna hold you. I would probably be happier about this pick than the last three. But you are here. Welcome to the Nature Show Draft with the Washington Commanders. I'm Uptown Vito with my co-host ETA Money Road. Big Son just stepped off for a second, but you know what we're doing. We're here on day 3, final day, round 4, 5.
Yeah, I know it, baby. You know it. You
7.
know it.
You already know, running them down as they come in, man. You know, at the end of the day, we only really concerned about the Commanders, but we are pointing out we're really talented players are going to systems that we do think they're going to thrive in. Again, I'm on record to say that this draft was interesting to me. I've never seen a draft go in a way where people picked, where like there's some teams that pick draft grade, and then other teams usually pick what they need, and then they pick the best player at what they need. And this one felt like a lot of teams did what my co-host Leo Point said, which was a lot of teams in the first round, especially after those quarterbacks went off the board, and a lot in the second round went player grade instead of team need. And I just don't know how it works out for everybody. With like the second round picks would be very interesting to look at coming up this next season because I think it was some odd picks for some teams. Some teams I think really did well. If the Eagles are able to address the issues that they had last year that I thought they were weak in with the two picks that they did the first day that they had, I think they really came away with securing what they needed and not just picking best player on the board in that scenario. Yesterday, I did feel like they did just pick best player in the board because I didn't think they needed two cornerbacks. But to use one of the cornerbacks as a safety now makes that a little bit more interesting of a draft pick for me, looking at the division and how they were the last two seasons. The Giants have had a good defense, even though the offense has struggled in the last 3 or 4 seasons. And in the last 3 or 4 seasons, they made the playoffs, whether they were struggling or not. And what was interesting is that they addressed having a go-to, a must-be elite offensive player. And because the game has gone into the wide receiver mode more than it is trusting a running back and them leaving the likes of a Saquon Barkley, I think Malik Neighbors is more than enough of a replacement in that regard. You never replace a Saquon Barkley, once in a lifetime generational talent, but at the same time, I believe Neighbors is just that as well. And they upgraded their defense with a pretty good amount of quality picks, I believe. And they've done well in the draft on the defensive side over the last few years. I think Neighbors helps make up a little bit for the two bad offensive line picks they've had in Thomas and the other guy that they picked up a year ago. But again, if you can get the ball out your hands faster than Danny trying to hold on to it, maybe those guys do a little bit better. The running back that they just picked up in the draft, like Rose said, is pretty good. He does not have a lot of carries, but was productive in the carries that he did have, and didn't have a bad last year. You know what I'm saying? He had a pretty good year. And for him to be picked in the 5th round, if he's expected to do anything, would be to give a breather to the starter and maybe provide a spark, if anything, within whatever their offensive frame is going to do. Dallas, not really paying their draft a lot of attention. And maybe that's a bad thing for me at the moment, but I don't think this draft is as important as if anybody remembers when they went from Romo to Dak. And if it wasn't for injury, I don't know if they would have went with Dak as fast as they did, but when they were able to get from Dak and were able to get that first win out of that first round, I think that's where they are now in terms of Jerry's tired of, again, one of those Daniel Snyder type of things. I'm tired of doing the same thing and not getting a different result. It makes you insane to actually try to do something the same way, and it never worked. So I think this time, instead of spending the money and doing the splash plays and getting splash players and all of this, I think he's trying to keep one group together consistently. You lost Dan Quinn, but I don't think you need the number one defense in the NFL to be a good defense. I think you need to be able to get stops when you need stops, and I think you need to be able to cause turnovers. Dallas right now, without understanding what Zimmer's going to do, but he's a very good coach. If they can get a similar amount of turnovers, whether they give up yards or not, I think they'll give themselves a chance to do the same thing that they've been able to do, which is, again, one, win the division or compete to at least go to the playoffs and fight for a chance to win a Super Bowl. I am not a Cowboys fan. I would not like to see that happen, but I think that they're keeping this group together on understanding that consistency does have some level of success. The San Francisco 49ers, the Kansas City Chiefs, even though they may lose a piece here or there, they usually stay consistent in majority of the positions that they need to stay strong at. And again, you watch the results. There's no reason to go against what the good teams are doing when they have the roster to do it. So I think that that's the Cowboys' approach. I'm not worried, but I'm definitely going to be paying attention to what they do. They're planning on bringing Ezekiel Elliott back, and I think that that's just to be able to finish some games off that I don't think you were able to do with Pollard. He's not a bruiser. He's not going to wear the clock down. He does have a burst and was able to get himself some long runs and stuff like that. But again, even he had injuries last year because what we all know in the NFC East, it ain't easy, baby. It is not easy, baby. It's some hard hitting in the NFC East, and we some bruisers down there. And if you ain't got the right guy, you ain't gonna make it through all 17 games. So bringing Ezekiel Elliott back to me is not about winning a rushing title or anything like that. I think it's getting a good short yardage back at a low price and someone that the fans are at least used to that they can stand behind. Pollard was definitely good, but to get the money that he got in Tennessee wasn't going to get the Cowboys what they wanted.
Go ahead.
No. That was it. I just covered our division for the most part. Like I said, so what I want us to do is I want to see what we got on the field because to me, bro, with us not like making that big splash on the wide receiver, and don't get me wrong, like I said, Luke may be able to do some things that I'll be proud of, and because I think we have a quarterback. So again, having a quarterback that can throw consistently 65 to 72%, which is a career high for him when he has talent. When he doesn't, it's at 65 to 66%, which is not bad. Make plays. And if you can't make the plays with your arm, don't sit back there and get hit. You know what I'm saying? And if you can do that, like I said, 250 yards a game, 220 a game, and a W, I don't care if you don't have the splash player because you get a draft every single year. Am I not right, bro? So it's going to be wide receivers every year. It's going to be somebody 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", every single year coming out of college. And eventually, you're going to get him the guy. But our problem has been that we've always gotten the guy and never had the consistent quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
Jordan Travis, the quarterback for the Florida State, was just drafted by the Jets. I think that's something that you want to keep your eye on. You don't know how Rodgers is coming back. Travis was very good. That's what we think about that. Jordan Travis was very good for Florida State.
Before injury, my man was good. And he can wiggle. He can wiggle too. And Rodgers one spot.
Yeah. So I am highly optimistic when it comes to that pick there for the and again, if you have a veteran quarterback, you want to pick a quarterback in late rounds, just in case. I don't see no problem with that because I mean, look at San Francisco 49ers. Sometimes that's how you find your main guy. So I don't have no issue with that. With us though, it would really reek right now.
Well, no. But so for the Jets, this is what I said. Teams that are doing the right thing or picking the right piece at the right time type of stuff. The Malachi Corley piece. We're having Garrett Wilson be like the rookie of the year and then have a great season his following next year, even with Aaron getting injured. Imagine if Aaron plays this year, what Malachi Corley going to be able to do when Garrett's going to get a lot of the attention. And then you got a person who's named the Yak King. Like, you can always get extra yards after you catch the ball. Aaron should have a good time. Again, think about the likes of the Randall Cobbs and the Donald Drivers. Like, though he had success with guys like that. So to me, I feel like the Jets were picking based on needs that they have with the roster they have right now. Not just picking the best guy at the position and hoping that this is like he's gonna be good because he's just the best player that was at the spot. Like, I think some teams just went. I think they kind of got caught up with what other teams were doing, if you get what I'm saying. Like, seeing, they pick a wide receiver now. Let me get a wide receiver, and it's like, bro, like, did you need one? Like Jacksonville, like, don't get me wrong, they need, you know what I'm saying, to get Thomas. You know what I'm saying? Thomas was a great pick. I can't lie, it was, but I don't think y'all needed him. Y'all just lost the other edge rusher that y'all had for like $60 million to somebody else. Yeah. Did y'all lose Patrick? No, I think they might have got Patrick Queen, so they got him. No, I think he went to the Steelers.
Right.
Yeah, I think Queen went to the Steelers. Y'all lost one of y'all cornerback. It was just, and again, don't get me wrong. Again, if you could, Trevor Lawrence needs weapons. But looking at it and seeing that, oh, dang, when I go over here and look on the roster, oh, dang, y'all signed Gabe Davis. Y'all have other players on the roster that y'all signed at wide receiver. Y'all just had picked up somebody else. So it was like, I don't know. It's like, don't get me wrong. Can he have success? Yes. But do they still suffer in that place that they had a need?
That's
You feel
true.
me?
And that's one thing I wanted with us to make sure that we did. Of course, we lost Logan Thomas, we lost Cameron Curl, we lost Curtis Samuel.
Curtis Samuels. Mm-hmm.
Right. So I just want to make sure.
And we addressed all three spots in free agency and with the player. Do I think that all three players were equally replaced? No. But
Right.
might be close, bro.
Now,
Kendall Fuller.
let me say this, depending on what they running, especially defensively. I'm very interested to see what they're running defensively. You do got Bobby Wagner then. Okay. And you do got Luvo, and you do got I guess Jamin Davis, who they gonna put on the outside on the other side, Luvo. Probably Jamin Davis. I would expect you to do that.
And you got the guy McGee, if you know what I'm saying, if that doesn't work out with Jamin, you just picked up a rookie at that same spot.
Yeah. So I mean, and a lot of people were saying that Jeremiah Trotter Jr. was there and he was better. And that's
then the McGee dude.
Yeah, then the guy that
I felt like that too. I felt like that too. But again, I don't think Jeremiah Trotter is a rusher. He's like his father is. He's a run defender. The guy that we got is more of a downhill attacker. He had more tackles for loss than Jeremiah Trotter did.
Right. And so again, a lot of people felt like it was a lot of better talent on the board than what we got. And so you could say that, you could say that. I don't think outside of Jaden Daniels, I don't think anyone is a splash. Maybe the defensive tackle could end up being a splash guy, but I don't think nobody was really a splash. We didn't do a lot of splashing in this whole off season. I don't think. I mean, you got Wagner, that was a splash. And again, Jaden Daniels, just because of who he is, he's the Heisman Trophy winner and he's a quarterback and X, Y, and Z, that would be considered a splash. But we haven't had really big splashes in this offseason thus far. It's So that's why I gave it the underwhelming stamp yesterday. It's overwhelming because you're doing what you're supposed to do. And that's and even the people we identified that they should be, targeting, at least the position wise, they have done that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, so that's why it's whelming. It's an over under, because of the splash, the low amount of splash going on. That's where the underwhelming part come from. But
now, it's all about those guys in this system. Whatever the system is, did you pick the right guys for your system? And I know that sounds crazy because we're going to see some of these guys go to these other places, and they are going to show off. Like just certain teams, I got played like Worthy, Xavier Worthy with Kansas City. How do you end up in a situation like that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you were talking about, like, even if he is 165 pounds, let's say he becomes 180 at some point in time in his career, or even in this season, 175, something like that. Okay, cool. How do you let him go to Patrick Mahomes? Who let you trade up to do that?
Right.
Of all receivers, like if anybody, Atlanta, you pick Michael Penix Jr. with the number 8 pick, excuse me. Not saying that Worthy was worth a number 8 pick, but you picked a pick that was not of need immediately, over picking the fastest person in the universe on a football field.
Right.
To let him go late and say, oh, Super Bowl champions don't need nothing but a Ferrari.
Yeah.
That guy. How? Buffalo. How'd you do that? Don't get me wrong. They got a beast in the red zone, which they had a problem in the Kansas City game. That was what they had a problem with scoring in the red zone. Keon Coleman's bigger than every single target that they got. And Knox was pretty good that game. You know what I'm saying? Outside of Allen. other than that, my man Diggs ain't show up. I don't think Coleman is a better receiver than Diggs by far, no, but he can probably give them similar production as Gabe Davis, who was really good for them during the time, and he has a larger catch radius. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, having that bigger frame, just trying to find a way to have a creative mismatch. Then your quarterback's big, so he's not throwing down to somebody. He's throwing an alley oop to somebody he know can jump. So you try, and then the Curtis Samuels will give you that same stuff that Diggs was. And one thing about Curtis Samuels is that he's going to show up in the playoffs. He hasn't been, so you guys are gonna give him a chance to go somewhere he ain't been. He's gonna do pretty fucking good, in my opinion.
Trevor Keegan is the pick for the Eagles. They're finding some value at the end of this draft. I mean, the Eagles with Jeremiah Trotter Jr. last round. I mean, last pick they got Trevor Keegan, the guard, the starting guard from Michigan, who fell all the way to the 5th round. I think you got. I mean, Michigan ended up in the national championship as the national champion. So I think you got tremendous value in the 6th round getting their starting guard out of there. You know what I mean? For a team that ran the ball, had 27 touchdowns rushing as well. So
having
this guy had something to do with it.
Interesting to have Saquon. I think with the Eagles, I think that having Saquon Barkley is definitely like that, like roster wise. I'm interested to see if they put Hurts under center to get the most out of Saquon Barkley's runs. I just don't know if Saquon has the same success as he did in New York with Philly. And I know that sounds crazy. I really don't mean it like he's sorry. That's nothing like what I'm saying. Schemes. Schemes are important. Everybody doesn't go to the next team and have all the success because they're with a better team. You know what I'm saying? They've got to find a way to switch up some of their plays so that they can do things that Saquon does best. And, bro, like I know from watching him since college, bro, you got to give him 24, 25 carries. He gets better as the game goes on. You can't give him 15 carries and expect the same thing. I don't think you get the same production out of him with only 15 carries and Jalen Hurts getting, you know what I'm saying, 10 carries or something like that to make your 25, and then maybe tossing in Gainwell a 5 or 6 yards, six carries or something like that, or the guy Shipley. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're gonna give him a few carries on the spill of Saquon and stuff like that, like I'm just not sure how that option Lil John works with Saquon when he isn't a from the shotgun runner, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't have success on some weeks or that he don't have a game or two or have a few games where it's good. I just haven't seen him in that offense before ever. And I know that even with Swift didn't have a lot of 20 plus carry games. I know that Saquon is very much more effective in those type of games. Is Nick Sirianni going to, you know what I'm saying, go from the offense that he has in the first half to switching it up in the second half and letting Saquon, you know what I'm saying, have his go and at the way that he needs it? Or will that be something that gets talked about, you know what I'm saying, will they have a slow start because of that? Like, those things are going to matter.
I do agree with that, but again, the Eagles to me are very dangerous with Saquon and Jalen Hurts back there, and what they did in the secondary in this draft, they got two defensive backs as well as bringing Gardner Johnson back. I think that really shores that up for them. On the other side of the ball, again, no Hassan Reddick, no Fletcher Cox. I think that will affect their front seven. So I think they should have given the front seven a little bit more attention. And even if they got the guy that we ended up with, that would have been a good pick for them. I think maybe that's why we got it, to prevent Philly from getting it. With them losing Fletcher Cox, it was like, okay, we got this extra pick. Let's just take a man off the board for Philly.
Kalen Carson, cornerback.
Okay. So maybe that was to the effect of what they wanted to do. Meaning the Redskins, where we got the defensive tackle to prevent Philly from getting it. So they lost Fletcher Cox. That will be that's a huge loss. So I mean, and again, but still with Saquon and Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown and Devontae Smith over there, and Dallas Goedert. That's a good offense. That's a powerful offense.
Oh no. By all means, but I think with one of the worst defenses in the NFL in history, not to mention last year by itself, which is probably at least franchise our worst defense in franchise history. We lost to the Eagles by 2 points.
Right.
Their secondary, which I think that they did improve with what they got. They brought back Garner Johnson, who was big for Detroit last year. Big for Detroit. I definitely think Detroit lost something with that. But they picked up 2 really good cornerbacks in the draft to address that. So like I said, those teams are teams that already are in position to win. They didn't get caught up in it. Let me get this player right here. No, we need to get these guys right here because they're going to help us continue building what we're already doing. And that, to me, that's my favorite for next year for the Super Bowl. And I've never thought I would ever say Detroit was going to be a favorite to ever be a Super Bowl favorite in the league. But they just got everything right now.
So you got them as the Super Bowl favorite in the NFC.
To me,
what you're saying.
To me, I love their roster. Jared Goff has found a home there. They just play seamlessly to the way that he plays, and I'm not a great Jared Goff fan.
Who did the Cowboys get? They are going crazy over this guy,
Kalen Carson, cornerback from Wake Forest.
They are definitely excited about him. It's high fives in there. High fives.
8 pass breakups.
Okay. They high five and big. It's big high fives about him.
He started 11 games and had 8 pass breakups. Cheer on, Dallas. Good job. But again, remember I said, think about what I said a second ago. Teams and getting the things they need. When they lost against Green Bay, outside of the running game, they were getting torched by those wide receivers. Because those guys, like you said, those guys had something to prove. They proved it that day. So if anything you need help on the back end to make sure Jordan Love don't spank you again. And somehow or another, they got to figure out how to shore up that running defense. Losing Van Der Esch, I don't know why nobody thinks losing Van Der Esch means a lot. Yes, he was hurt a lot, but when he played, bruh, nobody was getting past him like that, bruh. And I'm not saying he was great, but he was a really good fit for what they were doing. And to lose that, they do have a young guy that was behind that that's pretty good, but he's an over pursuer. That's why Green Bay was getting what they was getting off in that playoff game. When I look back, he just over pursued so many plays, just trying to make the play. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to, you know what I'm saying? We're trying to get back. We losing. We don't know how we lose. Let's try to make a play. Went in there, got play faked, and was just like he was all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So I think you need to, just again, Zimmer's not the same defender. I mean, not the same defensive coordinator as Quinn. I don't think he's going to use Parsons to blitz as much more than he is as a seeking homing missile of find and destroy.
Yeah, I agree. But however, I think Zimmer, with that, I'm not worried about the Dallas defense. Dallas defense might even get better. As crazy as that might sound, the Dallas defense may get better under Zimmer.
Not stat guys. I don't think they'll reach the rank, but I do think with like what you're saying, like just as far as like getting 3 and outs, you know what I'm saying, getting teams off the field. Like I said, the turnover part will be interesting. That's how if they can get the same amount of or generate the similar or more turnovers in their first like 8-9 games than they did with Quinn, that's when I'm going to feel like the Cowboys are scary. If they can't generate those turnovers, I think they're going to have the same problems that they usually do. I think that's what's going to be the difference between Zimmer's defense and Quinn's defense is the turnovers. I'm not worried about defensive ranking because they pretty much took tackling away from football. So we're going to have somebody at number 1 that just might be a regular solid tackling football team and don't really make plays.
Yeah. But again, even with that, I still think that they're going to play better against better teams under Zimmer. And that's my fear when it comes to Dan Quinn is, okay, you're great. You're great against the Giants, right? Last year against us, y'all beat us 40, whatever, to 10, whatever. you beat us, and you're great against the bad teams. But when you got the San Francisco 49ers of the world coming in, and the Green Bay Packers of the world, and the Eagles is different because it's the same division, and the or at least in the NFC, who was good, the Tampa Bay Bucks. What are we going to see out of the Dan Quinn defense?
Huh?
When the competition gets better, what are we going to see out of Dan Quinn? That is my question. It's not against the bad teams yet, and Dallas looked really good against the bad teams.
That's Dallas, bro. That's Dallas, though.
No, I'm not. Hold on, no. I'm saying Dan Quinn. I'm saying that's my fear with him. Is he looked great against bad teams, but when the competition playoff time rolled around and the competition got a little thick,
the difference is I'm helping with this. Yes, I got you. The difference is, oddly enough, and I might be wild for saying this, but it's going to be correct if it happens. Number 5, bro. Jaden Daniels, he's never had nothing like this.
Yeah, Dak has had a very good season.
Heck no, Dak ain't had.
They had the number 1 offense in the league last year.
No, bro, listen to me. He's not Jaden Daniels. Dak on a bum leg. Dak been on a bum leg for 3 years.
No, I'm not disputing that part. Maybe not running the ball, but that offense last year put up massive numbers.
Yes, but you also know that if the quarterback can't run, bro, he's also not. It's only one-sided. I only got one thing to stop. Jordan Love could even move out the pocket more than Dak Prescott could, and he didn't in that game as much. Where it was like, okay, you need a running quarterback, but they just had a balance of running and passing. The Cowboys had the number 1 offense, but it was on passing the ball. They didn't have the number 1 rushing offense last year.
They had a good rushing offense with
they had a good rushing offense, but you got to remember that was the year before when they had Zeke and Pollard. Pollard by himself was injured for like 6 or 7 games.
He had over 1,000 yards.
Yes, but it wasn't the same when he had Zeke. He had almost I think not. Yeah, he had more than Zeke that year. I think he had over 1,000 yards that year. You know what I'm saying? With Zeke on the team, and Zeke still had like 700 yards. You know what I'm saying? So that's more rushing yards total than they did this year, I believe. I could be wrong, but I believe they had more rushing yards with Zeke and Pollard. And like you said, you got somebody that can, like I said, you got somebody that can run them 4th or them 3rd and short yard gains. Zeke was always a bruiser, even when they had that big ass line and he was able to get them all them yards and stuff. But once he got older and slowed down, he couldn't get the burst plays and all that, but he can get you the 3rd and 1s, the 3rd and 2s and stuff like that. And I feel like without that, they lost that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't even think he should start with them, period. I still think that he should just be their short yardage back because they didn't have nobody to replace that. They've taken the value of the running backs down, so he probably won't even make more than $3 to $5 million. You only really need him for, like I said, short yard situations. Again, but even what I was getting at was that the difference. Now I'm just going on Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn had Russell Wilson, who is a scrambler, but more of a scramble behind the line of scrimmage and try to make a throw. With the defense that he had, results was he has a Super Bowl, got a Super Bowl loss, but made 2 Super Bowls. You move to Atlanta, or maybe Atlanta was first. Either or, but you got Atlanta. You got Atlanta. Atlanta's got Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is the same as Dak Prescott right now after that injury. He ain't doing no running like that. You know what I'm saying? You might get the traditional run every once in a blue moon, but you're looking at them to make passing plays and then throw the ball. You know what I'm saying? Great that they designed the offense the way that they did. In the playoffs, that number 1 offense was not scoring, was not getting on the board like that. Like I said, outside of McCarthy trying to save their ass after they was blown out 48 or 38 to 48 to 17, like it wouldn't even have been as close as it was. He did save their butt by putting on some more scores after that. But remember, I told you that I feel like that was the reason why he didn't get fired over Dan Quinn.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Dan Quinn couldn't stop them. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't all his fault. You didn't have your best cornerback, your best lineman. Your best pass rusher is getting dogged because nobody else is showing up. I would have really fried DeMarcus Lawrence for making $90 million and you not getting no pressure on this young quarterback. when Michael Parsons is getting doubled and almost third triple team. So I would ask, this what we same thing you would point out for me when I'm defending Armstrong. You'd be like, where was Armstrong? where was the guys that we picked up from their team? If you got somebody that's getting double team and triple team, their wide receivers play out of their body. Dallas had a good secondary in that game. They just disappeared. So, yes, I'll agree with you and say, where was Dan Quinn? Okay, yes, that's a focal point. You can put that on him because your job, Dan, in this game is not to worry about nothing that Dallas is doing on the offensive side. Your job is to shut down the Green Bay Packers. You gave up 150 rushing yards, 3 touchdowns. You gave up a bunch of fucking passing yards, and I think 2 touchdowns by Jordan Love. 3 touchdowns. No picks. You know what I'm saying? Now, for every fan or just football person would be like, you had a great season, but you had your worst game at the wrong time. Now, if we look at this, every season or every Super Bowl, Atlanta Falcons, worst game at the wrong time.
That's why I say, is this a competition thing? Is it where the competition raises? We just don't see the best Dan Quinn. Is it fool's gold?
I think
that's my question.
The same way that you got an opportunity at Atlanta, the same way, because that's the only place that he was a head coach. The same way you had the opportunity at Atlanta. Let's see what you build. You got it's 3 things that I think have to happen for me, just for me. And I'll let you guys decide more as the season goes along. I definitely may agree or may not agree, but at least for me, the 3 things that I have to see. Number 1, first and foremost, has to be we are competitive in every game, win or lose. In order to change the culture, you got to play like it. If that does not happen for me from week 1 of the preseason, not the regular season, of the preseason, because you can change your offense and all that. How you come out and play will show in preseason. If I don't see that, then I'm going to be very hard pressed. And if it's not there on week 1, which from the whole year, every year we had Gruden and every year we had Rivera, we were not prepared on week 1 as we should have been. If I do not see that and we are not competitive, I am going to be very disappointed and probably offer the Dan Quinn train right away. Number two is I have to see a offense that is not like everybody else's. For 5 to 7 years, maybe more, we have seen copycat offenses all around the league. And for the Redskins, we've had one of the even worse ones because we don't even be getting a first down on a regular basis.
Right.
That has to change. I cannot watch football like that when we are watching other teams during, let's go to a news break, and we just watching simple plays turn into touchdowns for other people, and we're still struggling to get 3 points in the first half. I can't watch that. It can't start like that for me. It can't be like that for me. I cannot watch that. I'm going to watch it because we cover our show and we cover our team, and that's still my team no matter what. But I'm saying that I can't watch that and be in support of the coaching staff, ownership, or any of that when we've all been sized up to believe one thing. I live in D.C. For all of those that's not from Washington, D.C. that pay attention to our show, I live in the District of Columbia. We are some of the most purpinest people in the world. All right, you got $1,500 in your pocket. You couldn't tell that person they don't got 15,000, and they're gonna move around like they got 15,000. Unless you was able to go in their pocket and tell that they got different, you can't tell nobody in the city what they got. They gonna act like they would. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what it is. Yeah, but it gotta make sense. When you're talking to people that come from money or you're talking to people that been around, you can't, that ain't gonna work. All that perping and all that slicing ain't gonna work. You gotta keep it a buck. And a dude will respect you for not being a nigga with 15,000 that only got 1,500 around some niggas with 15,000 if you just keep it a bean. But if you come in there faking, all of the wolves gonna be able to point you out and you're gonna be fooled. And that's exactly what it is, Dan Quinn, in short. To keep it slick with you and keep it straight. You play coochie, like my grandmama used to say, you're gonna get bumped. All right. So you got to be about everything you say you about from day one. It can't be week 5, week 6, and we finally getting to see what the team might be able to do. Because I'm telling you, I don't care what Josh going to do. The short leash is going to be people are not going to come to these games. They're not going to tune in like you want them to. Because You can't sell us up a river. We've already been up there. Our paddles are gone. Our boats dry. You know, we already up to our neck in water. We can't do that again.
Yeah. 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 I mean, everything you said, I echo. You know what I'm saying? You put the spotlight on yourself when you put the spotlight on yourself when you don't when you really when you do what you're saying that you're trying to do is win. Like you said, keep it a buck. If y'all ain't ready yet, say, hey man, we're gonna try to do the best we can. But I'm not about to say y'all no dreams. If it happens, great. This is what we're striving for, but we don't know. But y'all have said that you do know. You're bringing the winner, not one, not two, not three, like LeBron. That's what you did. You know. So that hey, you can't get mad at people for holding you to your word. You can't get mad. You can't get mad. So it's best, like Vito says, best to play a low profile. That's why I always want a low profile out this team. You know, the bigger the hype, the bigger the fall for us. That's how it's been. If we are picked to be Super Bowl favorites, then we ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, it never happens.
Never. Never.
The year we was gonna go, the year we went to the last year we went to the Super Bowl, they were doubting us even at being 11-1 or 11-0 or 10. It still was like, yeah, I'm just not sure if this team is all right. It's one of the greatest. It's the greatest team in NFL history. It's ranked as the greatest team in NFL history. They still didn't believe.
And they didn't even believe in that team. So if our team is highly looked at, sought after, either we're going to start bad and end up good, or it's going to be something. It's just not going. It's just we can't be ranked high. So I want to see us being ranked, you know, on the lower side, and then just playing well and just beating the doubters. That's what I would like to see. That's what I would like to see. Logan Lee, defensive tackle, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is the 6th round, 178th pick. They've gotten Troy Fatanu, Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson, wide receiver, Peyton Wilson, linebacker, Mason McCormick, guard, and Logan Lee is the last pick they got in the 6th round. He is a defensive tackle. So Pittsburgh really bolstering up that. I mean, they've given Russell Wilson some help over there, didn't they? They boosting up for Wilson, ain't they?
Mm-hmm. And if not for Wilson, Justin Fields.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's interesting that they put Fields, in all the spots where the quarterbacks who got big money seem to be questionable, they have a backup plan in place, both teams. We had Fields over there for Wilson, and we had for Kirk Cousins, we got Penix. We got somebody writing board. So just in case we didn't get you this check, we'll let you keep the money. We just want to make sure we're still able to win afterwards.
Yeah.
We don't know who we going to get out of you, bruh. But we ain't about to guess either. We ain't about to guess either.
Ball pick Kamani Vidal from Troy State, who is around the same size as Blake Corson. He's 5'7", and about 200 pounds. 210, 213, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. The Seattle Seahawks just got Satayo Lamio, the Utah guard. Lamio, the Utah guard. They got Nehemiah Pritchard, AJ Barner, Trice Knight, Christian Haynes in the 3rd round, and Byron Murphy, the 2nd offensive tackle. So they went tackle, guard, cornerback, linebacker, tight end. That's what the Seattle Seahawks have done. Tackle, guard, quarterback, linebacker, tight end. Corner, when I say corner, not quarter, corner. So they seem to be Smith Howe and just building around that. They already have a running back in place. They had 2 wide receivers, excellent wide receivers in place, in Metcalf and Lockett. Yeah, I like what they're doing. They're just boasting up the line at this point. Working on a defense. The New England Patriots just select Marcel Dial in the 6th round. They got Javon Baker and Leighton Robinson in the 4th. Sadian Wallace, the offensive tackle, in the 3rd. Jalen Polk, the wide receiver, in the 2nd, and Drake May in the 1st for the Patriots. So they seem, it seemed like they're doing what you would expect them to do. I mean, it hasn't really been a lot of splash with the New England Patriots either, but they basing it on May. I think May was like a default pick for them, though. I do not think that May was really who they wanted. If they could have picked through the 3, he would have been the first they picked. He just was the last one left. And again, if it was me, I would have just said to heck what they feel and just picked Bo Nix or somebody. That's me. I would have not.
Marvin Harrison Jr. if you picked.
Huh?
Why not get Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Or even Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah. I would have went and got Marvin Harrison Jr. That's why for me, last year quarterback for me would remain on my roster up until after the draft. I just feel every quarterback should do that. I'm not big on dealing and cutting quarterbacks early and all of that. I'm keeping that last year's quarterback on my roster until after the draft. That's me. Just in case I want to go back with him and give him some more weapons. That's just me. A linebacker out of UCLA, Darius Masao, is who the New York Giants picked. Dolphins are now on the clock in the 6th round. Shout out to everybody out there listening. This is the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you this NFL draft in full, baby. In full. Bring you the full draft, man. We in the 6th round, riding it out, man. This is when the juice happens. And again, we're going over all the teams and their draft grades and what everybody feels and all the stuff that's going down, man. Again, Kimani Vidal, Troy running back. He was the Sun Belt Player of the Year at running back, and I believe he is going to the Giants? Might have been the Giants, but we'll get that in for you in a second. Again, when you look at overall, for me, the top players or picks or the top teams in this draft that I felt like did the best. I think Baltimore had a really good draft. I think Baltimore's had a really great offseason. I think their offseason has gone under the radar. They did lose their defensive coordinator to a head coaching job. So I would expect the other side of the ball to be different. But Baltimore has always had a good defense. So I don't think that defense is going anywhere.
Malik Washington went to the Dolphins, bro.
Malik Washington went to the Dolphins. The wide receiver out of Virginia. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
And they got him in this, late. I wouldn't mind if we would have got him. I wouldn't have minded.
Wow, yeah. He's the 3rd Power 5 receiver to have 110 plus receiver yards, over 1,500 yards.
See?
In college football history.
That's a really good pick. That's a really good pick in the 6th round. I'm surprised he was still on the board.
Bro, 35 missed tackles forced on receptions after he caught the ball, which led the league.
That's a really good pick for the Dolphins, man. The Dolphins are stacked offensively. Can they get any better? They got Chop Robinson off the edge, tackle Patrick Paul, Jalen Wright, running back. They got the edge Mohamed Kamara and then Malik Washington, the wide receiver. So they got a running back and a wide receiver out of this draft to go along with that powerhouse of an offense they already had.
It was crazy.
Then they got 2 viable players, Malik Washington and Jalen Wright.
Late too.
Yeah. So the Dolphins is having a really good day. I mean, look, really good draft. And off season, they've had a really good off season over the last 2 years. What do you feel about Tua? Can Tua do it out there in Miami? Can Tua get them to the ship
as long
and
as Tua is
bring
healthy,
their first, their Super Bowl first one?
we covered it. We covered it last year. Tua's got to play the playoffs at home.
Right.
Tua got to play them playoffs at home, bro.
I agree with that.
If he don't get them playoffs at home, I don't know what to tell you, because it's cold everywhere else they're gonna be playing the playoffs at.
I agree. It is definitely essential. It is definitely essential,
especially with that speed and stuff that they got, bro. Like if they play in the winter months or in the playoff months at home, bro, they have almost full advantage.
Yeah.
Because it's nothing that they can't run in their environment unless it's raining or something like that. But again, that's where you from. You learn how to play in that, and that's a lot of human rain. It don't even be really like cold for real. It still be moist, so the football be still be grippy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree totally. I mean, you can't.
We was talking about how did Dan Marino not make it all them years? Like it's just if you don't got home field advantage, it's hard. Even when you got it, it's already hard because you might not be the best team some of those years. But the level, the offense they got, bro. If Tyreek Hill get hurt, they still have weapons to be able to, you know what I'm saying, get over, just get underneath and make plays. The Malik Washington pick for them is crazy. Johnny Wilson, Florida State. God dang, just went to the Eagles. 6'6", 231, 4'5", Johnny Wilson to the Eagles. How are y'all letting them do this?
Yep.
6'6", 230, bro. What is going, bro? To the Eagles. All right,
that's crazy.
And the Eagles might do good this year.
That's what I'm saying. I've been saying
that's a physical advantage, bro. That's not cool, bro.
Oh, so they got him and AJ Brown.
Yes, and Devontae Parker, who's like 6'1", 6'2".
And Devontae Parker, yep.
Jace McKillen went from Alabama, running back, went to Atlanta Falcons. That's a good pick too. He fast as on the what?
5'10". That's why I said I wanted a physical advantage at wide receiver. That's why I said that. I think I just want the physical advantage. If nothing else, give us the physical advantage. Philly is having a really good offseason. And just to be honest. But again, I'm not sure they are addressing that defensive line, especially that interior. Yeah, they do have Jalen Carter. But I think you need something else.
And the Eagles pick again in 2 picks. Atlanta Falcons pick back-to-back, and the Texans pick back-to-back, and the Eagles pick again. Damn, Joe. They just scored with that, bro. Just as far, even if they don't use them like that, like just not letting somebody else get them.
Yeah.
Damn, Joe. That's crazy, Joe. Damn, bro. Good job, Florida State. I ain't want you to do that, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Again, they do got some side. I mean, 6'6" and 6'4", 6'5". You know, with what they got out there with AJ Brown, I mean, that is dangerous.
He's 6'6", 230 and runs a 4.5 flat.
Yeah.
Like, how did he go to the 6th round, bro? What are y'all? I don't understand teams, bro. You don't gotta burn nobody at 6'6", 230, and the 4.5 ain't slow.
Right.
Not when you 6'6", 230. What cornerback do you put in front of this Bama?
Notable 6th-round picks: Terrell Davis, Matt Burke, Matt Hasselbeck, Tom Brady, Antonio Brown, and Jason Kelsey.
Bruh. I'm doing whatever I can do to trade that pick with the Eagles. Y'all gotta give me that nigga.
They ain't gonna do it. And we should have picked them earlier if that was the case, just to make sure they ain't get him. What pick would you have swapped for him out of what we got?
Hey, bruh. That might be at. Nah, we ain't trade them a 6th-round pick. I'm about to say that might have been the pick that we gave them for the 2nd-round pick.
Hey, could have.
Shit. Nah, that was an earlier jump. It was almost though. Almost. I ain't gonna hold you.
Again, I would never trade with them anyway. I didn't feel like that was a good idea anyway. I wouldn't have traded with them. I just don't think I'm not doing business with nobody in the NFC East. If I'm in the NFC East, y'all are all competition. I'm just not doing it.
These niggas got Johnny Wilson, bro. What the fuck are they doing? Hey, bro. What the fuck, young? Hey, bro, this shit not fair, bro. That shit not. I hope that nigga can't catch, man. Fuck that nigga. He in the league now. He ain't with Florida State no more. He ain't no longer with us. I'm sorry, Chad. That wasn't right. I ain't a hater like that, but golly, bro. That's and it's on my phone. Go ahead, man. So
Pretty bad.
It's a problem. He not that great though, because the 600 yards and 2 touchdowns in 2023. I'm sorry, it's underproduction for you being that big, bro.
That is underproduction. But will Philadelphia, who we know don't mind taking advantage of any advantage they can get, whether it's the tush push or the just throwing it up to AJ, bro, whatever advantage they can get, they're going to exploit it. I think they've proven that. So I still don't trust it, because Philly is proven they will exploit any advantage they get.
Yeah, I mean, even if you say I'm gonna use him as a red zone, you know what I'm saying, player, like that's a clear advantage. Even if you got Goddard, I even put him at the other tight end on accident and just run out. He's 4-5, bro. You could play tight. I switch your position. I ain't gonna hold you. You'll be a tight end in the league.
Yeah.
You'll never block a soul. I never put you in a blocking tight in a blocking situation.
I would definitely block with him, though. I would block with him. I can run. You can run some reverses. You can do a lot with that.
Nah, I'm not gonna block with him on the offensive line. He a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Built for that. But he is that size. But I would use him in blocking situations against corners, though, of course.
Yeah, I would put him in. I would definitely. You can put him in the backfield slot. You know, you can do a lot with it. You can do a lot with it. But again, Washington, for the Washington fans out there who automatically give us the division title and all, you got 2 10-win teams, 10+ win teams over the last 2 years. You have 2, not 1, 2 perennial 10+ win teams in your division.
This is going to be a special team star here.
How many people could say that in the whole NFL?
Jamal Hill to the Texans. That's a good pick, man.
You know, you got the Chiefs, I think, might be won 10 games over the last 2 years in the AFC West. Nobody else has done it over there. You might got Baltimore. I think they won 10+ this year. They didn't win 10+ last year. The NFC East is the only team to have 2 10+ perennial 10+ win teams in one division. And that's the competition. 2 really, the Eagles and the Cowboys are really good right now. In the regular season, at least. Yeah, Johnny Wilson, 6'6" and 3/8. Not just 6'6", 6'6" and 3/8. And he played with Jaden Daniels at Arizona State. He played with Jaden Daniels.
Damn, so he's just another person who just don't go get help.
Also, don't slack on your game.
He's not as fast. He don't look that fast. I will say that, but he's definitely
ran a 4.5 40 at the combine. He just don't.
Even if he run it, it's not football speed. He's
no. That's what I'm about to say. That's up. But again, what I'm saying is,
He's not athletic at all. Like I guess he is on a track, but he runs slow. I don't know.
No, remember I said that the underperformance, 2 touchdowns at 6'6". Somebody not
Yeah,
doing you right, or you ain't right.
yeah. It looks. I see why. It's only 2 touchdowns. I can see why. I mean, it looks discombobulated or something. You know what I'm saying? It looks a little discombobulated, man. Discombob. Eagles have gotten Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Dijon, cornerback, Hunt, an edge rusher, Trevor Keegan, Johnny Wilson, and Jeremiah Trotter. Last 3 rounds. So Philly has really, really, really stepped up, man. They're having a great draft. They're having a great draft. They're having a great offseason, though, with landing Saquon Barkley, and all the other pieces they've added, man. Philly is going to be. I mean, I believe it's that loss against Tampa Bay. I believe that loss against Tampa Bay was really embarrassing to them. Eagles on the clock again. I believe that loss to Tampa Bay was really embarrassing. And so they've stepped up and done something about it. And we're gonna make sure we update the board. We're gonna get all of y'all the 6th-round picks in there. I think we're on pick in the 6th round. I think we're on 190. 190. So I mean, we're seeing how this all shapes up. We're seeing how this all shapes up. And Philly also got with the wide receiver Aeneas Smith. And they got Jeremiah Trotter Jr. So they're really trying to add a little something. They have 1 pick. This is their last pick remaining for Philly. They have 1 pick remaining. This is Philly's last pick of the day. This is your reward to thank the friend who gets McDonald's breakfast for the group. So this is really, this is really towards the end of the draft. Now you see who's going to everybody. What you think? What does it look like in the NFC East for you? Now that you've seen everybody, we've seen the juice. We've seen what everything looks like. Pretty much, not everything, but for the most part, we pretty much see. What do you think? What you got? This is your room. I know what I got, at least. I'll talk about what I got. It's gonna be tough sledding for Washington this first year. Let me say that. If you got a rookie quarterback and you are going against teams that have been really successful over the last few years, I will say that. So if they do got Washington ranked last or whatever little low ranking they probably give us like they normally do, this year I think it's warranted. Now I'm not saying that we haven't improved, and everybody might say we improved and all of this, that, and the other, but how much we don't know. We don't know.
Eagles. Okay. Even though I think that the Cowboys will have just as good a season as they did a year ago, based on the draft and free agency, I'll say Eagles, Giants, Cowboys, then us.
Yeah.
The only thing that would put us over the Giants is that I think our free agency was a little bit more of a complete one, but they got the splash guys. So that added to, you know what I'm saying, that added to theirs being just as good. And they added to their defense, which was already good. And they needed a playmaker on offense to kind of, balance out that losing of Saquon. and they've got a decent running back. I ain't gonna say he's Saquon, but like I said, Neighbors, as far as his draft grade and Saquon draft grade, are up amongst each other. And with it being a passing league, I think that's a kind of replacement of that. I think the Giants are in the right direction. I think their draft was okay. It just depends on how their line plays. Their O line.
Well, I'm a disagree with you there. I think Saquon is more losing Saquon is going to affect them more than what they think, because the only time Daniel Jones has really even been bearable is when he's had Saquon to lean on, and even if Saquon hasn't been quote unquote the guy that we wanted him to be over the years or foresaw him being, he still was a guy who has demanded attention. And so he still did have 8 in the box and a whole bunch of stuff like that. And we really can focus on Daniel Jones and stopping Daniel Jones now that he's gone. So I actually see the Giants not being that good this year.
Well, I mean, again, they've made improvements on their defense. Their defense has been good the last 3 years, in my opinion. Even like I said, the year that they went to the playoffs, their defense was pretty good. But the year that they didn't make the playoffs the following year, they lost like 5 games by 2-3 points. You know what I'm saying? And again, what you said, Daniels has just not been good when you needed him to be good in order for them to see like success. But they gave him the money. You know what I'm saying? And instead of cutting them or picking a quarterback to make a whole big complication right there, I think they did what they were supposed to. They got the best player on the board, in my opinion, at a position. You know what I'm saying? As a position player. You know what I'm saying? Like a position of talent player or whatever. Like I said, outside of quarterback, like he got the best athlete on the board. Yes, Marvin Harrison Jr. to me would have been a awesome pick right there, but I think he was gone by the time the Giants picked. So Neighbors is definitely was the better pick of between him and Odunze. And like I said, with what Saquon was able to do, I think that if you can scheme open Neighbors, I think you give him the ability to do more than what Saquon was able to do. Think about this, and just in terms of how I'm looking at it. At running back, you have to give a running back almost 300 carries to get the amount of yards you would get at 100 receptions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if Neighbors can get 100 receptions, he could probably get the 1,500 yards that Saquon got for their most rushing yards, you know what I'm saying, by him since he's been in 1,400, 1,500 yards. That's something that could be repeated. Like CeeDee Lamb had almost 1,700 yards this year?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, that could be replicated by a wide receiver. That's why I said that I'm not saying they replaced Saquon Barkley. I'm saying that they replaced that type of home run talent, possibly. You know, and that makes it Daniel Jones's, like, you put it on Daniel Jones's shoulders. If you can't get it to the best player, like, you can hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley. You don't got to pass it to him. You can hand it off to him. But Neighbors, you have to now give our best player the ball. It's your fault if you don't complete these passes. If you can't get the ball to him in double coverage because you didn't give him the right kind of pass for him to have the best shot. If he's getting open and you miss them, like, all of these things are going to be now, this is your fault. We can point the finger directly at you.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I totally agree.
You're going to be held accountable for this one, buddy. Like I said, because they did it. Neighbors is a big reach for them to pick right there. You know what I'm saying? Not that they don't need a playmaker, but again, to not pick a quarterback right there when all them quarterbacks, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's going to be almost judged on the same stuff, bro, that we are. Like the Giants. Hey, you guys know that, like, with Atlanta picking, let me turn this down real quick. With Atlanta picking Phoenix, that definitely is going to show, say to New York that if Neighbors doesn't work out, or let's say he gets hurt, and any of these quarterbacks after Penix after y'all pick Neighbors, or if Doomsday does better than Neighbors, or if Brian Thomas does better than Neighbors, which was his teammate, they're going to be looked at like, hey, did we miss the right pick? The Patriots got Joe Milton, bruh.
Oh my goodness! What I tell you?
No, what I tell you? They got Drake May and still picked him.
Yeah, but we ain't the. That's because Drake May's gonna be trash. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
No, bro. It's Jared Mayo. It's his first year coaching. It's his first year coaching.
Let me ask you this. What pick did Trey Lance get picked? He was what number?
First or second, like in the top 5.
He was number 3. He was number 3.
Right.
And Drake May is number 3.
They didn't pick 4 quarterbacks when Drake came out, though, did it? I mean, when Trey Lance.
Yes. I'm telling you, they know something. They know what they know. It's smart. It's smart, man. It's smart. I'm not knocking the Patriots at all. That was a smart move because I don't think Drake May. I think Melton will be the quarterback before the end of the year. Absolutely. I think Melton is going to be the quarterback. I think he might be the quarterback. Drake May might not start at all when they see that on. This is a shocker. That's a shocker. I'm gonna be honest. It's not because again, I'm not sold on May. So it's not a shocker. It's not a shocker for me, because I think May is bad. And I think that Milton is much better than May. You know, he got something that you can go on, which is the big arm. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if it's a shocker, but it is something. It's a little bit of a shocker. This is a shocker.
What's the shocker?
Milton. It's not a shocker because I don't like May, so it's not a shocker. But it is a shocker too because I didn't know that they would. They don't care. They just pulled the trigger, and that is going to be
no. Listen to me.
Talk.
They don't even know. They're not going to even play him. They don't even have a wide receiver to stretch the field to consider. Like Jalen Polk is pretty fast, but again, outside of him, bro, they don't have no speedster to stretch the field. You know what I'm saying? Brendan Rice is number 2 on best players available right now. Joe Milton, 6'5" and an eighth, 235.
Yeah.
When he was at Michigan. Oh my God. You can't replicate this. Do you see this arm?
Yeah.
Bro, on a sidestep. I know what I'm looking at, bro. You're not gonna see a short pass on this jump. His film don't got no short passes, bro. He's Dante Culpepper, bro.
Hey, but that's what I'm saying. You can work with that if your starting quarterback is
he's got the best deep pass in the entire draft to me, bro. Over Caleb and everything, bro. Not just because he throw it far, it's accurate, bro. I don't believe this, bro. That was a great pick. That was a great pick, Gerard Mayo. Great pick, you know. Great pick. Yeah. Great pick. He don't got to play for the next 2 years, bro. And can end up being like that, especially if Drake May don't turn out, bro. And they can not pick nobody and not let nobody know nothing. And yeah, he's a starter. And he'd be like, what? And we fucking like that, bro. The Orange Bowl MVP in 2022 started 5 times at Michigan from 2018 to 20, which means Harbaugh's had him. He had a 2-3 record. 27 touchdowns, 5 picks, 2,800 yards. All deep passes, bro. As I say, he don't got no short passes like that, bro. Man.
Yeah. I'm looking at his film. I mean, it's not a shocker because I'm not a what's the name fan, but hey, that's where Tom Brady was picked in the 6th round.
Yeah.
Baby, the real Slim Shady, the real Tom Brady has just entered the building. The real pick they wanted. They just got made just so they can shut people up and just say that we did the right thing to get made. But this is who they really wanted the whole time. Is that it?
Don't do it. Y'all don't need them. It's overkill if y'all do it, bro.
It's 27 total touchdowns, 5 interceptions. I don't know. That's got juicy. That's got juicy. Juicy, no biggie, baby. Juicy, no biggie, baby.
Y'all don't need no wide receiver. Cornerback, O-line. All right, cool. We don't. It's still the 6th round, bro. We don't even pick. Man, this thing's gonna be gone, bro.
Who you talking about? Who is it that you want?
Brendan Rice.
Brendan Rice. Oh yeah. I wouldn't mind Brendan Rice now. I wouldn't mind Brendan Rice.
Damn, man, this nigga Milton went to the Patriots, blood. That is wild, Mo.
I mean, it is wild that, but again, I said I didn't like. Again, I said I did not like Rice. I mean, I didn't like May like that. Yeah, I said it. I said I've been saying it all day. You know, and so these teams do not care if somebody gets in their feelings. You know, when it comes to their insurance, I could tell they don't care because of what happened with Russell Wilson out there and what happened with Kirk Cousins. You could say that left Minnesota high and dry last year when he went down with the Achilles. When you look at the Jets too. When you look at the Jets as well, it's been a bunch of high and dry situations. So you can't get mad for teams that the teams are saying, hey, look, I need my insurance. I don't care if he's threatening to your starterism or your ego or whatever it is. Doesn't matter. We are going to get who we want to back up our whatever position it is.
Trade up, Scans. Trade up. Trade up. Trade to 746 in a future 7th. Anybody know me? My 7th round pick gone. I'm trading you this year's 7th and next year's 7th. You can have them. Let me move up real quick. Grab this young boy. No homo.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I know they're not gonna get him. I'm gonna keep my hopes down now. So I'm with you. They probably gonna pick a damn lineman. I don't know if I even draft a lineman right here rather than just go undrafted free agent. Oh man, I don't even know, bro. I'm lost in thought now, bro. They blowing me. Hey,
Yeah.
Kamal Hayden, Tennessee, Christian Mahogany, guard. I think the Rams might. Nah, I don't know if they're gonna get the guard. They need a cornerback. Third straight year, the 191st pick has been used by a receiver.
Man. Again, what are we playing? We in this for Super Bowls, Washington.
Yep.
Can this quarterback lead you to a Super Bowl? I'm gonna ask the question right off the top. Can this which quarterbacks that are coming out of this draft today can lead you to quarterback? I mean, lead you to a Super Bowl. Brendan Rice is right now second on Mel Kiper's board for available players. So you calling for him? He's right there. He's rather high. I would like to see us get Brendan. Bring Ed McCaffrey in and bring Brendan Rice in. Jerry Rice and Ed McCaffrey and McCaffrey's son, they played. The fathers played together. Let the sons play together. Come on, bring it on in. Bring it on in. I wouldn't mind. Then you pair that with Doxson and McLaurin. I think that's good. I think that's a good and Crowder. You know.
Well, I would ask for Darryl Green to be my mentor.
Yeah.
Same size. I'm from a bigger school. I got, you know what I'm saying, but I got drafted late. Maybe they don't, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's some people who don't believe in me, but I'm trying to leave a legacy. You got your number retired on the day I got drafted, bro.
Yeah.
Like, let's talk about that.
I think he should go watch Darryl Green's film because Darryl Green, I would say,
I just watched the film. That's what I'm saying. If you my mentor, you gonna show me this. You gonna show me this game.
Of course, that too. But I'm just saying, minimum. If nothing else, Darryl Green was the most dominant player at corner back. The first one that I've ever seen where I'm like, he's taking over this game. At corner, I don't think I've ever really seen that up until Darryl Green, where I'm just like, yeah, this dude just took over the whole game. At corner. You know, they have to throw the ball your way. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes, because the teams can just choose to go all the way away from you. They don't have to go your way. That's what makes it so.
Pittsburgh needs to have a round of applause as well for a really good draft.
You say who?
Pittsburgh.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Let's give a round of applause silently for Mike Tomlin possibly being one of the Mike Tomlin is the best black coach in NFL history.
Yeah, yeah.
Dennis Green is up there too, but
yeah,
Tomlin's up. Tomlin got it. He's a Super Bowl winner at that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree.
His
Dennis
consistency
Green
is
is
up
up
there
there.
with like a LeBron James.
Tony Dungy is up there.
Yes, yes.
Shell.
LeBron, his consistency like LeBron James, bro.
Right.
I don't think he's had a year outside of the playoffs, bro.
Right.
No matter what happens, like the injury, any of it, like he don't bother. He's a no excuse guy, and I think the world could learn a lot from Mike Tomlin outside of football too. Like not even going the wrong way with him. Oh, they just replaced Aaron Donald with the Rams. Tyler Davis from Clemson.
See, they getting a lot of value at the end of these drafts.
Brandon Fisk was the first one at D tackle. Then they got Tyler Davis just now in the 6th round.
Yeah,
that's why I said this is where everybody's picking the players that they needed, and that's why I said I think that they let value go because they could have picked way better players earlier rather than picking on draft grade.
That was a really good pick for the Rams. I'm not gonna lie. That was a really
Dolphins select Patrick McMorris, safety.
That was a really good pick at tackle. I think losing Aaron Donald, ain't no replacing that. Period. So
nah, but they went defense. They went defense right away just because of that. So I can understand that.
Yeah.
And Brandon Fisk was good with Florida State. He's not Aaron Donald, but he had a really good season this year.
Yeah. Tyler Davis is good though too. Coming out of Clemson, I think he's really good. So.
Hold on.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you this NFL draft, man. Bringing you all the sides, all the rounds, man. We got one more round to go. This is the 6th round. So yeah, we got one more round to go after this one, but the picks is coming in. A lot of teams have now formulated what they should look like during the season. We will go into the what Vegas has to say in all of this. As far as the odds to win Super Bowls and X, Y, and Z championships, division championships. So it's a lot to discuss. It's a lot that's on the table here. Washington at least will have a whole new look. There will be teams with a whole new look. The Patriots will have a whole new look. No Belichick, no Brady for the first time in 24 years. You have no Belichick, no Brady, no Parcells. This is just a whole new team with New England. So I'm excited for them. And just all the teams that's really going into this with something new to give away. Shout out to everybody out there.
So in the NFL, there has not been one season that the same playoff teams that played the year before were in the playoffs the very next season. So who do you see in? Who do you see out? Start with the AFC.
You said with the AFC what? It hasn't been the same teams that do what?
In the NFL history, in the last 50 years, there has not been a repeat of the same playoff teams in the playoffs. So I said, who do you see in, and who do you see out? Well, who do you see out next year? And let's start with the AFC.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull up. They are.
The Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Browns, the Texans, And I think we're missing one more. The Steelers.
I think the Steelers. I don't know though. Steelers. I think they're really good this year. I think they're much improved. I think it could be bought. Well, I like them with Derrick Henry though. I like Baltimore with Derrick Henry.
This is a good question. This is a good question.
I like Baltimore with Derrick Henry. Buffalo. I think Buffalo will be out.
What? That's a shocking call.
I think Buffalo will be out.
Okay. Oh, the Dolphins was in there too. Damn, wait a minute. Did the Steelers go?
Yeah, the Steelers did go. They was number 7.
So the Dolphins went too.
Dolphins went. I think.
Let's pull it up. Let's do that.
I got it. Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Texans, the Browns, Dolphins, and Steelers. So I got the Browns out.
Okay.
And I got the Bills out. And I got Houston out. I'll say it's a 1-year wonder with them.
Oh. All right, on the show. I'm glad. I wish the guys was on here for this question. This is a good question, bro.
I think Baltimore will be back. I think Kansas City will be back with those receivers they got. I mean, with Marquise Brown at the 4, he running a 4.27. The other guy running a 4.1. Yeah, I'm gonna take the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs will be back. I think Baltimore will be back, but I think those the only, and maybe the Dolphins. Yeah, but what they did on defense with them getting Barrett, with them getting Barrett and all the guys they got over there on defense, and Kendall Fuller is now over there with the Dolphins. I'm gonna say the Ravens, the Bills, and the Dolphins, and the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Dolphins will be the only ones that go back in the AFC.
Dang, I like that, Mo. That's a good. Hey, that's a good question. I ain't gonna hold. That's a good question. I like your picks.
Yeah,
I do. I may have some disagreement, but I still like your picks, even if I do disagree. And I don't even know if I disagree. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah. I think you might absolutely be right, because that's what I said. But my brother, unless Shroud just has a horrible year, the Texans have improved too.
The Texans have improved. I agree.
The Texans have improved.
I agree.
And Stephon Diggs is definitely proven himself as a regular season wide receiver. Like he shows up in the regular season.
I agree with that too. He hasn't. I don't think he has been on a team that hasn't made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I think every team he's been on has made the playoffs.
Yeah, so that's like you said though, that may be a one-hit wonder with the CJ Stroud year. If he has trouble, that may be.
They are in a weak division though, so that's the thing. But you still do got
the Colts. The Colts have improved.
You got Jacksonville in that division.
Yes.
You got Jacksonville in that division as well.
I don't think the Tennessee Titans are ready yet, but the Colts were within a game of the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? So that might be a good call that the Texans don't make it just because of their division, like you said. Anybody can win that, John, for real.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say the ones that are in, who wasn't in last year. I think the Bengals run is over. I think the Bengals run might be over, and I think their run might be over. I think the Raiders are really dangerous. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because they ended the season so well, so good.
Yep.
I think the same way that happened with Detroit. They ended the season really good the year before, and sometimes that trickles over to the next season. So I'm gonna say the Chiefs will be the number 1 seed. Right? I'll put the Chiefs as the number. They was the number 3 last year. I put them as the number 1 seed. The Chiefs. And I think the Raiders will be a wild card. I think the Raiders will be the wild card there. Okay. So you got the Chiefs, the Raiders, that's 2. The Baltimore, that's 3. I said, and the Dolphins is 4. Now on the Dolphins end in the AFC, in the NFC East, the AFC East, You got the Jets, you got the Patriots, you got the Dolphins, and you got the Bills. I said the Bills are out. So I think the Dolphins will be the only team in the East.
You don't
So
like
the Jets?
Yeah.
I don't know how Rodgers, if Rodgers is not playing, no. I don't think that they are going to the playoffs without Rodgers, and I just don't know how he's going to come back off the Achilles. The Achilles is a little different.
They picked the quarterback too.
They did. I know, and I don't see a rookie carrying them into the playoffs.
They got a really good team though, bro. Like
I know they do. So they are on my cusp. But I'm gonna say the Chargers. No, I already got the Raiders. The Raiders gonna come out. I do got the Raiders coming out. So yeah, I got 2 more spots left. I don't think it will be Cincinnati. I think their run is over. It might be the Jets. It might have to be it might just be the Jets. Because you got the Jets, you got Tennessee, which I don't think it's gonna be Tennessee.
Nope.
I don't think it's gonna be the Patriots with Drake May. Don't see that happening. I said it's not gonna be Cincinnati. So I'm gonna keep Pittsburgh in there. So I think it's gonna be Baltimore and Pittsburgh coming out the AFC North. The Dolphins gonna be the only team out the East. I think the Raiders will be there also. And I'm gonna pick Houston to go back to, because I do not feel anybody in their division is well. I'm gonna swap Houston and Jacksonville. I'm gonna put Jacksonville where Houston is at.
Okay.
Jacksonville where Houston is at. So I'm gonna say Jacksonville comes out as the AFC West leader. I'm gonna say Jacksonville comes out as the AFC South. Sorry, the AFC South leader will be Jacksonville. I think so. That's one division. I think the Chiefs will win the West, and they will be the 1 seed. That's 2 divisions. I think the Dolphins win the East. That's 3 divisions. Do I think the Dolphins win the East? Yeah. Dolphins or the Jets? I'm gonna take the Dolphins. I'm gonna say the Dolphins. I'll say the Dolphins win the East. So that's 3 divisions, and the North will go to. I'm gonna say the North will go to Pittsburgh, and the Ravens will be the wild card. And I think the Raiders get in as well. So that's your 7.
It's gotta be 8, right? Oh, no,
Not 7. 7. Yeah. So I think the only teams that will be out would be the Bills will be out, and the Browns will be out. That's who I got out. The Bills and the Browns.
Okay, you got Jacksonville and
yeah, and I got Jacksonville and the Raiders taking their spot.
That's a good assessment right there. I ain't gonna hold you by. You gotta give me a second to guy.
Yeah.
Go back with that. All right, do your NFC jumps.
On the NFC side, all right, you got the 49ers 1, Cowboys from last year. This was the last year's. 49ers was 1, Cowboys was 2, Lions was 3, the Tampa Bay was 4, Eagles was 5, Rams was 6, Green Bay was 7, right? Mm-hmm. And so I don't think 49ers get the 1 this year. I'm gonna say the Eagles get the 1. I'll say the Eagles get the 1. No. I'm gonna go back on that. I'm gonna say Tampa Bay gets the 1. Oh, they lost. Let me see who they lost. They lost some linebackers. Could be the Packers, the Rams without. Let me look on here. Okay, the Eagles get the 1, right? Let's say the Eagles get the 1. No, I'll say, yeah, I'm gonna say the Eagles get the 1.
Okay.
Put the Eagles at the 1, right? I think the number 2 team would be Green Bay. We'll put Green Bay at number 2. So I think those two go back. The number 3. The number 3 would be Tampa Bay. I think Tampa slides up 1. They go back. And if they're number 3, I think they win that division, the AFC South. So yeah, so okay, so the East would go to the Eagles, right? I'm gonna rephrase that though. See, okay, now this is just my sensible pick, but couldn't Washington beat the Eagles for that 1? I do believe so, but I'm not gonna get beyond myself. So I'm gonna say the Eagles at 1. I'm gonna say the Bucks at 2, the Packers at 2, the Bucks at 3. I think the 4. I don't think it's going to be the Cow. I'll say the 4 is the Rams, right? Well, the 4 would have to be a division winner, so it couldn't be the Rams. Yeah, the Rams would win the West. So if the Eagles got the East, the Rams would win the West. I don't think San Francisco will be, and I'm gonna take San Francisco out right now. I'll take San Francisco out. Even though they've been really good, I have no reason to taking them out for real. But I'm gonna take San Francisco out right now and say the Rams go. I'm gonna say the East sends 3 teams there. I'm gonna say the East sends Washington. I'm gonna say they send the Cowboys and they send. Sorry, I'm gonna take the Cowboys out. I'm gonna replace them with Washington. The Cowboys don't make it. They out. Eagles 1. Rams 2. Eagles 1. Sorry, Eagles 1, Packers 2. Eagles 1, Packers 2. Tampa Bay 3. They win the South. Eagles, Packers, Tampa Bay. We need one more out west, which is the Rams. Eagles, Packers, Tampa Bay, and Rams. Those are the division winners. I'm gonna say Washington slides in there as a wild card. I'm gonna say Detroit. I want to say Detroit because I don't think nobody else in that North can really compete with them. So I'm gonna say Detroit is the other wild card, and then you got one more left for the 7th spot. One more left for the 7th spot. I'm gonna say that's Washington and Dallas duking it out. I'm gonna say what the East sends 3 teams: Washington, Dallas, and Philly. They duke it out. So I'm gonna say the Cowboys do go back. So I'm gonna say the only team out on the NFC side is San Francisco.
So nobody from the West will make it? I mean, somebody got from the West.
I say the Rams. The Rams.
Okay.
Yeah, so I say the Rams.
Rams from the West.
Yeah, I say the Rams.
You said Tampa Bay from the North.
Tampa Bay from the North. Yep.
Who from the South?
Tampa Bay's from the South. Tampa Bay will win the South.
Detroit from the North.
Detroit. No, the Packers. I got the Packers winning the North.
And Detroit going as a second?
It's a wild card. It's a second team. And then Washington and Dallas with the other wild cards.
And the Eagles winning?
And the Eagles win the division. They get in the first seed.
Now, so in order for that to happen, somebody on the AFC might not make it because we got I think an AFC heavy schedule this year.
Unless Seattle slides in there some way, in which I don't got another West team sliding in there. So that's why I said when I look at the other teams, the Saints could do it. The Saints could do it. Seattle is on the cusp. The Saints is on the cusp. I don't think the Vikings have a shot with the quarterback they got. I don't think the Bears have a shot with Caleb Williams, not to win to go to the playoffs. I don't think the Falcons got a shot with Kirk Cousins. I think that's out the question. The Giants is out the question. The Cardinals, I don't see happening. They could be a sleeper though. And then the Panthers, I think, is out the question.
All right, one second.
Yeah. So that's just on my end of it.
I need a bag.
So again, shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing y'all this NFL draft. Just trying to give you some season predictions based on what has happened in the draft, what we think the possibilities are for these teams going into next season. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so I'm gonna take mine for the AFC.
All right.
I, like you, believe that this may be a very challenging year for the Bills. I think the Dolphins really got good. I think the Dolphins win that division. You got the Patriots. I do not see them winning the division. You have the Bills there. Maybe can be a wild card because I think Josh Allen is just that good. But let me go through the rest. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in the division with the Ravens and the Bengals. And who else is in that division? Can you hear me? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Mic went out.
Yeah, I got you. again, we are live. I mean, hello, you there?
Yeah, we on my job, man. Come on.
All right. All right, I'm ready. We're just updating everything, man, getting y'all caught up on what we feel this outside outlook of the season will be.
You got me?
Yeah, got you.
All right, my bad. So I got the Dolphins winning division up there. Like I said, I'm gonna come back to the Bills if I think they fit for the wild card. I got the Steelers and the Ravens out of their division. I do see the Ravens. What's going on, man? How you doing? How you think? I see the Ravens probably. I see the Ravens being first, bro. I really can't see why Derrick Henry can't get that first seed. I do see them kind of returning as the same thing. There may be some differences there. The only way I don't see them being first is if the if the Steelers win that division. It's the only way I don't see Pittsburgh being. The Ravens being first. If they can win their division, I think they'll be first in the AFC. The Chiefs, I'm not going to count out because Mahomes is Mahomes. And to be honest, I don't even care if you say it's in the seventh spot. They've got to go until Mahomes and Kelsey isn't together. And even if you take away Kelsey, as long as Mahomes is healthy, I don't see where that doesn't go is normal, go as planned.
Right.
Right. Though, the one team that could defend themselves in that position would be what you said is the Raiders.
Right.
That Brock Bowers pick. Now, them not having a top-end quarterback bothers me a tiny bit, but at the same time, they did beat the Patriots in the last 7 games of the season with O'Donnell. O'Donnell is not bad, and Pierce has some confidence in him. Minshew, if he does not start, I think they can build around what O'Donnell is able to do. He's a young prospect. He's not the next of anybody else outside of himself, but he doesn't turn the ball over a lot, and the guys that have been there right now are riding for him. Devontae Adams wants somebody that's going to pass him the ball. O'Donnell does that. With Bowers and Myers at tight end, and with having Jacoby Myers have the season he had last year, which should build him up some confidence for the year 2, I think they have something sneakily that may work. The problem that I have with them would be, can they run the ball in the month of November and December? They don't have Josh Jacobs anymore, and that would be interesting to see what they do as far as running the ball. I'm not sure if there was any free agent or anything that went out there or nothing like that, so I have to see it. We have to look at who their running back is. Josh Jacobs has always been a favorite of mine out there, and he's been a beast for them. So to not have him is like, I'm not really sure. But like I said, at the same time, I think they may have Aaron Jones.
Who? The Raiders?
Yeah. Or did Aaron Jones go somewhere else? If not, I think Aaron Jones might have went to the Raiders. I don't think they swapped out, so maybe he didn't. Let me see if I can see real
Aaron
quick.
Jones went to the Vikings.
Okay. Let me see.
I'll get you the depth chart up for give me a second. All right, so the Raiders, their running back is Zaire White. Zamir White is their running back. And then Alexander Madison is second. So they really don't have anything set at running back right now. Yeah, the Raiders don't have anything set at running back right now. Yeah, they don't really have anything set at running back. So their wide receivers is Adams and Jacoby Myers. Gardner Minshew is their quarterback. I actually like Gardner Minshew. I think Gardner Minshew If he starts, I believe he gives you a really good chance of winning and being successful. I think he is this year's Baker Mayfield. In regards to actually, playing and stepping up. But I think Gardner Minshew gives you quite a bit of a chance.
And I think that even without Josh Jacobs, I think they can run the ball. One, because Pierce is, again, a former Redskin. He understands the concepts that we were running then. Also, without them going to go sign a big guy at the running back position, I think Madison is good. I'm not gonna say really good, but I think Madison is good, and I think Zamir White did well in replacing Jacobs, not replacing them, but like when they subbed with each other. Also, 1 second. All right, how you doing today?
Yeah, yep. So for me, again, these guys, Brandon Rice is still on the board. That's me, the top player on the board left right now is Brendan Rice. Jaguars pick is in. I would like for us to get him. I think that'd be a good look if we could slide him on out. You about ready? Yeah, I think that'll be a good look. He's the last one left of the receivers. You know what I'm saying? Um. So that's really all you could ask for, I would think. So shout out to everybody out there in Detroit, man. It really looks like that place is packed. Like they really, really did a big job of packing the place, man. Having a lot of people out there for this NFL draft. Definitely one of the more populated drafts I've seen in recent years. All 3 days was really packed. They say that there has been attendance records set for this NFL draft. So I think that was a huge thing, trying to just capitalize off of the great impact of football in the Motor City. So, Detroit really going to the NFC Championship game last year. Their fans are really excited about what they're doing out there in Detroit. So, shout out to everybody out there in Detroit, man, for holding it down and being what y'all gonna be. You know what I'm saying? And really stepping it in on this new draft and really just taking the reins and showing that you got the juice, baby. You got the juice right now. But can that trickle over into playoff success? The Detroit Lions coming off a really good year where they won a division and really stepped it up to a large degree. When you got Aaron Rodgers no longer in the division, Kirk Cousins no longer in the division, Justin Fields no longer in the division. So you really got a shot, man. Y'all are the only ones left, the last ones left. So it is what it is. You got an opportunity to really step it up big and hold it down in a major way. In a major way. In a major way. So ain't really much you could do. You know what I'm saying? Ain't really much you could do. Ain't really much you could do. We'll step it up, but this is their season. This is Detroit's season to really run the table here.
Rainbow was a little lower, but that's because I ain't refilled it. I forgot I had some refills, but it wasn't like super smalls or nothing like that.
So yeah, that's one of the big things there. Is the Detroit Lions, they coming in as the perennial winners from last year. Can they do it again? The division is weak, though. If it's any point in time where you could take this division, and you should take the reins, you got no Aaron Rodgers in the division, no Kirk Cousins in the division, so the division is wide open from the last 2 years. You really got and then y'all won it last year, so y'all really, Detroit should have the biggest chance to repeat. They should have a viable chance to repeat. I think the same thing goes for for Houston as well. I think they have a viable chance to repeat. I think they have a viable chance to repeat. So, shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you this year's NFL Draft.
And the Raiders just picked a running back.
Okay, the Rams got another running back?
No, the Raiders.
Oh, the Raiders. Okay, yeah. So we are 213 picks in. Guys still rolling, man. Guys still rolling. This is, the seventh round. Have we got to the 7th round? We still in 6. Might be in 6. Let's see where we at. I believe it's the 7th round.
Nah, it's still the 6.
6. Okay, 6th round.
Yeah, I need this to hurry up, man.
Dragging it on, baby. Dragging it on, man. Again, seeing the roster, seeing everything, how it has all played out. We'll go back, watch some film on Jalen Daniels now. My thing is, what are they going to run on offense? That's the question. What do you run on offense day one with Jalen Daniels? That's the question.
That's odd. Because you just don't know for real. That's a real good question.
Can Cliff Kingsbury, is he the right person for this job? Is another question. Is Cliff Kingsbury the right person? That's another question. Because there is no guarantees. There's no guarantees in this thing here. So, you never know what you got going on, man. It's the Nature Sports Podcast bringing you this good NFL draft. Last year opening up, Jayden Daniels, for instance, they lost to Florida State. Jayden Daniels had 346 though, and 15 carries for 64 yards. 15 carries is a bit much. So I would not like to see him carry the ball that much. 15 carries for 64 yards. He also was 22 for 37, 346, a touchdown, and an interception. Brian Thomas is the one who really shook it up last year against Florida State, where he had 7 receptions for 142 yards in that game. So 15 rushes is a bit much for Jayden Daniels. I would just hope we don't go that route. So it's, what do you run with Jayden Daniels coming out? Run heavy offense, pass heavy. I think that's the major question. That is the major question. You know, we've been giving y'all the full draft, 3 days of draft, 3 full days of the draft. What more can you ask, man? What more can you ask here from the Nature Sports Podcast? Trying to give you everything that you need, everything you got to get, in order to see your team as you should see it. You know, we are in the 6th round, and the Rams got a kicker, Joshua Carty, at 206, and there was a few more picks after that. The Bengals have picked Kamal Hayden. Kamal Hayden from Tennessee, the defensive back. He was one of the more higher rated players left on this board today. He plays inside, outside, great agility.
Who?
Kamal Hayden for the Bengals.
I thought Hayden went to the Chiefs.
He just went to the Bengals. Sorry, he did go to the Chiefs. Kamal Hayden went to the Chiefs. Sorry, he did go to the Chiefs. The Bengals pick is in now. Kamal Hayden did go to the Chiefs. All right. Let's get somebody in.
Me.
Yep.
Button. My bad. I ain't mean to.
Cedric Johnson, the edge rusher from Ole Miss, is the pick for the Bengals at 214. Jaguars end up picking Cam Little. Before that, 6'1", 172. These guys, this guy can kick though. 49-yarder. They showed he knocked that one down. He knocked down a 56-yarder. Against Alabama. He knocked down a 56-yarder against Alabama. Yeah. This guy from Arkansas can kick. He can kick. Cam Little goes to the Jaguars. 6th round, pick 112. The pick is in. So that is big. For the San Francisco 49ers, Jared Kingston, a guard from USC, is the pick.
We pick in 9 picks. 222.
All right, Washington. So Washington is definitely coming up again.
Yeah.
Falcons draft not that bad either.
Tabasco.
No.
Yeah.
There was some special version of Tabasco.
I thought you were
Chipotle and spice.
So this is just
Yeah.
a way to get it in.
The other
Way to get it in, y'all. And again, I'm trying to pull up Jaden Daniels at quarterback, some of his game logs, so that we could just see what field at Washington. What do we expect out of him?
So year one, I would go to his last year, that 17-3 season. I would go to the 10-10 season and the 17-3 season at Arizona State. If we don't make a bigger splash at wide receiver before the season starts.
But I don't think you can run him the way that they did. I don't think that would be smart.
I think
he
he just has to learn how to get down.
5 or 6 rushes a game. I wouldn't want more than that.
So
big impact rushes, though. You know.
Yeah. No. Well, I would have maybe one or two design runs, and then I would probably think about plays breaking down those type of runs. So let's say 3 to 4 design runs, and then let's say 3, 4 breakdowns. That's 7 to 8 carries a game. I might even cut my design runs down to maybe 2 or 3 if there's plays where there's going to break down, and I just rather him just get what you can and get down or get out of bounds. It's going to be about him getting out of bounds and getting down until he gets the weight. Because I really don't think that he was going to, he took those type of, he didn't take those type of hits at Arizona State. I think he took those because it was like, I'm older than you guys. Y'all don't even hit hard. Like, I think, you know how you get in the game, you talking trash, you know, they're like, y'all ain't really hitting like that. And, you know, you get y'all
Well,
like
not
hit.
the Alabama hit. The Alabama hit literally knocked him out the, out the game. I mean, it was ugly. The Alabama hit was ugly.
Oh yeah, no. You realize that that's not a good idea to do to everybody. That's when being slick just pay back when somebody telling you like, bro, you might want to chill. It's like, man, I got it, bro. These dudes don't even hit that hard. And then you go out there, John, it's like, bang. Ooh, yeah, I need to sit down for a minute. I need to rethink that. But
Yeah.
he got up after all of them, bro.
Not with Alabama, he got up, but it was after a
It took
while
a
of
while.
being down.
It took a while.
You know,
It took a little.
so I mean, I just would prefer, you know,
Come
I
on.
would just prefer
What else
that.
do you need other than picking him at 222, bro? I mean, like I said, I'm with Ro. Maybe you pick another tackle just to show up having, you know, your own. You know what I'm saying? Whoever your
Who did
coach is.
they get?
Who?
The Washington. They at 10. Oh no, they got 10 more picks. Yeah, they haven't picked yet.
No, we got 8 more. 8 more.
8 more, yeah.
Bengals on the board at 214. San Francisco up at 215. Oh man, San Francisco got 2 receivers already, bro. Don't pick Brendan just because, bro.
Right.
Cowboys just picked a wide receiver 2 picks ago, so I don't think they're going with a wide receiver with their 216 pick.
Right.
Now then, let's get to it, shall we?
I mean, you never know, but hopefully they don't.
So here's the mission from A to Z.
I mean,
our one and only goal is a live.
So out of all the draft grades, who you got with an A? Who got an A this year?
If they are,
what team?
We lose our only source.
Oh yeah. Which team got an A from you?
More difficult than taking out the enemy.
I think the Bears right now. Like just outside of Caleb too. Like other picks that they got. As far as a complete draft, addressing certain needs, I think they did that today. Overall, I would say just today. I think they did that overall. I don't know if they scored as well on their later day picks as the first one. That's why they wouldn't get an A+. It might get a B+. But at the same time, I do like their draft. I think the Ravens drafted well as usual. I think the Colts drafted well. I think the Jets drafted well. I think the Steelers drafted well. I wouldn't give the Panthers an A grade, but I really like what they drafted as well. I don't know. I mean, in terms of what they needed and what they got at value, I think they may have had a good grade. I'd have to go see if their later picks were on the A level. The Eagles had a really good one so far. I don't know if they had a great one, but they've had a really good one so far.
I like Jacksonville. I like what Jacksonville has done.
I can agree with that.
I like what Philadelphia's done. I would give them an A. I like what New England has done. Outside of Drake May, but they even covered that up, by getting Melton. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say I don't really like what they done. I like Melton, and I like what they have. I like what the Raiders did. I like with Baltimore too, how they drafted as well. I think they really addressed some of their needs and some of the things they got going on there. So that's my basic list over who I think
we had two
get
lanes
out.
now.
Saw this kid. He won the Connerly Award in the state of Mississippi this year, which is for the best college football.
We round in the end of the 6th round.
In Mississippi, the Delta State quarterback.
Coming towards the end of the 6th round.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know what it is. Now going back to Jaden Daniels, his best game was probably
he was the guy. We might have a
the Georgia State game. He had 413 and 96. The Florida game.
He had 20 yards rushing one game.
He had 234 rushing in the Florida game. And 372 passing and 5 touchdowns.
John Giles,
so I think you could really put that in the running for him having. I mean, you know, he went on a tear after let's just say week 1, 2, 3, 4. After week 5, after week 4, he just started to use his legs. And that's when you saw the change. Was against Missouri. That's when they lost that game, but that's when you saw the change. When he just started to use his legs. Because he went from 38, 64, 29, 64 rushing to it jumped to 99, 130, 93. Then he only had 6 against Army, 6 rushes for they won the game. However, he only had 6 rushes in that game. He had 3 touchdowns, 11 for 15, 279, which is nuts. 11 for 279. That's crazy. That's like a 27-yard average. You know what I'm saying? Literally. You know, 25 yard, 24-yard average. So 11 completions for 279 is nuts.
Away.
So yeah, when you look at Jaden Daniels overall, his best game was probably Florida. So I encourage all of y'all to go look at that tape to find out what was he doing that was really well in that game. And I think that's what Washington needs to look at, you know, on how to put this together. You know,
the Q point, nice, cannot be stopped.
I think that's the main way to put together your offense. With whatever the players do well.
Just to keep it close, keep it nice. All right, well done. All right, 10 minutes from now, let's raise some money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. For the moment, though, take a victory lap, truck. Not literally, we need you to stay stationary to finish the show.
The future is here. We've been creating it.
Buffalo pick is in.
Putting the most advanced technology into people's hands. Generation after generation. Tool after tool. Again and again. Bringing you the most reliable network of authorized sales and service dealers.
It's here, Washington. It is here. In your lap. Please do not jack this.
Right.
Save 40% with Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Shop now at sleepnumber.com. Apartments.com has helped millions of renters find their places, and they all have a special place.
So who are you wishing? Who you got on this? Who do you have on this that you want?
Brendan Rice.
Brendan Rice. Yeah, I can see that. I think that easily picked.
I mean, go with a guard or a tackle. That's the only thing that's like after him that's highly rated. Maybe a cornerback, but you get a cornerback after all them cornerbacks I named earlier. That's stupid.
Right.
In comparison to the wide receivers I named, and I'm not saying that Brendan Rice is automatically better than them, but I'm putting them out there. I'm sorry. I get a chance to get 2 NFL legends kids at wide out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I agree.
It all depends on what the Bills pick right here.
We just changed our Southwest flight to stay an extra day. Didn't have to pay a fee. Beautiful. Our kids won't miss us. They're with me, Mom. Change your flight without a fee.
I agree.
That's a big flex.
All right, so let's go over when you go over all of the draft grades, and I'll use CBS.
Neither should you.
We'll go over some of the draft grades that these teams received from some of these. We'll go all the way back to day one and just review some of the grades that at least CBS felt was on the board.
All right, so that's a shot at the NFL Draft Command Center led by Vice President Ken Fiore and his hard-working team of men and women with everything the draft has become at the end of the day. It's the selection process for 32 clubs, and this group conducts business in a streamlined, calm, professional fashion. Thank you to the management council team. I mean, I can only imagine, because when the trades...
So we'll go over some of the draft grades and get them up.
And that's the pickup, and that's this, that pick's going here, and that pick's going there, and I'm like scrambling down and writing it, and
all right,
sure is to get it right and deliver it here. Could you imagine it's your job to actually stamp this thing and make sure it is right?
And I'll tell you something about the management council, Richard.
Going back to round one,
are going to be future GMs and future team presidents.
The JJ McCarthy CBS gave. Okay, so Caleb Williams got an A minus. Jalen Daniels got a regular A. That was an A pick. Drake May got a B from CBS. Marvin Harrison Jr. to Arizona Cardinals. That was a B plus.
Picks go here, picks go there. The Deshaun Watson trade to the Texans. From the Texans.
The Joe Alt to the Chargers was a B. Malik Neighbors to the Giants was an A plus.
Tennessee got another pick in, by the way.
Okay.
An A plus for the Giants. Phoenix. Hold on, sorry, I'm missing one. Phoenix.
About to announce what the Bills got.
With the 221st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Travis Clayton, tackle.
Travis Clayton, tackle from England.
Okay.
First international player in the NFL.
That is awesome.
Hey, that's not bad. Not bad.
First international pathway player. He's from England, so he got trained and all that out in England. I know, that's crazy. That's crazy. This has got a whole... Has a background in rugby and boxing. Nah, he's young. He's young. That's all right. That's congratulations. Brendan Rice. He's 6'7", 301. Basingstoke, England.
Yeah.
I tweeted out about him this morning, but this is there was about a 20-minute workout from this.
Oh yeah, he ain't gonna make it in the league. You see all that fat? That boy ain't ready yet. Nah, he look like a natural athlete though. I give you that. Yeah, he's just like moving crazy for a big man that ain't worked out yet. Yeah, he might be okay. I ain't gonna lie to you about that one. Yeah, his feet really good, bro.
Okay.
He got fast feet for somebody 6'7".
Okay.
The pick is in. Let's go. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't fail me now. You got one job.
Let's see what we get.
You got one job. And this is your insight on... Nah, we don't really need no insight on Caleb. Kingsbury already know him. This is your insight to get, man, a great...
Yeah.
It was a great day at the Rose Bowl last Sunday.
J.C. Latham from the Titans. He got a B plus grade. Phoenix got a B minus. Aduze got a B plus to the Bears.
No joke.
JJ McCarthy was a C plus. That's the worst grade on the board so far.
Run, Rich, run.
Olufashu was a B minus to the Jets. Bo Nix was a C minus. That is the worst one on the board so far. Bo Nix to the Broncos, based on CBS, got a B minus, nearly a D.
Yeah, remember they were supposed to both go in the second round. That's why. That's why I said people was doing the draft grades, and I'm not sure who was grading this crap out of that, man.
They said I don't love Bo Nix. This is what CBS is saying. I don't love Bo Nix, but I get the pick. Desperation forces teams to pick quarterbacks earlier than they should. Sean Payton obviously see Drew Brees in him, but this is way early. That's why not trade down and get him later. Why not trade down and get him later? Because he wasn't going to be there, CBS.
Finding a home for us was tough. But
he wasn't going to be there if you traded down.
They went on home tour after home tour, and he didn't stop until we got the
Raiders, Brock Bowers. That was a C
You know what time it is.
grade. The Saints, Talasi Fuega, offensive tackle from Oregon State. That's a B plus grade. The Colts, Liatu, edge rusher from UCLA. That is a B plus grade based on CBS. Sorry, B minus grade based on CBS. Byron Murphy, defensive tackle for the Texans. That's a A. They got an A grade for that. Dallas Turner, edge rusher from Alabama, went to the Vikings with their second pick. They got an A for that. Bengals with Amarius Mims, they got a B minus for that pick. Jared Verse to the Rams was a B plus. Troy Fiatu, Washington to the Steelers from Washington. That was a B. Chop Robinson, Penn State, an A. Quinion Mitchell from Toledo, a B plus. Brian Thomas Jr., LSU, a B plus. Terrion Arnold to the Lions, a B. Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona to
we
the
got
Packers.
Javonte Jean-Baptiste from Notre Dame, edge rusher.
Oh my goodness.
6'4", 5'8", 239, 4.640.
What do you think about that?
5 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. Led the team and was career highs for him.
I mean, my thing is this though.
I don't like it.
You're not confident. They obviously are not confident in what they have up front on the defensive side.
Yeah.
Because they drafted up front in all types of areas. I thought that the dude from Dallas you brought here was supposed to be the man. What you drafting edge rushers for?
10 years of that.
I don't know. I'm about to see if I can find something. I'm disappointed in that one. I mean, we
that it?
Getting rid of Sweat and Young, we needed help in that area. Even if we did bring in free agents,
right?
So I can't necessarily argue with that as much because after we let them go, there was a complete difference in pass. We didn't have any pass rush the last.
I agree.
8-9 games. 6'5", 239 is good length and size. He's a rangy run defender who closes well on the backside. Flashes the ability to get off blocks and chases with good effort, rushing the passer. He is not a polished hand fighter or counter puncher, but has the traits to develop as a pass rusher. The grade is a 50.
Raises much money for charity.
Oh my goodness!
But in this round, let me see what the norm is.
Welcome to the 2024 edition of Run Rich Run.
Yeah, in this round, there are grades of 38s going on right now, so 50 is not bad. Let me see
but again, I just
it's not a bad grade, bro.
No, I'm not saying for the grade. I'm saying how confident should we be in this front seven for y'all to keep feeling like you need more, you need more, you need more? I don't know, man.
I mean, you got to remember those KJ Henrys and the Jones Juniors were Rivera picks. I don't know if the new regime is settled on that. Like,
I mean, I get it. I'm just saying, I don't know how settled I am on the players they brought here with them from Dallas.
I mean, but that's why you picked other people though. I think that's why they got other people. It's like, all right, just in case these guys don't turn out, we have solutions this year, not waiting for next year for them to be off the team to put somebody else in. You got somebody that you picked this year that you can say, all right, well, hey, let me try this guy right here to see if this works out in this season that's not working the way that we wanted to, if that's the case.
Yeah, yeah. Grand
Um,
Barton Buccaneers, that was an A trade, A joint. Everybody pretty much got Ricky Parcel was a was a C minus. That was a pretty bad grade. That and Bo Nix were the worst grades from round one, according to CBS.
yep.
Bo Nix and Ricky Purcell were the worst picks.
I don't know why we didn't get Brandon Rice, bro. Our wide receiver room looks giant.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
I'm just looking at, and this is what might take me off of putting us in the playoff hunt, only because, like I said, I don't feel like you've given Drake May got help, Kayla Williams got help, Bo Nix got help.
I don't know if I would say Drake May got help. I wouldn't say that. Oh, you talking
No,
about today? Oh,
listen what I mean.
draft. Yeah, this draft. Yeah, in this draft, they did draft somebody
In
for
this
him.
draft, they drafted Jalen Pope from Washington,
Yeah, they did.
who was just as good as Oduze, but was the faster and the you know what I'm saying more
Yeah,
route running type of guy. So again, I'm just saying that they gave him a target.
yeah,
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying McCaffrey isn't going to be good. Again, I think they picked a special type of player right there, like because you really don't know what you're getting because he's new to the position and he's had success at it by change. Like he changed from a quarterback to a receiver, and he's had success at it. You know what I'm saying? And he played 2 seasons at it, so it wasn't like he just switched over last year and that was it. He's had 2 seasons at it, and he's had success at it. All right, cool. He went to a smaller school, which would kind of be like a downgrade to like a superstar type of player, and he still played his role and just excelled at his position. So we're excited. What the read is that we're excited about what he could develop into because he's new at the position, meaning that you can, you know what I'm saying, you feel like you can teach him and mold him into this offense for exactly what you want him to do, and that will be what he learns. He don't have a whole bunch of different other schemes and systems and the way he's supposed to do something. So that's not bad, especially if he has the talent or the what is it, the intangibles to do so. But I don't think that you should not have given him another option. But I
right.
will say De'Ami Brown is 6'1", almost 6'2" as well. So again, if you take away the jacking season, and he has a year where he's given a quarterback that can do things and get the ball in the places where, because if you think about it though, bro, real quick, like if you look at the games that De'Ami Brown got opportunities and the deep balls that he got, they just weren't really good passes. It wasn't
I
that he
agree.
was, you know what
I
I'm saying,
agree.
vicinity to make plays. I just don't think they were passes that you could make a play on. And that's where Jaden has the ability. Like even though I do agree with what you said, because I looked at the combine count, but even with Caleb, with Drake, with everybody this year, he's had the highest percentage on the deep pass.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So again, if we can get the guys that we got now, even if we didn't draft newer guys everywhere else across the board, if the guys we got now can be put in the opportunity to be successful.
Well, no, let me say no. He didn't have the highest percentage. That was Bo Nix had the highest percentage. Remember, Bo Nix had like a
No,
78.
no. That's all throws. I'm talking about on the deep pass. On the deep pass, Bo Nix is not in front of Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels leads
Oh,
everybody in the deep pass, percentage wise.
oh, okay.
Overall, Bo Nix I think was higher than everybody in the NCAA.
Yeah, yeah.
He was like 74, 76% or something like that the whole year. But what you're going with 72? This past year, Jaden Daniels I think was 72%.
Right, right. I no. When I was talking about that, when I was talking about that, I meant what I saw in his pro day.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I was just saying that in his season throughout the season, he had the highest deep pass percentage. Again, you got a 4-3 burner and whatever 2-4-3 guys. I'm in league neighbors and Thomas. You know what I'm saying? And again, a lot of those passes I think could have been better because he underthrew a lot of them jumps.
Right. And so he just got this flatness to his passes that I do notice. You know, but again, he's had good numbers. Only 3 losses last year.
Guess where Brendan Rice just went?
Where?
To the Chargers.
So it's gonna be him and Justin Herbert,
and
the guy they just drafted.
Yeah, hold on. Chargers. They got Joe Alt, Lad McConkey, and Brendan Rice.
Yeah,
and Lad McConkey is 5'9" or 6 feet. No, he's 6 feet, fat like 5'11".
Yeah.
Brendan Rice is, let me be correct about this, 6'2", 210. 40 times.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us? Oh, no problem. Thanks. Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Get the new.
Now, I will say J.J. McCartney got Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell not a bad old coordinator.
Oh, that's where Kevin O'Connell went.
Minnesota.
To Minnesota. Oh yeah, he got Kevin O'Connell. You're right. And if he can make Kirk Cousins,
might not be too bad.
Yeah, I think he gives him an advantage.
He played with Colorado. I didn't even know he played in Colorado this season.
I think it does give him a little bit of an advantage. I definitely think it does give an advantage.
Oh, good. Oh, man. We missed a raw prospect right there.
Oh, with Rice?
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at nothing we did. One of the picks where I didn't understand at first, but I'm not mad at the John.
They gave us an A plus for Johnny Newton.
I told you it's a better pick than you think.
He gave us an A plus for Johnny Newton. I don't know. They did get. I mean, that's what they gave, but still a head scratcher though. Sandstrill, they gave a B plus. They say it was a little bit early, just a little bit early on Sandstrill. I don't know. Did you know you spend money They gave us an A for Brendan Coleman. I don't think that was an A pick, but hey, they loved it.
Listen, bro, you know how rare it is to find a lineman that can play every position,
yeah, they loved it.
I'm looking at his draft tape now because they got on ESPN. They got all of their draft prospect profiles. Like you said, he is a natural guard. I see him at guard.
Yeah.
He's a tackle right here. No, he's a guard right here. Ooh. Oh yeah, he's crazy at guard.
That's why I was saying that. That's why I was saying that.
Yeah, tackle right here though.
He did have some tape at tackle, but that's why I said if it was me, I would put him at guard, which means I would have drafted another tackle in this draft.
He played the tackle the whole Texas game.
So yeah, he could definitely play it. I wasn't taking that away from him.
Out here and get 6 months of Disney Bundle on them. Stream with 6 months of Disney Bundle on us. And watch on the new Galaxy S24 Plus, also on us. Only on Verizon.
Luke McCaffrey, they gave us a B plus.
24 NFL Draft. Washington Commanders select Jayden Daniels, Quarterback, LSU. Season and his ability to go ahead and be able to be consistent with this football and not back away from any challenge. As a matter of fact, he ran toward every single challenge that was put his way at LSU, and it manifested itself not by accident. And in having a season where he was not number one in total QBR in the pocket, number one.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, just going through all the picks and everything, you know, all the grades that CBS gave Washington, at least for all the picks that they've made. And we'll go through some other teams as well, but just trying to see, you know, what they love, what they didn't love on value for picks. Just seeing what you got, what they got, and what they didn't get. That's all.
ESPN gave JJ McCarthy a 92 grade over Penix, who only got an 85 grade. Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. both gave their teams respectively a 95 player grade. Joe Alt was a 94. Drake May was a 93. Jaden Daniels was a 94. And Caleb Williams was a 97 grade.
Again, out of that, I think Washington got the best pick out of those three quarterbacks. I think Jaden Daniels will end up being the best out of those three. I think Caleb Williams is going to be a bust. And I think Drake May is going to be a bust. I think Drake May is going to be the biggest bust. I think Caleb Williams got some juice with him. He got some juice with him, but I don't know what word I want to use. Headstrong he is when it comes to all the stuff he's going to face. And so that's my question with Caleb Williams.
Okay. I think you might be right about that part, the last part. I won't say that he's going to be a bust. I won't say that yet. I think he has really, really good arm talent. That's what
right
as the quarterback in this league. But I do think the last part you said is the most important part. I'm not even gonna say because that's not my team. So I'll share that on our personal time. But what I do think will happen is that those challenges, once they happen, how he handles them is going to kind of be how the team. If he's lackadaisical about the responsibility of the direction on somebody else and doesn't take full responsibility, it's going to fall back on the rest. And I think they'll
right.
If that happens. Outside of that, if they keep it on the field and probably if they had a losses, it's already going to be good.
Right.
Mom don't come to the game. Crying her.
Yeah, I felt like I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Trevor Keegan, inside offensive lineman, got a D plus out of the Eagles. They didn't like that pick at all. That's the first D I've seen on the board.
Because they need a center, and you keep going to go get all these other people except for what you lost.
Yeah, that's the first D I saw on there. It's definitely a major surprise. It's a major surprise. Jordan McGee, the linebacker, got an A. That was an A. They gave us an A for that one. We got mostly A's though. I haven't even seen a B yet.
Floor
1. McCaffrey was a B. But most of our picks have been A's. Now, again, this is according to CBS. And y'all be able to tune into your draft winners and losers throughout the week for sure. Y'all will be able to tune into all of your draft winners and losers.
So Mr. McGee got an A? That's crazy.
An A, right. I think McCaffrey is the lowest graded pick that we had.
What we got? What did he get?
A B plus.
Okay. That's not bad for what, a 4th round pick?
Yeah. So this is I mean, according to CBS, we had a really good draft. You know?
Like I said, I think I said this a couple of days ago, like it might not be what I like. You know what I'm saying? I would have did something different. I believe we all would have did a couple of things different, maybe a few things different. But if they have success with what they put together, I won't be able to blame this group.
Right. That's if they have the success.
Yes, and like I said, it doesn't matter. Like again, we can wish for the yards and the production to be amongst the top of everybody else. If we middle of the pack and can still make the playoffs, we can always improve on where we are on the stat sheet.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I wanted to equal the wins. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I do want the flashy. I want us to be a flashy offense or be one of the offense that produce yards and, you know what I'm saying, can stop teams and stuff like that. But it does take time. And if the change in the culture means that we got to wait a couple of years for those splash players and those guys that can, you know, change or give us those physical advantages, you know, we'll have an opportunity. Plus, hey, don't forget that there is $70 million waiting for us to spend next season or during the season, you know what I'm saying, if need be. So, you know, some people will become free agents next year. Some people will be unhappy with being on the teams that they're on. What we're building, if we can have success, will start to look a certain way. And it's going to be somebody that's going to want to play with Michael Vick 3.0 or Lamar Jackson 2.0. So,
yeah, I do think that.
That's the one thing we haven't had is somebody, you know what I'm saying? Somebody, remember when even when we had Kirk Cousins, like Deshaun Jackson didn't want to resign. Like, right. How you have that? Right. How is it somebody to throw for almost 4,500 yards or almost 5,000 yards, and the receiver's like, yeah, I'm gonna try my hand somewhere else.
Yeah. Right now we are on the Dallas Cowboys pick. We are on pick number 13, 233 in this draft. We have, let's say, I think about 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, about 23 more picks before this is all said and done. And the Redskins are off the clock officially. They have no more picks. So Washington's Mr. Irrelevant was John Baptiste, the edge rusher from Notre Dame.
What was the grade CBS gave us on that?
All right, let's see. That was the last pick they made. That was what, 220. All right. That was That was the first pick, actually second pick in the 7th round. So that was 222. Mm-hmm. Hold on, they haven't graded it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'd like to say that if we look at it from a staff to staff perspective, I would say that our projection for him year one would be, or year 1 through 2, or year 1 through 3 would be to outdo the numbers of James Smith Williams.
You know what's crazy about them letting Smith Williams walk is I know they could have got him for league minimum, veteran minimum. So I just would hope that yes, he has to outdo Smith Williams, but I would just like honestly, and people don't want to give Jack Del Rio credit, but that defense was top 10 out of his 4 years. Out of 4 years, he had them top 10 in 2 of those years. So that's still not easy shoes to fill, in my opinion. So in order for the defense to get better, you will need your depth and for you guys to come in and consistently play better, play well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think that's just something that's going to fall out the sky. I really don't. I don't really think that's not going. I don't think that's something that's just going to magically fall, just magically appear. I think that really has to be earned. Shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you the NFL Draft. We are in the final round of this very long draft. It has been. Again, we just went through a lot of Washington's picks, at least, to really find out what this team will look like, even with the Giants having Malik Neighbors. Let's really talk about the big impactfulness of what happened, over the course of these last couple days. Michael Penix Jr. ended up going to the Atlanta with Kirk Cousins. J.J. McCarthy will be the new man in Minnesota. They are moving on. The Broncos are moving on from the Russell Wilson era is officially over. In Denver, they will be moving on with Bo Nix at the helm. Bo Nix, Sean Payton combination begins in Denver. You have the Raiders, who are moving forward with Gardner Minshew as their quarterback. They wasn't able to get any of the guys they really wanted, so they settled in the first round for Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia. I think he will work really well with Minshew. So they have a shot to be better with that going on. Seattle will stick with Geno Smith as their quarterback. They didn't get a quarterback. The Rams end up getting Jared Verse from Florida State to bolster up the line over there with with all the guys that they got over there. Drake May will end up with the Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray is going to be the combination we will have to keep our eyes on. I think it can work. It can work, So I think overall, it all looking like something. They all looking like something. Everybody has their new players coming in. So I'm excited for everybody, man. I'm excited for the whole NFL. I'm excited for the whole NFL. I know CBS did have Drake May above Jalen Daniels. I didn't have that. Sorry, CBS. That's not something that I had on my board. That wasn't something that I wasn't seeing things that way. You did. I just wasn't. I'm sorry. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. So, congratulations to all the players who were drafted in this draft. And it's been a long process in Washington. This process started halfway through the season last year when we felt like this team was tanking. And especially with Josh Hurt's resume coming from the Philadelphia 76ers, where he virtually built a reputation for tanking. That is a little bit of what happened here, at least. And so this has really been a long process for Washington fans throughout. This started last year. In the middle of the season, it was like, oh, they're gonna get the first pick, the second pick, whatever it was they got. Washington ends up with Jaden Daniels at the helm. So we'll have for the fourth year in a row, a new quarterback in Washington. Which is just insane in itself. 4 years, 4 different quarterbacks. 5 years, if you want to say 5 to 6 years, 6 different quarterbacks, in fact. There hasn't been a repeat quarterback year for year in a long time, where quarterback starts both seasons. So for Washington, this is a bit of a nostalgic sort of a feeling where we can maybe get somebody who can stick in there, hang in there more than one season. This is really the quarterback killer, man. We are the quarterback killers. We are the quarterback killers. I'm sorry to say it like that, but Fitzpatrick's career ended in Washington. Carson Wentz's career effectively, well, it didn't. He played afterwards, so I'm not gonna say Carson Wentz. He went to the Rams last year and he played a little bit. Alex Smith, his career ended in Washington. I think Case Keenum played last year, so he still played. Dwayne Haskins, no, he went to Pittsburgh. He did go to Pittsburgh. Well, even if they come to it, they don't last long after Washington. So that's something that we need to change and we need to look at. So Jaden Daniels, you got big shoes to fill, baby. There's going to be a lot riding on you. Don't let these people ride you out. Don't let them force you to tank. They will do that. Don't let them do none of that to you, man. Don't let them do none of that to you, man. Just hang in there, stay in there, grind it out, get it up. You know, all the things that you learned on your journey, bring it with you to Washington. Shout out to all the other players that we drafted too. The McCaffrey, young McCaffrey, following in your papa's footsteps. You know, make your papa proud. Your brother did. Your brother did. So make sure that you do the same. We don't want no slouches. We don't want the slouch brother. We already had the slouch brother in Jay Gruden. We don't want the slouch brother. We've had a few of them, you know. So we want you to be better than your brother. We don't want you to have no Redskin jersey on, sitting at the table on Thanksgiving or Christmas, whenever you get with your family and they laughing at you. And your mama consoling you. Oh, baby, it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. You'll be better next year. You'll get it next year. There ain't gonna be no next years over here. You know. So McCaffrey, you got big competition in your family. Yeah, that's competition. Yep. It's competition. Straight up and down. Don't let nobody lie to you. It's competition. You root for your brother, you want him to do well, but you better understand you are competing with him. Period. When they mention him, they're going to mention you. When they mention you, they're going to mention him.
Quick question.
What it is. Yeah.
So far, it said that this is not expected to be a win now season. Meaning like the Super Bowl, at least, like a win now season. That's what they have said about Dan Quinn and about the Commanders right now. With that said, would you be upset if that's how they feel? If they set Jaden this year to make sure that they had more talent around him before he started? Or do you let him learn right now?
I would be very upset. If you was going to do that, I think you should have waited for this draft to even get a quarterback at all. You should have waited for the next draft, what you're doing, all them big boys coming, all the real draft for real. You should have waited for that if you was going to just let him sit. You should have waited for that. And then if you're gonna let him sit, I would much rather him sit behind Sam Howell than Marcus Mariota. That's me. That's me. If you was gonna let him sit, you should have let him sit behind Sam Howell. You know, I don't want to see a full season of no Marcus Mariota at quarterback. That means y'all lied to us. That man wasn't never supposed to be. I don't know how he got on the roster. I don't know how he got on the roster. He on there though. Y'all slid that one in there. Marcus Mariota. We ain't forget. We know exactly who you put at. You put Marcus Mariota at quarterback. You brought him in. And if he has to play, I'm going to blame y'all. And if he looks terrible, I'm really going to blame you then. If he looks good, I'll give you credit. Say, hey, I ain't have him on my radar. He looked better than I thought. But if he looked like trash, yeah, y'all deserve the blame. Y'all deserve the blame. All of it. Every bit of it. Ain't nobody trying to see no Marcus Mariota out there. But that's what you did. You told us it was good. So, hey, you better be good. Better be good. Shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast. ETA Money Roll, Uptown Vito, Big Son. You know, all have been in the building, been through the day. Chop it on up, chop it on down. Shout out Deuce's birthday. Shout out to Deuce's birthday party going on. If you're partying, party good, baby. Party good for me. So shout out to everybody out there rocking and rolling, man. Rocking and rolling with us here on the Nature Sports Podcast, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uptown Vito, you know what it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, sorry, Adam Peters. And not just Adam Peters, I'm gonna tell this too. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and whomever else. If you didn't want to win now, this wasn't the place you probably should have come. If you wasn't thinking about winning now. Because when you guys, and not only that, you shouldn't have told us what you told us when you came here either. If it was going to be a process, say that, hey, this is a process, y'all. Bear with me while I take the necessary time and need to grow. That ain't what you said. You said we are recalibrating. This is not, and you said it 5 or 6 times in your press conference. I'm gonna go back to that press conference. I'm not gonna go back to the stuff you're saying now. I don't care about that. When you came in talking about we recalibrating, we are not rebuilding. Nobody told you to say that. That's what you said. We recalibrating, we are not rebuilding.
Well, recalibrating from 4 wins is still not going to the Super Bowl. Like you can still have a better season than 4 wins and have recalibrated. You can also move into.
But that's why I'm saying if you do have 4 wins, you did more than recalibrate.
I don't think we that bad. I don't even know how we that bad. Even with this draft happening, I don't think we that bad with other teams. Like I said, I think a lot of other teams made mistakes this draft. So I don't see it that bad even with Mariota. And I don't know if Mariota starts right now with the hype, with the Jaden train rolling. But I don't mind him starting, especially if you can get a win with him as the starter.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Because that way the pressure isn't as much on him as it is starting day one. And again, maybe I'm not. Maybe, again, but guess what? He's so old of a prospect. Not so old, but he's an older prospect. So I honestly don't even have to give him that much room to wait for him to grow. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's not 20, 23, about to be 24. So he should be ready for this. He should be waiting for this for his last little bit of years of his life. He should be welcoming this day right here.
You talking about Jaden? Talking about Jaden Daniels?
Yes, he should be welcoming this day. At 24, at 24, you should be ready to start. You don't need to sit behind nobody. You ready to go.
I agree with that. I totally
at 20 years old, like Penix Jr., I can see not forcing him into the situation. All right, cool. He younger. But at 24, you should be ready to go. Because what do you, again, like you said, what are you doing sitting at 24? How long do we got to wait for you to be ready at 24?
Right. 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 Right.
Like, we don't got.
And yeah. Jaden Daniels, I mean, it's been to the point to where, again, it's going to be a lot of hype, man. It's going to be a lot of hype, man. Y'all don't know how we do in DC. We be looking for something to do, man. If you supposed to be the hype train, people going to come to see what's up. And you ain't going to be able to stop it. You're not, and if you bad, guess what? Oh, they're going to talk about you like a dog. Welcome to DC. When you good, we're gonna support you. We're gonna talk trash. We're gonna treat you the best in the world. Oh man, you don't want my man the best in the world. That's how we do in DC. But when you bad, oh yeah, ain't nobody making no excuses for you. Yeah, well, it is a lot of people, and those people will be argued down. Understand? Those people will be argued. There's gonna be some people making excuses, and those people gonna be argued down. Those people gonna be argued down. So the passion is both ways in DC. They're gonna be all on your back, all on your side, all on your neck, with you and against you. The pressure's coming everywhere. But the hottest ticket in town is the Washington football team. Don't get it twisted. That's the hottest ticket in town. So you have put yourself in the middle of DC history, whether you like it or not. You are in DC history. You are a part of it. So, and all the other fans too. I mean, all the other players too, who got drafted. You are part of it. Either you're gonna be known as the dud, or you're gonna be known as the hero. Ain't really no in betweens in DC. Either you known as somebody who did something, or you just known as a dud, or you're not known at all. There's some people who were just really big and don't bask in the glory here, because as soon as you stop winning, then all the glory goes away.
Mm-hmm.
So don't bask. I'm gonna enjoy my time. Don't enjoy nothing. Just go do your job. You're not here for enjoyment. You're here to win games. Same thing with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn, don't get comfortable. We barely you barely in there, bro, because you came from the Cowboys, so we already don't like you for real. We just I gotta tolerate you and see how it works. Oh, okay, Josh Hurst, you think this the man that might could do the joint? All right, you better be right though, because we ain't. He's a Cowboy. That's the attitude around here. Don't get it twisted. We might be smiling in your face, but we talking about you behind your back for hiring that Cowboy. Yeah, we is. We might got over it, but let them start losing. Y'all don't have a lot of rope with this. This train don't have a lot of rope on it. I'm just gonna keep it real. And I don't know about nobody else and their team and how they feel with their team. Our team ain't got no rope. They ain't got no leeway, no grace period. They don't got none of that. Y'all gave it up last year when we was 4-13. That was your grace period. You forfeited that for this year. You all in. Let's tank this year out so we can be good next year. Well, you got to be good next year. That's what you did. That's what you said. Ain't nobody tell you do that. So since y'all wanted to be bad, we had to take all our baddings. All out bad in 1 year, cool. We'll take that bad in 1 year. But guess what? You better come back next year and be better. Or it's gonna get real ugly around here. Y'all saw what happened to Snyder. Snyder got so mad he named them Commanders, the worst name he could find. He's so mad at the fans he couldn't do nothing about it. He said, I'm just gonna mess the team up then. I'm gonna name the ugly colors. I'm gonna rename their team and do all this stuff because I'm mad because they talking trash about me keep losing year after year. That's what happened. That is what happened. That is what happened. This is the Nature Sports Podcast, man, bringing you the NFL Draft. You know, we are rolling on, baby, rolling on. Rolling on. In this round, after the Brendan Rice pick, he went to the Chargers. You had the Cardinals pick up Jaden Davis, a defensive back. The Cleveland Browns got Miles Harden from South Carolina, a cornerback. Nick Samak, Michigan State center, went to the Baltimore Ravens. They're still drafting really well. MJ Davonshire went to the went to the Raiders. He was from Pittsburgh, from the University of Pittsburgh. He ends up with the Los Angeles Raiders. Michael Juergens, the 10th pick in the 7th round, center out of Wake Forest, ends up with the Minnesota Vikings. The 11th pick, Jaheim Bell, tight end from Florida State, ends up with the New England Patriots. Levi Drake Rodriguez, defensive tackle from Texas A&M, ends up with the Minnesota Vikings at number 12. Number 13, the Dallas Cowboys pick Nathan Thomas, a defensive tackle out of Louisiana Lafayette. Number 14, the Indianapolis Colts pick Jonnu Lahu, a defensive tackle from Oklahoma. Number 15, the Denver Broncos pick Devon Veely, wide receiver from Utah.
Make sure.
The Jacksonville Jaguars pick Miles Cole, a defensive end from Texas Tech. That's at 16, 236, 237. The Cincinnati Bengals pick Matt Lee, center out of Miami, 238. The Houston Texans pick Solomon Byrd, an edge rusher out of USC, 239. The New Orleans Saints pick Josiah Ezerum, offensive tackle from Eastern Kentucky, at 240, number 20 in the 7th round. The Carolina Panthers pick Michael Barrett, a linebacker out of Michigan. 241, the Miami Dolphins pick Taj Washington, a wide receiver from USC. At 22, the Tennessee Titans, 242, they pick James Williams from Miami. At 23, 243, the Cleveland Browns pick Jawan Briggs, a defensive tackle from Cincinnati. At 244, number 24 in this 7th round, the Dallas Cowboys pick Justin Rogers, defensive tackle from Auburn. So the Dallas Cowboys picked 2 defensive tackles in these last drafts to try to beef up. The Green Bay Packers at number 25, 245. In this round, they pick Michael Pratt, a quarterback from Tulane. Okay. Now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 picks left in this draft. On the clock right now, you have Tampa Bay. After that, you have Houston, Kansas City, Houston again, Baltimore, San Francisco again, Tennessee, the Chargers, the Rams, the Packers again. Then you have Denver, and the Jets get the last pick in the draft. So this is shaping up great. This is shaping up great. So I don't know. Again, I think that everybody has done what they were supposed to do in this draft. And so that's more or less my biggest thing with everybody is, did you do what you were supposed to do? That's pretty much it. Did you get what you were supposed to get? Knowing what you was, did you just do the basics? You know, I ain't gonna charge you with all the extra fancy schmancy stuff. You ain't had to do the fancy schmancy, but did you do the basics? Did you do the basics to keep us in it? That's the question. Did you do what you were supposed to do on that front? You know. Shout out. This is the Nature Sports Podcast. Again, we are bringing you the NFL draft. We will do all the games throughout the season and keep y'all updated. Just letting everybody who's listening know, and everybody who will listen later on know, we does this for sure. So this season will be a crazy one. And so I can't wait to at least get to game day or get around game day preseason time to be able to see what this all looks like in an organizational way. Hopefully it's not an S show, because that would be pretty embarrassing. Hopefully, because it doesn't always work out. Let's be clear about that. Like Nathan Peterman, for instance, in Denver, it didn't work out. It didn't work out. So it doesn't always work. So just to think, because you got a new quarterback, a new this, a new that, new GM, and all of this and all, it don't mean it's going to work. Don't mean it's going to work. Ain't no sure thing. Sure thing is out. You ain't got no sure thing. Y'all ain't done nothing to be for nobody to be sure about anyway. You know. So as it turns out, it looks like the starting quarterback will be Jaden Daniels for Washington, and the starting receivers will be the same old. Johan Dotson, and Terry McLaurin. It just looked like the same old. They got a slot receiver, slide. I mean, that's not really what I would have, but you get a slot receiver. Out of the draft. Didn't pick nothing else. They got a tight end. They got a tight end to replace Logan Thomas. I guess that was a positive thing. You got something, but would it have been what I would have done? No. And again, you got McCaffrey. McCaffrey might turn out to be a big star. And if he don't, I think that you deserve blame for that, because you passed up a lot of receivers. Let's be clear about that. There's a lot of people on the board you could have had. You didn't want them. You went and got a defensive tackle instead. That's what you wanted. So if the receiving room ain't right, then that's y'all blame. Because you didn't want it. That ain't what you wanted. You wanted a defensive tackle. When there was plenty of receivers right then and there for the taking. So, again, it's all consequences. Every pick will be scrutinized with a surgery spoon. Yes, it will. We scrutinizing over here. We scrutinizing. Yep. Sure is. Sure is. And they deserve to be scrutinized. Deserves to be scrutinized. So again, Washington fans, for everybody out there listening, this is Nature Sports Podcast bringing you this NFL draft. That's just that for Washington fans. For all fans out there, scrutinize that team. If they should have got somebody else, you better say it. Cardinals, y'all decided to get Marvin Harrison Jr. not move in another direction at quarterback. Y'all decided Kyler Murray is the guy for you moving forward.
Laptop open and put that thing on full.
Now, again, you didn't have a lot of options, so I'm not going to say y'all were wrong for that. Now, you can give him one more year. You give him Marvin Harrison Jr., you see what you got, and if he doesn't pan out, you probably can go back to the well next year and get another quarterback. And now you got a weapon for the quarterback automatically walking in the door. That's a good play, I think.
Edge rusher. The last pick. Got good draft grades.
You know.
I got back.
So it's a lot of ways to play this. Out of all the quarterbacks taken in the first round, I think the worst one will be J.J. McCarthy, even though he has one of the better offensive coordinators. Because, I mean, Vito did make a good point. He does have a great offensive coordinator, great coach, in Kevin O'Connell. And Kevin O'Connell has worked out with everywhere he's went with every quarterback, even Cousins. So, I'm not going to say
he's matched up with Sean Payton. Michael Penix and Caleb and Drake may have the most difficulty.
I think it will be. I mean, again, I don't like Drake May either, so I think it will be Drake May. And after Drake May, I think it will be J.J. McCarthy. I don't know. I like Kevin O'Connell, so it ain't O'Connell. Do I think O'Connell can put together a great offense for J.J. McCarthy? Absolutely.
He don't got to put a good offense together for J.J. McCarthy. He got to put a good offense together for Justin Jefferson, which he did with Kirk Cousins.
Right. But still, I think he could do it. Yeah.
Caleb has Eberflus. I'm not sure if I trust that. I like what they have on roster. I'm not sure I trust Eberflus as an offensive genius type of, you know what I'm saying, move.
Yeah.
They should have moved on from that coach too if they wasn't going to keep Justin Fields.
Right.
I think our situation is, and not to give Kingsbury dominant credit like he's just that much better than everybody else, but he has success working with younger quarterbacks. So I feel like they can go through the growing pains together and find something that works.
Right.
Eberflus hasn't had success in the NFL at all. Right. So for him to now switch quarterbacks and get another chance is not what most coaches get. And if that don't work in like the first 6 games, he probably don't even stay there this year.
Right. That's definitely interesting.
Bo Nix got Troy Franklin at worst.
Right. Which is, I don't understand. I guess we did it too. We got McCaffrey and Jaden Daniels.
Well, McCaffrey and Jayton didn't play together before.
Right. I agree with that.
So I'm saying Troy Franklin
did play with him.
With Bo Nix.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Caleb doesn't have any of the guys that he played with. but at the same time, he's got big targets.
But that's why I would have went with Thomas. No, Thomas was already gone, wasn't he? Yeah, he was already with the Jaguars.
Actually, Thomas went
He went
right
to
before we
Jacksonville.
picked. Yeah, but he went right before we picked our last pick, not our second pick. Our second round pick, we would have been able to get him.
Okay. No, I think he went in the first round.
Yeah. My bad. To Jacksonville, right?
Yeah, he went to Jacksonville, so we wouldn't have had a chance to get him either way.
Malachi Corley went to the Jets right before us. Him and Donnie Mitchell went to the Colts.
Yeah, I guess so. It's because you're not able to get the 1-2 combination now, unless you were aggressive and moved back into the first round, like you could have been. Because you could have got him in front of 22, I think.
Do you need the corner or do you need the tight end? Because you can take away the defensive tackle because that would be one of your picks that you got to trade. But you got to give up one of those other players as well, or one of your third round players to get into that first round, I think, for sure.
I think the edge rusher you can give up.
He got an A grade, bro. And if Jamin don't work out before the season is all the way out, you definitely got somebody you can plug in that should be effective. Grade wise.
But that's who I would give up. If it was me. If I had to give him up, that's where I would go. Just to get back into, I mean, and depends on, again, how he looks too. He might come in and look like trash. But then he might come in and be Randy. And it depends on what we got. Now, if we got something that's comparable, that works out, all right, I'm with it. But this feels a little Trey Quinn-ish to me. Feels a little Trey Quinn-ish.
Definitely.
Feels a little Trey Quinn-ish though. I'm just saying.
Trey Quinn doesn't get open.
He got open sometimes. He caught the ball.
No. Trey Quinn could catch. He couldn't get open, bro. His route running was minimal.
All right, so the Dallas going all the way back to the Dallas Cowboys at 24. Got Justin Rogers, a defensive tackle from Auburn. The Green Bay Packers after that got Michael Pratt at 25, a quarterback from Tulane, and that is where we stopped. The picks after that, Tampa Bay, Delvin Culp at tight end. Houston Texans got Marcus Harrison at defensive tackle. The Kansas City Chiefs got CJ Henson from Holy Cross, which is he's a guard. The Houston Texans got Ladarius Henderson, a guard from Michigan. Sanosi Kane from Purdue. He went to the Baltimore Ravens at 31. The San Francisco 49ers got Tatum Bethune, linebacker from Florida State. Jalen Harrell, the edge rusher from Michigan, goes to the Titans at 32. The Chargers are on the clock. So you got the Chargers, Rams, Packers, Broncos, and Jets left. 5 picks left in this draft. Yes, indeed. It's been quite the journey, Washington fans. Quite the journey. Quite the journey. Quite the journey. And again, for Washington and a lot of other teams, this, especially the ones that were higher, this process started well into the season. This process started well into the season, even for Like with Chicago, for instance, you know what they were going to do with Justin Fields because they got the Carolina pick, and Carolina was going to end up at number 1. So this whole process had already begun. This process has already begun. Y'all know what it is, man. On the clock, the Los Angeles Rams are on the clock. The Chargers got Cornelius Johnson, wide receiver from Michigan. Oh, my goodness. He's loading them up, ain't he, with the Michigan players? Harbaugh. No doubt. I can't blame him. He had them boys all the way from high school, all the way to the NFL. Knew he was going to take a couple of them with him. Y'all the reason. That's what he said. Y'all the reason they got me here.
I don't have the power to bring Sasuke back.
Y'all got me here. I'm going to take it to the next level. Harbaugh.
Reed got a half a lot of results.
Yeah.
It was like
Harbaugh with the play, man.
Like probably like the last 3 or 4 grams.
With the play, man. With the play. You know what I'm saying? So, Washington, of course, with the John Baptiste. Let's see what the fans are saying about that. They say I'm a Notre Dame fan and he has a major motor guy. He's a major motor guy, high motor. Guys can stick to this league as a rotational piece. Let's hope he finds another gear. They say Knight's pickup looks like he has a motor of all time. Good speed, side to side. So they're talking about John Baptiste's motor. I don't like the pick. I'm going to keep it real. You should have got a receiver.
I don't like the pick.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm sorry. You should have got a receiver. I mean, I do you need an edge rusher more than a receiver right now? No. What happened to the guys you bought from Dallas? That's all of us. Every time you do anything on the edge, I'm gonna say, well, what about them 3 dudes you bought from Dallas?
It don't mean you're not supposed to have no backups, man. And you got to remember they got to bring in the guys that they like, not make sure that I can coach reverse old guys up.
What you should have did was you should have bought Two-Hill back.
Nah, man, Two-Hill wasn't a pass rusher. He was a
he had 5 sacks last year coming off the bench. He can't start for you. I don't think he gives you the same energy starting. But as far as you said, backup, yeah, that was a good backup. Now Washington, over the last, we're gonna go through the last 5 quarterbacks that they've drafted first or second overall or in the first round, right? I'm gonna give you all of them. They drafted 3rd overall, Heath Shuler out of Tennessee, trash. 32nd, Heath Shuler. Then 32nd overall, they drafted Patrick Ramsey in 2002. Then 25th overall, they drafted Jason Campbell in 2005. Then in 2012, they drafted Robert Griffin III, 2nd overall. Then Dwayne Haskins, 15th overall in 2019. Now to Jaden Daniels.
You don't like the Daniels pick?
I mean, I'm just saying these first rounders ain't working out too good. That's what I'm saying.
That's where you should work.
These first rounders just ain't working out too good. We got better out of
first and
second rounders. Yeah.
Because you said next year would have been the better draft anyway.
Absolutely.
But that's not what I knew. That's not what I knew my team. We don't listen. what I would like to do, fans wouldn't come to my games because that means we got to lose another year, or we have to will and deal something that you're going to love dearly in order to get put into a situation where we can get that next year. You know what I'm saying? And fans, we right now we've been losing for a long time, bro. Yeah, it's got to change. It's got to change now. It's 23.
That's about.
When last time the Raiders went to the?
Stop it. You stopped yourself.
I'm asking.
2000. What was that? 2000. What's this? 24. So it's like 2004, 2005.
So 20 years for y'all too?
Yeah, roughly.
All right. Roughly. It's been 30-something for us in the Super Bowl. But it's been 20-something since we got Dave Snyder. That was the start of the end all at that point.
You got to think. Like 10 of them years went to 2 teams.
What you mean?
2 of them teams can account for about 10 years.
What you mean?
New England and Kansas City.
Someone getting rings.
Yeah. Are
you all right? Brady for sure.
Yeah.
What, 2 or 3 miscellaneous?
Ram Eagles, Saint here, Seattle there. You get cute. Excuse me?
No.
I was about to say, right. Dang, thanks, man.
I actually forgot that.
Oh, these are the ones that came out of the microwave.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying. We are down to last 2 picks. Jalen Harrell, an edge from Michigan. Tatum Bethune went 31. Oh, yeah, we went through them. So the Chargers got Cornelius Johnson. That's the guy from Michigan. We went through that. KT Levinston went to the Los Angeles Rams at 34 from Kansas State. Keelan King from Penn State, the defensive back, went to the Green Bay Packers. Denver Broncos the pick is in, and on the clock is the last pick of the day. We will find out who Mr. Irrelevant is in this draft. And that will conclude our draft services. Our interesting draft services. I'll say that. The interestingness of the draft. And it's been very interesting, man. Just to keep it 100.
Just want to point out that I don't know how this player got the lower draft grade. And Cliff Kingsbury, if you're listening, if anyone is close to, please try your best to dream of something to scheme up for this kid, Daniels. You are not dealing with the average quarterback. You're not dealing with Michael Vick. You're not dealing with Lamar Jackson. You're not dealing with Joe Burrow. You're not dealing with anybody you've seen before. He is the only ONLY. He's the only player in college sports history to pass for 12,000 yards and rush for 3,000 yards. Nobody ever like him. Nobody ever been like him.
I agree.
Got something that can take advantage of that. Go look at the Philadelphia Eagles when they had Randall Cunningham. Look at how he was able to be used, but think of it in a safer way today, because some of the stuff he was doing was before his time, jumping over people and all of that was before they was ready to do that. But look at how you can use him schematically with having a Sanat. Think about what Kyle Shanahan was able to do with RG3. We didn't have Sanat as a lead blocker. Jordan Reed was really good. Alpha Morris was the better running option, which pulled guys away. You don't have to pull nobody away with Sanat. You can run them head on to him, get your quarterback a good alley, get him 6, 7 to 10 yards, let him go out of bounds, let him slide, move on to the next play. If he can break the 50, 60-yard run, that's all good. But we don't need that. We just need him to be able to make defenses respect every aspect that he can bring to the table. You may not need every superstar player or a big 6'3", 6'4" guy right now because he has so much that he can offer to the game. I do agree with you 100%. I can't change any aspect of what you said. I do think that type of player changes the dynamic of your offense altogether. But this is just year one. Let's see what it's like. Again, let's pray that we have this quarterback for the next 5 to 10 years before we get another one.
Right. That is my thing too. That is definitely my thing. And just judging with the physicality in the NFC East and the way that teams play us because of the hype. You know what I'm saying? RG3 got a lot of hype. That's why they had it out for him. Let's not lie to, and then we can lie to ourselves and act like, oh, it's all good. Don't nobody, no jealousy don't exist and all. Yeah, it do. And when you got a lot of hype around you, and the next team is coming in there, they like, oh, let's show him who the real hype belonged to. So we can act like it don't exist, it don't happen. It's gonna be a lot of hype around this guy, especially with what he could do on the field, because like you just said, Vito, we've never seen anything quite like it before. Like with that combination, we haven't really seen that before.
And if you thought that Caleb was better than him, they would have made that trade to get Caleb. I know that they didn't want to, but by them not even interviewing Caleb, let's
right
that with what you had with, and yes, I know he brought the other guys in. I really believe that was an alpha dog test. I know that the agent is the one that showed his tail before Jaden Daniels did. If Jaden said anything, he said it in private to his agent, and his agent should have showed his hand to him that I can't trust you because you went straight to the media with my personal feelings. I didn't share this in front of Washington. Washington didn't come out and say he showed us a little bit of this and that. The agent can't did that, and you about to get paid off of me getting paid with that number 2 spot. That's giant crazy. You know what I'm saying? So if family, I would be looking into that as in finding someone else next year or after this contract is up, make sure I get another agent. Because you want to build a trusting relationship. I don't need you spilling out no bad info or bad intel about me. But again, I do understand if there was feelings on that and not feeling like Washington thought you were the guy. Is the Dan Quinn has never had anything like you, young man. All right. I need you to understand that you are that gifted that it may have scared us a little bit. Not us as fans, but the staff. It may have scared the staff on the past and the RG3 things and all of that before. But if you look at Drake May is your projectile quarterback if no one else is in this draft. If Caleb's not in this draft, if Daniels is not in this draft, May probably goes number 1. And I know that we don't like him personally, but he's your what you project a quarterback to be size wise and how you go about being a quarterback. Now, with that said, that's why you interview him to see what it is that other teams are looking for as a standard. Does Jaden stand over him as a standard in quarterbacks? Yes. He matches the arm. If not, if you look at stats, he has a better arm and has better stats with passing, and his legs separate him from the pack. If you look at Michael Penix Jr. can run the ball. He's not as a dynamic runner as Jaden Daniels is. As a thrower, he even may be able to compete some, but Jaden's was able to lead to so many more touchdowns for his team that you have to still consider that he's worth the number 2 over where Penix went at number 9.
Absolutely. Jalen K from Alabama is the
irrelevant pick.
Mr. Irrelevant.
To the Jets.
For the Jets. Jalen Key. So we're gonna hope Jalen Key makes the team and make something happen, just so that the draftees can know it don't matter where you go, it's where you at and where you land. So when you went don't matter, it's where you end up. That's what matters. Did you get there? Did your name get called at all? Even if it was last, did it get called? And even if it didn't get called, did you get called? It might call you afterwards. So this ain't it. This ain't over for the ones that ain't get drafted. This ain't over.
Are you familiar with Alex Van Pelt's offense?
A little bit.
That's who has Drake May in New England.
I don't know. I still don't believe in it. I don't believe in May. That's why.
I believe that Jacoby Brissett start and May is going to sit behind Brissett.
Now, if they did that for maybe 2 seasons, I might can look at it.
I don't know if it takes two. Bro. To be honest, I don't like Drake May if he had to start right now.
That's what
But
I'm saying.
if they can work on, and again, this is what coaching and practice works on. If they can work on his passing to separate the receiver in man-to-man situations, his zone passing is really good, bro. Not like off the charts, but it's really good. I'm not gonna hate on him on his zone passing is fine. It's the man-to-man that, like I said, would lead to one. And maybe this is why Sam Darnold throws interceptions the way he does. I don't know what it is about the quarterbacks in that particular system that don't lead. Like look at De'Ami Brown and Sam Howell's highlights. Like De'Ami Brown is doing a lot of jump balls in those situations because he's being given a chance to make the play. And I don't think that those are bad throws, but that doesn't show that you're beating a wide. Like how Jaden was underthrowing passes, we was like, damn, like the receivers is so open that the ball is just hanging in the air, waiting to come down. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I said that with McLaurin and McCaffrey and Dotson, those passes may be right on time because those guys are just a tad smidget slower than those other two guys. McLaurin's a high 4.3, early 4.4 speed, and Dotson's the same thing. So I think both of those guys can he should be able to put those passes right up under those guys if we're looking at this as similar type of play breakdowns.
Yeah, but I do think that McLaurin's football speed, he has football speed too, though. That's just yeah. So on the football field, he looks a lot faster, even than that 4.4 for sure.
Yes.
You know, so especially on the deep passes, he looks. You know, McLaurin got some go with him. He's beat up on some receivers out there. You know. So what's your final thoughts? What you got on final thoughts?
On our team, I am questionable about a couple of positions when they were picked, but overall draft, I am not angry at the overall draft. I will go back and look at the draft grades because again, these are professionals that are given the draft grades. Some of them are analysts, some of them are professionals. I'll go back and look at the draft grades. Again, I know that all of us, even myself especially, and we do this for a reason, but in this particular instance, I don't want to judge the team based on what anybody else got. I want to see what we're able to do with the talent that we picked.
I agree with that.
That's going to mean a lot to our development as a team, to what Adam Peters gave us, what Dan Quinn gave us, as far as what they plan on trying to build will be based on what they pick. We can't base it on what other teams do, but I am going to enjoy this season because I think a few players are going to shine or thrive in their particular situations.
For me, I'm gonna say this. Y'all put us through a bad season last year, so now you have understand the way we lost to everybody in the division last year. Yeah, we got swept by the whole division. I don't believe we won a division game last year, the whole year. Y'all forced Redskin fans to have to talk trash just to keep up. Now it's a lot of them that's gonna go overboard. Trust me when I say you don't have a grace period. Y'all gave that grace period up last year. If this is the beginning of the year, y'all need to start working on whatever it is you need to work on it now. Get it done now. Whatever it is you need to get done, start now. It's May. You got into April, May, June, July, August. You got 3 months. The work starts now. That is my final thought. The work starts now. Draft over. Everything over. It happened. It was a great draft. You got. I wish you would have got another tackle. I wish you would have got another receiver. But whatever. The work starts now. The work starts now. No excuses. We ain't taking excuses.
Do that.
You know what I'm saying? So that's my final thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna sign out for Point B. Sign out for Big Son. Uptown Vito in the building. We're gonna start giving y'all that good workhorse, just to get y'all back on in it. You know what I'm saying? Keep y'all up on what's happening. And we're gonna come back with the workhorse. We gotta still give y'all last year grades And we still gonna have to give y'all the scouting reports from the people that we did draft. So that's gonna come up this week. We're gonna rock out on the scouting report this week and give y'all some scouting and some actual in-depth film watching of the people that we got and the roster we do got, not just the rookies, but we'll give y'all some of the free agents too, some of the free agent signings as well. Might as well. They all gonna be out there together. You dig what I'm saying? So as with everything adjourned, draft over, great draft for the fellas for here at the Nature Sports Network. You know, we're gonna see y'all next time. Same bat station, same bat channel, baby. Y'all make sure that y'all tune in, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Y'all already know that we're gonna stay on with y'all, stay riding it out, baby. So subscribe if you have not subscribed. We'll see y'all next time.
Yeah.